Explosions echoed for miles as two warriors' fists clashed, each strike sending tremors across the land. The ground quaked violently beneath the pressure of their blows, and shockwaves tore through the sky. High above the battlefield, the two combatants stood locked in combat while spectators below could only watch in awe and terror. One of the fighters was tall and powerfully built, not bulky like a bodybuilder, but with the lean, hardened frame of someone who had devoted their life to training. He wore an orange martial arts gi tucked into shin-high boots, black with blue trim. An emblem rested on the left side of his chest. His most striking feature, however, was his hair. Normally untamed and black, it now blazed upward in sharp spikes, glowing a radiant blue. Facing him was a near-mirror image, though with differences that set him apart. His skin was slightly darker, his eyes had black outlines that gave him a sinister appearance, and his build was slimmer. He wore a sleeveless, dark gray gi top over a black turtleneck undershirt, tied with a red sash. Black pants and white boots completed his attire. A green and gold patara earring dangled from his left ear. His hair, like his opponent's, was usually black, but now shone with an eerie pink hue, spiked in the same wild fashion as the blue-haired warrior. These two were Goku and his twisted counterpart, Goku Black. "Goku will not prevail," muttered one of the onlookers. His skin was pale green, his eyes gray, his white hair styled into a sharp mohawk. He wore a violet undershirt beneath a gray and yellow outer robe, tied with a pale blue sash, with loose blue trousers tucked into white boots. An identical patara earring hung from his ear, matching the one Black wore. This was Zamasu, the very architect of the devastation consuming this world. "Maybe Goku won't win," a voice shouted at him, "but you won't be alive to see it." Zamasu turned with a sneer. Standing behind him was a young Saiyan warrior, his blade strapped to his back, a jug in his hand. "Ah, the mortal boy Trunks, wasn't it?" Zamasu said mockingly. "And what will you do with that pitiful little jar? Offer me a drink before I erase your existence?" He let out a cold laugh. Trunks smirked, his grip tightening. He already pictured the god's expression when his plan unfolded. "This isn't a jar," Trunks replied sharply. "It's going to be your cage for the rest of eternity. I hope it's comfortable enough for you." Before Zamasu could react, Trunks thrust out his hand. "Mafuba!" The air stilled. Even Goku and Black paused mid-battle, their instincts warning them of the overwhelming energy. Zamasu's body was suddenly engulfed in a swirling green vortex. His scream tore through the battlefield. "Ahhhh! What is this?" he roared as the energy constricted around him. "This is the strength of mortals you despise so much. You underestimated us, and now you'll pay, sealed forever." Trunks shouted as the vortex dragged Zamasu toward the jug. "No, I'll stop him," Black snarled, lunging toward Trunks. But before he could interfere, Goku appeared in his path, blocking him with instantaneous speed. "You're not going anywhere. You're fighting me," Goku declared, slamming his fist into Black's chest and hurling him into a shattered building. Black erupted from the rubble, furious. "You insignificant pests. I'll slaughter every last one of you. You won't hurt anyone else again," Goku retorted, hovering before him, power flaring around his body. "Your evil ends here," he roared, his aura burning brighter, his energy spiking higher than ever before. His power, it's skyrocketing to unbelievable levels, Black thought, his face grim as he began charging his own energy in response. Goku shifted into stance, palms cupped at his side. "Ka, this is for every innocent life you've taken." "Me!" The energy gathered between his hands, glowing with a brilliant blue light. Black mirrored him, forming his own sphere of energy dark pink with a black core. "That energy, if it hits me, it could destroy me completely," he realized. "This is for betraying your own teacher," Black growled. "Ha, this is for the countless worlds you wiped out," Goku roared, his sphere crackling violently. "Me, and this is for my family, the ones you murdered." "Ha!" Their voices overlapped as they unleashed their attacks. Two colossal beams, one pink and black, the other shining blue, collided in the air, the clash lighting the heavens like a second sun. The ground split apart beneath them, the sheer pressure shaking the planet and reverberating across the cosmos. For a long, agonizing moment, the attacks held equal force. The combatants poured every ounce of strength into overpowering the other, but the energy they unleashed grew unstable, overwhelming the very fabric of space itself. Suddenly, their blasts dissipated into nothing. Then, where the beams had collided, A tiny black sphere appeared, rapidly expanding until it grew larger than a capsule corp space pod. It pulled at everything around it with violent force, a growing void devouring reality. "You fool. You've created a black hole," Black shouted. "What? You were firing just as recklessly as me," Goku yelled back, panic flashing across his face. He couldn't let himself be dragged in, he had family waiting for him back home. He couldn't imagine what Kai would do if he vanished into a void like this. Thinking fast, Goku vanished from Black's sight. Black spun around, confused. "Where did you go, you more?" His words froze. Goku was behind him, palm glowing with energy. "Bye-bye," Goku said with uncharacteristic cheer. The blast struck Black directly, hurling him into the black hole. An explosion followed, destabilizing the void until it collapsed inward, sealing Black within. Breathing heavily, Goku looked down to see Trunks standing with the jug now closed, Zamasu nowhere in sight. "Did you manage to trap him, Trunks?" Goku asked. Trunks nodded. "Yeah, what about Black?" Goku's expression darkened. "I blasted him into the black hole we created. It collapsed on itself afterward, but I'm not sure if he survived." Trunks gawked. "You destabilized a black hole. How did you even know that would work?" Goku laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "Honestly, I didn't know, I just guessed." Before Trunks could respond, a calm voice interrupted. "Well done, Goku. Seems I didn't have to intervene after all." Turning, they saw Beerus and Wise hovering nearby. "Oh hey, Beerus, how long have you been here?" Goku asked casually. "Long enough to watch you and that imposter nearly tear spacetime apart," Beerus replied flatly. Trunks stiffened. "Then Black could still be alive?" Wise shook his head. "No, his essence has vanished entirely. He's no longer tied to this universe or timeline, he's gone." Trunks exhaled in relief. Goku grinned. "Great. Then let's head home, I'm starving." Beerus sighed, though his smirk betrayed amusement. "You Saiyans and your stomachs." Just then, another voice snapped from nearby. "You forgot about me." Vegeta stepped forward, his glare sharp enough to pierce steel. "Oh, Vegeta, didn't notice you there," Goku admitted with a grin. Vegeta's fists clenched. "I've been here the entire time, Kakarot, and once again you took all the glory for yourself." "Don't worry," Goku laughed. "You can take the next fight. Promise?" Vegeta seethed, while Trunks chuckled and Wise smiled knowingly. Beerus simply smirked. But the thought lingered in his mind. Wise said Black vanished from this universe. That didn't mean he was gone forever. Perhaps he had been cast into another, deep within Universe 6. Agony consumed Black as he drifted in a void, senses dulled, body racked with pain. He had no idea how long he had been floating, seconds, hours, perhaps years. Then ahead a light appeared. Desperate, he forced himself toward it. Blinded, he passed through, his body collapsing onto something soft beneath him. Orange. Furry, before he could react, chains erupted, binding both him and the surface he landed on. Weak and drained, he couldn't break free. He lay still, straining to listen. Voices. 2 figures stood before him. A man with golden, spiky hair, clad in a white cloak trimmed with red flames. Beside him, a woman with long crimson hair flowing to her waist, dressed in a loose green gown. Chains extended from her back, pinning Black in place. Both bore enormous claw wounds through their abdomens. When his eyes focused, he noticed 2 tiny infants, their bodies bare and fragile, making it clear they were just born. Twins, identical, and each had whisker-like marks on their cheeks. It was then he realized where the massive claw had come from. A colossal beast loomed before him, a fox, with 9 tails thrashing in the air. He was bound to the 9-tailed fox itself. Before he could make sense of the situation, something unseen tugged at both him and the fox. A spectral figure appeared, dragging at their very essence. The phantom divided the fox into 3 portions. Its vast chakra was split into 2 halves, while its consciousness was separated from its body. The being's hollow eyes turned to him. It smirked. "A Saiyan, now this is getting interesting," it said darkly before seizing him. 1 half of the fox's chakra was forced into the blonde man, while the other half was sealed into one of the newborns. The beast's mind, and he himself, were then sealed inside the second twin. Darkness swallowed him whole. Outside, Hiruzen knelt on the ground, tears streaming as he cradled one of the infants. He had just lost 2 of Konoha's brightest lights, 2 shinobi he regarded as family. Minato and Kushina had always radiated warmth. Kushina's fiery spirit constantly reminded him of his age. while Minato respected him as though he were his own grandfather. Now both were gone. They had given their lives to imprison the Ninetales within their children, Naruto and Menma. Hiruzen held Naruto protectively, while Jiraiya carried Menma, and Tsunade stood sorrowfully behind them. "What now?" Tsunade's voice broke, heavy with grief at losing Kushina, the woman she considered a sister. Having lived in the Senju compound, Kushina had always felt like family to her. Jiraiya answered without hesitation. "What do you mean, what now? We raise Menma properly, he must be trained." "And Naruto?" Hiruzen's tone turned sharp, displeased. "What about him?" Minato made it clear. "Menma has the Ninetales yin chakra, while Naruto only contains its mind," Jiraiya said bluntly. "It's Menma who must be prepared to wield that kind of power." Hiruzen's expression hardened. His student was already turning his back on Minato's other son just because of potential power. "I'll take Menma with me on my journeys," Jiraiya added, making Hiruzen's eyes widen. "Relax, sensei, I'm a seal master. If the seal ever falters, no one is better qualified to handle it. Naruto will grow up fine as a normal child. What the?" His words cut off as he stared at Naruto in shock. Everyone turned their eyes to the baby in Hiruzen's arms. Naruto's golden hair had begun to shift into pitch black, his eyebrows changing to match. Even his skin tone darkened, taking on features unlike before. "What's happening to him?" Tsunade gasped. I don't know," Hiruzen whispered. Jiraiya pulled back the blanket, revealing the seal etched on Naruto's stomach. It was shifting, forming into something unrecognizable. "The seal, it's changing," Jiraiya muttered. "The Shinigami's sealing method has never been documented before. This must be its influence, reshaping the boy and his seal." "Even if that's true, you're not taking Menma," Hiruzen snapped. Jiraiya stared at him, incredulous. "But he has to master the Ninetales. Other villages already have Jinchuriki who can control their beasts. If we don't train Menma, he'll be vulnerable, and if he trains here, the villagers will sense it. You've seen how Jinchuriki are treated. Do you want that for these boys?" Before Hiruzen could speak, Tsunade stepped forward. "As much as I hate to admit it, the pervert's right," she said firmly, stunning Hiruzen. "Besides, he'll need me. If Menma loses control, only someone with my medical skill can keep Jiraiya alive. And I'm not about to let my godson be raised into a lecher." Hiruzen's face darkened, his rage boiling over. "And Naruto, he is also your godchild. Minato and Kushina trusted both of you to watch over their sons." "Sensei, Tsunade began, but Hiruzen's fury erupted. "No, I am not your teacher anymore. I refuse to believe I raised such ungrateful brats." His eyes blazed with anger. "If you abandon Naruto, then listen carefully. You will not be branded missing nin, but you'll have no protection from Konoha. If you stir trouble in another land, you will face the consequences alone. No missions, no money, no support. Do you understand?" The two Sannin stiffened and nodded. "And hear this, you will return when Naruto graduates from the academy. He will not be denied his family. If you try to leave again before then, you'll be hunted as missing nin, and the bounty on your heads will make no difference whether you're captured alive or dead." Fear flickered in their eyes. They hadn't seen Hiruzen this enraged in years. "Now go, gather your belongings, I can't even stand to look at you," he spat, rising to his feet. "We'll leave by noon tomorrow," Jiraiya said carefully, hoping for some acknowledgement. But Hiruzen's eyes held nothing but contempt. To him, they had already betrayed Minato's trust. None of them noticed the silent ANBU figure hidden nearby, a mask marked with the kanji for root, eavesdropping on every word. Inside the seal earlier, before Hiruzen's fury-black Goku stirred, groaning as he found himself in ankle-deep water. He looked around, an endless sewer-like space stretched before him. He pushed himself up and spotted enormous bars towering just ahead, too close together for him to slip through. Well, what's a human doing in my prison?" He turned to see the monstrous fox glaring at him, though strangely, its overwhelming power from before was nowhere to be sensed. "And who are you calling human, you oversized furball?" Black retorted. Kurama growled, his crimson eyes burning. "I am a god. My very presence has struck fear into divine beings," the fox snarled proudly. "HMPH. Another so-called god. I already dealt with Madara's delusions, I don't need yours," Black scoffed. "Delusions?" Kurama roared. "I don't claim I am one," Black shouted, unleashing a surge of energy. A brilliant light enveloped him as his hair shifted from black to a striking pink, his aura flaring violently. Kurama's eyes widened in shock. This power it rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, his father's. Ashamed though he was to admit it, Black in this form could have crushed the Sage of Six Paths himself. But just as quickly as it came, the power was ripped from him, and Black collapsed to his knees, gasping. What happened? The seal, Kurama said coldly, pointing toward the paper tag plastered across the bars. It absorbs all power behind it and redirects it to the host. You may not have noticed, but your strength is being drained continuously. When you transformed, the seal devoured it instantly, mistaking it as an escape attempt. Humans and their tricks, Black muttered bitterly, recalling how Zamasu had once been sealed. This one's worse, Kurama continued. It doesn't just trap power, it consumes it into nothingness. Stay long enough and you'll die. Black's eyes widened. Impossible, I can't die. And you, how are you still here without energy? Kurama smirked, amused. Because I've hidden what little essence I have left. The seal doesn't recognize me as an entity. It can't drain what it doesn't detect. Black's glare sharpened. Then tell me how to escape. There must be a way out before this thing kills me. There is, but you won't live to see it, Kurama said with a sinister grin. This is a Jinchuriki, power sealed into human flesh. The only release comes when the host dies or willingly sets us free. And trust me, no shinobi would willingly unleash us at the risk of their home's destruction. Before Black could argue further, the seal allowed them to glimpse the outside world, showing the heated exchange between Hiruzen and the Sannin. Kurama chuckled darkly. Interesting. It seems the seal didn't just take your power, it also absorbed your very DNA. Black froze. This boy Naruto, in a sense, he is you now, the fox explained, a wicked smirk curling across his face. And with what I see, the village will hate and neglect him, just as you despise humanity. That root agent hiding nearby will make sure of it. The boy will grow resenting this place, resenting humans just like you. Perhaps you found your apprentice after all. Black's lips curved into a sinister grin. With this, I can shape a god of my own making, one who will bring ruin upon these weak mortals. And as his father, it is my responsibility to ensure my son grows strong enough to survive this world, Black declared calmly. He shifted his gaze and asked, Now then, what knowledge can you give me about this realm? Kurama bared his sharp teeth in amusement. Being bound to this man was going to be far more entertaining than he expected. 7 years later, Captain, shouldn't we already be heading out to monitor the boy? It's getting late, and the festival has begun. An Anbu operative wearing a cat-like mask spoke cautiously. Patience, Nico. The festivities have only just started. Nothing urgent has happened yet, replied their commander, whose own mask bore a dog-like design. Relax and take it easy while we can. The squad didn't seem entirely comfortable with his dismissal, but orders were orders. Refusing to comply would be seen as insubordination, a risk that could cost them their Anbu status and their careers as shinobi. With some hesitation, Nico sat alongside the others in the headquarters, her eyes drifting toward the window. She silently hoped nothing would go wrong tonight. Inside, the seal Naruto's eyes cracked open, with a groan, pain pounding through his head. The last clear memory he had was walking home while the villagers were preparing for the festival. But when he turned into the street leading to his apartment, a mob had been waiting, villagers and shinobi alike. Then came agony. Endless, searing agony. They had beaten him mercilessly and tossed him aside to die. Blinking, Naruto realized he was standing in a place that looked like a damp, endless sewer. Figures, they dumped me underground. Damn villagers, he spat bitterly. You're mistaken, brat. This isn't the sewer, a deep voice echoed. Naruto spun around, his eyes widening at the sight of massive iron bars towering higher than the Hawkage monument. Behind them sat a colossal fox with 9 swaying tails, and perched atop its head was a man with jet-black hair. Welcome to your own mind, Kurama's booming voice announced. Naruto stared, uncertain. Who are you? He knew who the fox must be, but the man was another mystery. The black-haired figure leapt down, landing gracefully in front of the bars. People call me Goku Black, though you may simply call me Black, and behind me is the 9-tailed fox, Kurama. Naruto narrowed his eyes, unsure whether to trust them. Sensing his doubt, Black continued smoothly. I know this is difficult to believe, but it's the truth. We've been bound inside you since the day you were born. Naruto's eyes widened. Since my birth? Then, do you know who my parents are? Can you tell me? He asked desperately. Kurama glanced at Black with a sly grin. Why tell him when we can show him? The fox rumbled. The scenery shifted around Naruto, replaying the night of his birth. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he finally saw his parents. His father, the fourth Hokage. His mother, beautiful and strong. For the first time, he felt joy at knowing who they were. But the happiness was fleeting. His expression hardened as he learned the truth, that his parents and godparents had cast him aside for his twin brother. How does this make you feel, Naruto? Black asked, watching him carefully. Naruto lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his eyes. How do I feel? His voice trembled, then grew sharp. I feel enraged. No, I'm furious. They left me to rot for my brother's sake. If any of them think they can come back into my life after this. He raised his head, revealing eyes that had shifted from blue to a burning seafoam green. I'll kill every last one of them before I ever forgive them, he roared. A surge of power erupted around him. Lightning crackled, his aura flared golden, and his hair shifted from its usual black to bright yellow, growing even spikier. Naruto staggered at the sensation, his body thrumming with limitless energy. He felt like he could crush every Jonin in the village without breaking a sweat. Congratulations, Naruto, Black said proudly. You've awakened the form known as Super Saiyan. Naruto's now deeper voice rumbled with curiosity. Super Saiyan? What is that supposed to mean? Black smirked. It means you are part of a warrior race, the Saiyans. You weren't born one, but now you carry their might. And before anything else, it's time I tell you my story, everything that led me here. And so, Black recounted his past in full. Forest of Death Anko Mitarashi was seething. It had been a month since Orochimaru abandoned her after branding her with his cursed seal. She had only been 10 years old at the time, naive, trusting, and he had left her to suffer. Now, while walking home from training, something caught her attention. A radiant golden glow pulsed deep within the Forest of Death. Curious and cautious, she approached and froze at the sight before her. A boy lay on the ground, his body wrapped in a shimmering golden aura. He's hurt, Anko realized, rushing to him. His body was littered with cuts and bruises. Summoning jutsu, she cried, slamming her palm onto the dirt. A puff of smoke revealed a small black snake. She quickly slipped a sealed message into its mouth. Take this to Yugoni, fast. The snake nodded before vanishing into the trees. Anko tore open the boy's shirt and began cleaning and bandaging his wounds. Before long, the golden energy dissipated and his hair returned to black. Recognition struck her. Wait, this is that boy. The one the whole village whispers about. Before she could think further, a squad of Anbu appeared. Anko, what happened here? Demanded one wearing a cat mask. I don't know, I just found him like this, she answered quickly. The cat-masked Anbu scooped Naruto into his arms. We'll handle this. Go home, Anko. In an instant, the squad vanished. Left behind, Anko brushed herself off, her mind replaying the image of the mysterious golden boy. Hospital, the third Hokage's fury burned hotter than fire. Naruto was never supposed to suffer harm. Years ago, a drunk villager had managed to hit him, but that was the extent of it. Now he had barely survived an ambush by a mob, including shinobi. Hiruzen's temper flared when an Anbu with a dog mask entered. Inyu, take your squad and meet me in my office. And don't you dare be late. Inyu nodded and left swiftly. The old Hokage turned as Naruto stirred awake. How are you feeling, Naruto-kun? Hiruzen asked gently. The boy blinked up at him. I feel okay. Jiji, can you tell me about my parents? For a moment, Hiruzen nearly lied again, but he caught himself. He had hidden the truth long enough. I will tell you everything. Come to my office tomorrow and I'll explain it all. Naruto looked stunned, then nodded slowly. Before leaving, Hiruzen added, Someone wants to see you. Since she found you, I thought it fair she be allowed a visit. Naruto's heart leapt. Someone wanted to see him. Moments later, a girl with violet hair and striking, pupil-less brown eyes entered the room. She sat beside him quietly. For a few moments, neither spoke. Hi, they both said at once, then laughed. For once, Naruto felt things might be changing. Hokage's office, Kakashi, explain yourself. Hiruzen's voice was thunderous. The Anbu in the room tensed. The fact that he had called Kakashi by name while still in uniform meant his rage was deadly serious. We failed to reach Naruto in time. I thought he would be safe, so I ordered the squad to wait. Kakashi tried to excuse himself. Is that true, Yugo? Hiruzen's eyes sharpened. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yugo answered, ignoring Kakashi's glare. Kakashi insisted Naruto was fine, so he told us to stay at headquarters. We only moved after Anko's summon reached me. The rest of the squad confirmed her account. Hiruzen's face darkened. You disobeyed a direct order, Hadake. That alone is grounds for stripping you of rank. Kakashi stiffened in alarm. However, since you remain one of Konoha's strongest, I will not dismiss you entirely. Instead, you are hereby expelled from the Anbu and reassigned as a Jonin. You will never again serve an Anbu, and from now on you will obey every command to the letter. Fail me again, and I will personally place you on a rookie genin team so you relearn discipline. Do you understand? Kakashi swallowed hard. Why yes, Hokage-sama. Good, Yugo, step forward. She did. You are now the Anbu captain. You were next in line and circumstances demand your promotion come sooner. Thank you, Hokage-sama, she bowed. Your first mission, find every villager and shinobi involved in Naruto's attack. I want them all prepared for public execution, no exceptions. The god of shinobi's wrath shook the room. Hi, Yugo and her squad vanished immediately. Kakashi, leave me. Once the office was empty, Hiruzen slumped into his chair, exhaling heavily. 6 years later, Naruto awoke, stretching as memories resurfaced. The night he met Black, the truth he learned, the rage that unlocked his power, and the decision that changed everything, accepting Black as his master before the seal could consume him. Naruto had long since decided he wouldn't kill without reason, but anyone who dared to mock him or treat him as less would face the consequences. And he had already proven that. When he had gone to the Hokage, he hadn't expected to hear the same truth Black and Kurama had revealed about his parents and his supposed godparents. Hearing it from the old man was a shock. Naruto had always known the third had lied when he claimed ignorance of his parents' identity. But to learn, the Hokage despised himself for allowing his students to take Naruto's brother, while leaving Naruto behind struck him deeply. For once, it showed Naruto that at least someone regretted the choices that had cost him his family, that there had been a sliver of care hidden beneath the lies. The movement against his chest pulled him out of his reflection. Violet strands tickled his skin, and he looked down to see Anko slowly waking, her eyes fluttering open as she stirred against him. She was another unexpected piece in his life. After his stay at the hospital, the two had formed a connection almost instantly. Both carried the burden of being shunned for things they never had control over, and that mutual understanding blossomed quickly. When the third suggested they live together for companionship, their bond only grew stronger. Morning, Naru-kun, Anko murmured, lifting herself slightly. Morning, Anko-chan, he replied warmly. She leaned in and pressed her lips lightly against his. The sheet slid down her frame, exposing the curves she carried proudly despite only being 16. With her toned build and ample chest, she had a figure most grown women would envy. Grinning mischievously, she climbed onto his lap, grinding against him as she straddled his hips. Ankoheim, don't, Naruto groaned, his voice strained. Doesn't sound like you really want me to stop, she teased breathlessly, moving faster. Naruto's self-control wavered, but he placed his hands on her hips firmly. You don't understand how badly I want this, Anko, but today's important. I graduate from the academy. Once it's over and once they show up, I'll give you every ounce of my attention. She pouted playfully, but her eyes softened. Naruto had told her everything, his birth, Black Kurama. Instead of recoiling, she accepted it as part of him, and her affection only grew stronger. My Naru-kun's going to be a real shinobi now, she said dramatically, still perched on him. You'll fight enemies, save people. Her grin turned darkly playful. And then you'll get to have your way with every helpless kunoichi you save. Naruto blinked, still confused by her fantasies. For some reason, Anko always encouraged him to be with other women. When he asked why, she admitted it turned her on, imagining him conquering others and bringing them to ecstasy at his side. Ankoheim enough, Naruto finally managed, cheeks flushed. Fine, she huffed, sliding off him, but you owe me for this. Yeah, he muttered, smirking faintly. The two dressed and left their shared apartment, unaware that their brief peace was drawing to a close. Village streets. Naruto crossed his arms as he walked toward the academy, ignoring the stares and whispered insults thrown his way. Apparently, word had spread about him being the Nine-Tails host. The Hokage suspected Danzo was responsible, though he admitted he couldn't prove it. But Naruto knew the truth. Black and Kurama had already told him about the Anbu who witnessed everything with the old man and his so-called godparents. And speaking of them, Menma and his guardians, they were due to arrive today. According to the Hokage, they were bound to return by Naruto's graduation or risk being branded missing nin with the highest bounty imaginable. The amount of money placed on their heads could start a new village from scratch. Naruto's thoughts were broken when he caught a rock hurled at him. He turned to see a short, round villager glaring at him. Naruto recognized him, one of the market owners who constantly tried to cheat him with spoiled goods sold at outrageous prices. "Get out of here, demon. Just because you dress fancy doesn't mean we can't see your true nature," the man spat. Naruto glanced at himself. At 16, he stood tall for his age at 5'6". His outfit was striking. A sleeveless dark gray uwagi, long-sleeved black turtleneck beneath, tied with a crimson sash, black pants, and white boots. A green and gold earring gleamed on his left ear, the one gift from Black he treasured. Smirking, Naruto vanished in a blur, reappearing before the man. He seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly to eye level. "You know the Hokage law still applies, right?" Naruto said coldly, tightening his grip. "Why you damn NDE?" the man gasped. Naruto's eyes gleamed dangerously as he raised his other hand, pointing a single finger at the man's shoulder. "What was that?" he asked mockingly, loosening his hold so the man could speak. "You filthy demon," the man spat with venom. Naruto's grin turned feral. A flash of energy burst from his fingertip, tearing a hole clean through the man's shoulder. Blood poured freely as the villager screamed. Before Naruto could finish the job, a commanding voice rang out. "Naruto, enough, release him." He sighed and turned to see an Anbu with a cat mask. Dropping the man carelessly, Naruto raised his hands behind his head. "You're finished, boy," the injured villager yelled, clutching his wound. Naruto rolled his eyes and spoke to the masked woman. "What now, Kachan?" he said with mocking sweetness. The Anbu Yugao stiffened. Though only 18, she often hovered between acting like an older sister and a protective mother to both him and Anko. Naruto had started calling her Kachan to irritate her, pretending it implied she was old enough to have children. Her reactions only encouraged him further. "I told you not to call me that," she snapped, her hidden blush obvious in her voice. Ignoring her, she turned her blade toward the civilian. "You violated the Hokage's decree. The punishment is execution." "No, wait, I have a family." His plea ended abruptly as Naruto fired another blast, this one piercing his forehead and killing him instantly. "Why did you do that?" Yugao asked sharply. Naruto shrugged. "He was irritating and he broke the law. Besides, it was about me. If you had killed him, his family would hate you for protecting me. Better they focus that hate on me. I'm used to it." She sighed. Naruto always tried to shoulder blame to protect those he considered family. "I'll deal with the body. And they arrived this morning. He's already at the academy." With that, Yugao vanished in a flicker of movement. Naruto frowned but continued toward the academy. Villagers stared, pale and trembling. He shot them a glare. "Unless you want to end up like him, keep those mouths shut." The crowd scattered instantly. "Hokage Tower so," Hiruzen said, exhaling smoke from his pipe. "What exactly did you accomplish during your years away?" Before him stood Jirya, Tsunade, and Shizune, who cradled her pet pig. All three looked older except Tsunade, who maintained her youthful appearance through her genjutsu. "Nothing worth noting, Sens." Jirya froze under Hiruzen's glare. "I mean Hokage-sama," he grimaced. He had assumed the disownment as students was a joke, but clearly it wasn't. "We focused on Menma's training. We taught him skills that will make him without doubt the strongest of his peers," Jirya said smugly. Hiruzen arched an eyebrow. Bold words, given the number of clan heirs in this generation. Still, he hid his smirk beneath the brim of his hat. He already knew who would test that claim. Naruto. The boy had proven himself stronger than most realized. His spars with Yugao alone showed that he could rival Anbu captains, and Yugao wasn't captain without reason. Her record was impeccable, her failures only involving targets that were already dead before she arrived. "The brat even mastered the Rasengan," Tsunade added. "I pushed him to increase his raw strength since my chakra-enhanced strikes don't suit him with that beast chakra inside." Hiruzen nodded and shifted his gaze to Shizune. And your thoughts? Shizyun spoke carefully. Menma has worked hard. He's likely the top of his class. I believe he'll be the best candidate to graduate. You doubt our teaching? Tsunade snapped, narrowing her eyes. Hiruzen's lips twitched upward. Perfect. Would you care to wager on that? Academy, even before stepping inside, Naruto could hear the noise. You're really the fourth Hokage son. Wow, you trained with two of the Sannin. You're amazing. Wait, are you actually related to that idiot Naruto? Naruto entered the classroom, silencing the chatter immediately. Every eye turned as he strode confidently toward his seat. He was halfway there when a blond boy with whisker marks stepped in his way, blocking his path. Man, when Pervy Sage and Granny told me you looked different, they weren't kidding. A familiar loud voice came from the blond boy standing across the room. What's with the hairstyle? Trying to imitate that brooding Uchiha over there. His jab earned an irritated glare from Sasuke. Anyway, the boy continued smugly, in case you didn't figure it out already, I'm your way cooler brother Menma, he announced with exaggerated pride. Looking Naruto up and down, Menma whistled. Damn, you're huge. What a monster. If we weren't twins, I'd swear you got held back a couple of years. The class erupted into laughter at his insult, while Menma grinned, proud of himself for getting the reaction he wanted. Are you finished? Naruto asked with a scowl etched across his face. Yeah, I'm done. Good, Naruto's tone hardened. Because if you ever run your mouth at me like that again, you'll regret it. I don't care if we share the same parents. I don't know you and I don't like you. You're not my brother, and I'm not a freak. I just grew faster than you. If anyone's a freak here, it's you, for being my twin but still looking like a child compared to me. His cold words hung in the air as he walked away, settling into his usual seat near the window. Menma's face twisted red with fury, but before he could retort, the classroom door slid open. All right, class, to your seats, Uruka-sensei barked as he strode in. Chairs scraped against the floor as students hurriedly obeyed. Naruto sat alone, unfazed by the distance others kept from him. He didn't care. If they were going to treat him like his parents did, he didn't need them. Uruka cleared his throat. Today is your graduation exam. And this year we'll be doing things differently. After the written and practical portions, there'll be a small tournament. The Hokage himself will use it to make a decision, since we've got a new student joining us. His eyes flicked toward Menma, who raised his chin arrogantly. Let's begin. First up, Shinobureim. The next hours passed with students being called one after another. Some returned triumphantly with their forehead protectors tied proudly. Others left and didn't come back, their dreams crushed. Menma Namikaze, Uruka announced. Naruto watched silently as Menma strutted out, flashing a smug grin at his little fan club, girls and boys who only cheered him on because of who his father was. Naruto had no patience for it. He was Minato's son too, the eldest at that, but unlike Menma, Naruto had made it clear from day one that no one was to bother him. The memory of snapping the arm of a kid 2 years older than him, all with a wicked smile, kept bullies at bay. Menma soon returned, grinning like an idiot with his new headband strapped to his forehead. Sasuke Uchiha, Uruka called. Sasuke rose confidently and followed him out. The only one who still poked at Naruto was Sasuke, constantly demanding a fight. Naruto always refused. Why waste time? But everything changed when Sasuke's loud-mouthed admirer decided to cross the line. Flashback. You must be terrified to fight Sasuke-kun, Sakura sneered, trying to earn Sasuke's attention. I bet your parents were nobodies. Your mom was probably some cheap whore and your dad, some drunk who forced himself on her. Naruto's vision went red. Yeah, exactly what she said, Dobi. Now fight me, so I can show you the Uchiha's strength, Sasuke added smugly. Before he could say more, his body went flying, crashing through the academy wall. Naruto's fist had buried itself in his gut before anyone even realized he'd moved. And you, Naruto turned toward Sakura, his killing intent flooding the room. The weight of it dropped her to her knees, sobbing in terror. My parents were far more respected than your pathetic mother and your useless father. You remember him, don't you? Her eyes went wide. That's right. He attacked me once and I killed him. Not the full truth. The man had been executed along with others who tried to harm Naruto when he was 7. But he'd seen the fallout, Sakura's mother drowning herself in alcohol and substances afterward. So keep my parents' names out of your filthy mouth, or you'll end up just like your worthless father. Humiliated, Sakura ran home sobbing, an ugly wet stain spreading down her skirt. Flashback end, Sakura never spoke to him again. In fact, she withdrew from the academy entirely not long after. The door opened, and Sasuke walked back in proudly wearing his headband. Next, Naruto Uzusari, Uruka corrected himself, Naruto Black Uzumaki. Naruto rose calmly and headed out, ignoring the snickers from Menma. Black. Who came up with that crap? Menma mocked, setting off another round of laughter as Naruto left the room. He's going to regret that, Naruto thought coldly as he followed Uruka to the exam room. Later, after the exams, the students gathered outside for the sparring tournament. Naruto had passed effortlessly, unsurprised when his performance earned him the title of Rookie of the Year. To him, the tests were child's play. But the announcement crushed both Menma and Sasuke. Their outrage was only silenced when Uruka explained they'd each get a chance to challenge Naruto. If either of them won, the rookie title would be theirs. Now both boys were glaring daggers at him from across the field. Naruto only had 2 matches, Sasuke first, then Menma. He turned his eyes to the current fight. Kiba against the pale newcomer Sai. A supposed classmate, but Naruto had noticed him sneaking around with root operatives. Danzo's pawn. Naruto wasn't fooled. He remembered the day Sai tried to place a seal on him, only to end up with a broken shoulder from a single punch. Naruto had studied Fuinjutsu so extensively that even Jiraiya would be embarrassed. At 13, he already surpassed what Minato knew at the same age. Looking around, Naruto noted the crowd, parents, shinobi, and civilians, all eager to watch. He spotted Anbu operative Yugo on the roof, mask concealing her face, and beside her a mysterious partner known only as Crow. No one knew his true identity. Naruto didn't care. If the Hokage trusted him, that was enough. His gaze drifted to the Hokage himself, standing with Naruto's godparents. Hiruzen smirked at him knowingly, and Naruto smirked back. But then his expression twitched when he noticed Anko waving a massive sign from the bleachers. "Go Foxy-kun, lose and we play Huntress chases the fox." Naruto repressed a shiver. He'd played that game once before, and Anko had been the predator in every sense. That perverted snake must have bet something with that lunatic, Kurama's gruff voice echoed in his head. "Wouldn't doubt it," Naruto replied mentally with a grin. "By the way, how's single life treating you, Kurama? Getting lonely yet? Watch your mouth, brat. I told you I hated black. We just shared a goal, making you strong. Don't twist it into something else." Kurama barked, cutting the link. Naruto chuckled. To him, Kurama and Black were like bickering older brothers, constantly arguing over his training like a married couple. "Winner, Sai," Uruka's voice snapped him back. Kiba lay outside the ring, knocked unconscious. Next match. Sasuke Uchiha versus Rookie of the Year, Naruto Black Uzumaki, Uruka announced. Naruto stepped forward as Sasuke strutted into the ring. "Bleachers, biwehahaha, Naruto Black. What kind of ridiculous name is that?" Jiraiya guffawed. Tsunade snorted in amusement, while Hiruzen frowned and Anko gave a sharp glare. "Are you sure you should be mocking him?" Hiruzen asked pointedly. "Remember, Orochimaru was Rookie of the Year too, and he wiped the floor with you every single time." The old Hokage chuckled, shocking those nearby as they heard him curse openly. "Oh, shut up," Jiraiya grumbled. "And before you say it," Hiruzen interrupted firmly, "no, the teachers aren't giving Naruto special treatment. Quite the opposite, thanks to you abandoning him. Now be quiet and watch." "Arena, I'll prove I deserve the rookie title, Dobi," Sasuke shouted, fists clenched. Naruto only stared back, arms crossed, utterly bored. This fight was pointless. His real interest was in facing Menma. He wanted to measure the strength of the so-called prodigy trained by 2 Sannin. Not that it mattered, Naruto knew he surpassed him. "Begin!" Uruka shouted, leaping back. Sasuke lunged immediately, aiming to finish things with one punch. But Naruto casually sidestepped. Punch after punch, kick after kick, Sasuke attacked furiously while Naruto didn't even bother unfolding his arms. He moved effortlessly, dodging every strike. "Stop dodging and fight me," Sasuke yelled in frustration. "You're pathetic," Naruto replied flatly. "Is this what you'll say to enemy shinobi one day? Beg them to stand still so you can hit them. Maybe you should ask them to kill themselves too while you're at it. They might listen, since you're one of the last Uchiha." Furious, Sasuke whipped out shuriken and hurled them at Naruto. Uruka nearly shouted for Naruto to dodge, but stopped short when the boy effortlessly caught every projectile between his fingers. That's it, Sasuke. Even little kids can throw harder than that, Naruto mocked, a smug grin plastered across his face. You won't be so cocky after this, Sasuke roared, his hands weaving through seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he shouted, sending a massive blaze surging from his mouth and engulfing Naruto's position in roaring flames. The audience gasped. Jiraiya and Tsunade stiffened in surprise, while most of the crowd cheered wildly, thrilled at the apparent finish. Only those who knew Naruto's true self rather than the burden he carried remained calm. Pathetic. Guess all that talk was just hot air. What a disgrace, Menma sneered, smirking as the fire died down. Serves you right, and Uchiha is unto. You missed. Naruto's voice came from behind Sasuke. Gasps spread across the arena as Naruto appeared behind his rival. Only his closest companions looked unsurprised. Sleep tight. Naruto chopped Sasuke on the neck, dropping the boy instantly to the ground, unconscious before he hit the dirt. W winner, Naruto Black Uzumaki, Uruka managed to declare, still stunned. The stadium fell silent. Well done, that's my boy, go Naruto. Anko's voice cut through the hush, breaking the tension. Uruka quickly continued. Next match, Menma Namikaze versus Naruto Black Uzumaki. Naruto stayed calmly in place as Sasuke was carried off by the medic Nin. Menma strode to the opposite side, a confident smirk on his lips. Whatever stunt you pulled with Sasuke won't work on me. I'm the fourth son, trained by not one but two Sannin. The Rookie of the Year title is already mine, Menma boasted, basking in the civilians' cheers. Naruto stretched lazily. Go ahead and give it everything, tools, ninjutsu, all of it. I'll still win with just this. He extended his hand and raised a single finger. One finger is all I need to defeat you. His smirk widened. Menma's face twisted with fury at the insult. Begin! With a burst of speed, Menma hurled a kunai at Naruto. Without effort, Naruto caught it on his finger through the ring. He vaulted over Menma's punch, twisted past his kick, and kept dodging every blow, leaving his brother more and more frustrated. You bastard, Menma growled. He crossed his fingers, summoning a shadow clone beside him. The clone clasped Menma's hand, molding the chakra pouring out. This took me a year to perfect. My father's ultimate technique. The clone vanished as Menma charged. Rasengan! He dashed forward at what looked like high genin speed, maybe low chunin to most eyes, but to Naruto it was unbearably slow. Menma drove the spinning sphere at his brother, expecting the explosion to blow him back. But Naruto caught the Rasengan in his palm. Menma's smirk faltered. He had already leapt back, sure the attack had landed. Instead, Naruto stood there holding it. Impressive, maybe, but honestly this wouldn't have hurt me much anyway, Naruto remarked, calmly examining the swirling ball. You liar, that's impossible. Only 3 people alive can form this technique, and I'm one of them, Menma shouted. The only way you can use it is by stealing mine, Naruto cocked an eyebrow. It's just chakra control and shape manipulation. I've already created several variations. He poured his chakra into the Rasengan. It expanded rapidly, swelling past the size of a ball, then a boulder, until it eclipsed the sunlight and cast a massive shadow over the crowd, like the monstrous Rasengan Boruto once unleashed with Naruto's help. See, simple. With a flick, the giant sphere dissolved into nothing. Jiraiya's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging. He looked ready to faint. Not so special now, are you? Naruto teased. Menma trembled with fury. His father's legendary technique, something he'd believed only he could wield, was being handled effortlessly by the brother everyone had called a failure. A red shroud suddenly enveloped him, bubbling chakra forming a tail as his eyes turned crimson with vertical slits. Oh, you've got another form, Naruto asked mockingly. Yeah, and it'll crush you, Menma snarled, his voice distorted with demonic tones. Naruto tilted his head. Impressive that Menma could handle the cloak at all. But unlike him, Menma had grown up praised, not hated, so the beast's chakra was dangerous in his unstable emotions. Spectators stand, we need to end this, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya urged, his face pale. Naruto won't survive Menma's tailed state. And why is that chakra being unleashed against his own kin? Hiruzen demanded sternly. The Nine-Tails' power puts everyone at risk, Tsunade argued. Hiruzen's eyes hardened. And whose fault is that? You declared Menma unmatched, yet he now uses the same power that nearly destroyed our village against his own brother. The fight will continue. If Naruto is harmed, you will answer for it. Hidden beneath his words, the old Hokage smirked. He knew Naruto wouldn't even be scratched. Defy me, and Ibiki will strip you both of your ranks. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. Back in the arena, Naruto shrugged. Since you're showing everything, maybe I should too. Of course, he had no intention of revealing all his secrets before an audience. Try to keep up. A golden light suddenly burst from him, his hair spiking and glowing bright yellow, eyes shifting from blue to green, his body radiating a powerful aura laced with flickers of lightning. The very air pressed down like an invisible weight, leaving most of the audience trembling and struggling to breathe. Only Anko, Hiruzen, and Yugao, who had already seen it before, remained steady. This, Naruto said, his voice deeper, resonating with power, is what I call Super Saiyan. He raised his fists and slid into a battle stance. Shall we? Menma scoffed. Dyed hair won't save you. He vanished from sight, appearing behind Naruto with Jonin-level speed. His fist lashed out, but Naruto moved faster, spinning and slamming his own punch into Menma's jaw. The impact cracked bone and sent Menma flying across the arena, his chakra cloak shattering before he slammed unconscious into the wall. Winner, Naruto Black Uzumaki, Uruka declared, stunned. With the Hokage Tsunade, Hiruzen said calmly. Be at the hospital tomorrow morning. And from now on, you'll instruct one class and one team in medical ninjutsu each week. This world needs more healers. He left the two Sannin gaping before they rushed after the medics. Later that day, Naruto walked toward Training Field 9, guided by his new sensei Yugao, Anko riding on his back as usual. His headband was tied to his arm with a strip of black cloth, his usual outfit unchanged. The teams had been announced earlier. As always, squads 1 through 6 were mostly civilians who would likely be redirected to supportive roles like barrier duties or mission logistics, still vital, but not true shinobi careers. Team 7 was set to be a powder keg, Sasuke Uchiha, Menma Namikaze, and Sai. Menma was still hospitalized, but when they did gather, it would be chaos. Sasuke's arrogance, Menma's loud pride, and Sai's bluntness were a recipe for disaster, even with Kakashi leading them. Team 8 consisted of Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inuzuka with Akamaru, the perfect tracking squad under Kurenai. Team 9 remained Gai's established group, and Team 10 fell under Asuma Sarutobi, lazy as any Nara despite his bloodline. Naruto simply walked forward, ready for what came next. It almost felt like fate when the new generation of the Ino Shikacho trio was put together, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. The hope was that they'd carry on their parents' legacy and become the next version of the legendary formation. Naruto's team, however, was something else entirely. Technically, it wasn't even a full squad, it was just him and his sensei. Team 11. The sole members were Naruto and Yugao Yuzuki. Anko Mitarashi tagged along most of the time, though not as an official member, more because she didn't have anything better to do. Naruto was given an unusual title. Special Genin. In a sense, it was like the Special Jonin rank, only downgraded to his level. A recognition of his skills, but still firmly outside the standard structure. As for Yugao becoming his teacher, both the Hokage and she herself had agreed she was the one best suited to guide Naruto. That decision also meant Crow had to take her place as Anbu captain during her absence. Faster, Foxy Koi, Anko teased as she sat on Naruto's back, making a playful giddy-up motion. We're already here, Anko, Yugao deadpanned. Realizing they had arrived at Training Field 11, Anko hopped down and plopped onto a log. All right, Naruto, Yugao began seriously, we're going to spar. There's no point giving you the Genin test, you'd pass it without issue, so we might as well dive straight into training. Fine, sensei, Naruto replied with a bored tone. Yugao's eyebrow twitched. She despised when Naruto acted dismissive about things he didn't find exciting. He only seemed motivated if it involved a powerful fight, or her lips curved into a sly smirk. What if I make you an offer instead? Naruto's brow arched. What kind of offer? If I win, you'll show proper interest in training from now on, and for 1 week you'll act as my personal servant. Naruto's eyes went wide, while Anko nearly passed out from a violent nosebleed at the thought. Not like that, Yugao quickly clarified, her cheeks burning. You'd just be my butler, cooking, cleaning, errands. Naruto considered it. It didn't sound too bad, depending on what he got out of it. All right, and what do I get if I win? Yugao smirked knowingly. I'll take you out to eat, anything you want, no restrictions. That was all Naruto needed to hear. His grin stretched wide. He never got to eat without limits. This was a chance he wouldn't miss. Deal, he said instantly. One condition, Yugo added as she unsheathed her katana. Kenjutsu only. Taijutsu is allowed, but no ninjutsu or genjutsu. Just blades and fists. That works for me. Naruto extended his arm as purple energy condensed and stretched outward, shaping into a glowing blade of Kai. Anko, still recovering from her dirty-minded fantasies, threw her hand down dramatically. Begin! The clash of steel and energy filled the training field as Naruto and Yugo rushed forward. Hours later the group, Naruto, Yugo, and Anko, was seated inside the famous Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Yugo sat with tears running down her face as Naruto devoured plate after plate of meat, already polishing off his 50th serving. His monstrous appetite wasn't normal for a shinobi. It came from Black Saiyan genetics, a hunger passed down from Goku and his kind, which Naruto now carried. Anko was nearly falling out of her chair laughing at Yugo's suffering, while Naruto joined in with his own hearty laughter between bites. For once, things actually felt good. 3 months later, Naruto and Yugo stood at the mission desk, watching Team 7 leave with a drunken old man as their client. That marked their 30th mission, just for that week. And it was only Tuesday. Yugo had been desperately trying to earn back the mountain of Ryo Naruto had eaten through in a single day. 3 months later, she'd only clawed back a fraction, barely 10%. Ah, Team 11. Just the people I wanted, the mission distributor said. Naruto and Yugo stepped forward. There's another C rank available. Yugo silently celebrated, while Naruto simply shrugged in indifference. Send him in. A man in his early 20s entered the office. His black eyes and long dark hair framed a calm but serious face. He wore shinobi attire, gray pants, a green shirt, sandals, and a shoulder guard strapped across his chest. Greetings, I am Shibuki, leader of the hidden waterfall village. 3 days later, Naruto was at his limit. Shibuki was driving him insane. The man flinched at frogs hopping across the path, panicked at birds rustling from the bushes. It was absurd that someone so timid was a village leader. Naruto wanted nothing more than to shut him up permanently. Not that he'd actually kill him, it was just a deliciously tempting thought. Finally, Shibuki stopped them near a serene pond with a waterfall cascading from the rocks beyond. We've arrived, he said. Since it's a long way back, allow me to offer you lodging in my village. However, Naruto smirked internally. Of course there was a but. You'll need to be blindfolded as I lead you through the hidden entrance. Even allies must protect their secrets. Today's friend could be tomorrow's enemy. Yugo accepted politely, then glanced at Naruto. My feet are killing me. A couple days of rest sounds perfect, he said. With that, Shibuki blindfolded them and led them through the winding water caverns. After several minutes, they emerged into the open, removing their coverings. What they saw left them breathless. A colossal tree rose from the heart of the village, its roots dipping into a vast lake. Houses and shops were arranged neatly on one side, while a modest 2-story building, the equivalent of a caged office, stood proudly at the center. Shibuki handed them papers granting free stay at the local inn before leaving to handle mission matters. Don't get us into trouble, Yugo warned. Naruto waved dismissively and wandered off. As he explored, he wondered how this village survived economically, given their cold stares at outsiders. Without trade, how did they sustain themselves? His thoughts halted when he noticed a girl his age standing atop a rock at the lake's edge. What do you want? Come to mock me after hearing what the villagers call me, she shouted bitterly. Her short mint-green hair framed orange eyes, and her tanned skin glowed in the sunlight. She wore a sleeveless top with mesh beneath, white arm guards, and a short skirt over mesh shorts. A red-wrapped object was strapped to her back. Naruto found her strikingly beautiful, comparable to Anko. Naruto, Kurama began. I know Kurama, Naruto thought. Well, are you going to stare all day or what? She snapped. Hey, 7, I'm 9, Naruto replied with a small grin. Name's Naruto Black. Her eyes narrowed. Fu, pleasure, Naruto said warmly, offering his hand. She ignored it, her voice sharp. What do you want from me? Naruto dropped his hand, his smile fading into something softer, sadder. I just thought I'd say hello to another Jinchuriki. Wanted to know how your life's been, though judging by that reaction, not great. Fu's body tensed. She turned her head, tears threatening. What would you know? Bet those tree huggers treated you like a normal person. Yeah, Naruto said quietly. Normal. He continued, voice heavy. Normal like starving in an orphanage until I was 3. Normal like being thrown out at 4, left to die on the streets, until an Anbu found me half dead in an alley. Normal like being chased out of shops for being a demon, or tricked into buying rotten food at inflated prices, or the academy rigging my tests to make sure I'd fail. Fu gasped, her hand covering her mouth. She thought her life was unbearable, but his sounded worse, like a nightmare that never ended. Naruto looked at her, seeing the tears fall freely now. I am sorry, Fu sobbed. I didn't know. I thought my life was bad, but yours. She turned, but Naruto wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. She wept into his chest as he gently rubbed her back. I didn't tell you all that to one-up your pain, he said softly. I told you so you'd see that no matter where we come from, whether the kindest village or the cruelest, we're all treated the same. To the world, we're not people. We're monsters to civilians and weapons to the cage. Naruto never told her about the time he was beaten as a child or the day a villager left him with a swollen eye. She didn't need to know those things anyway. Our lives aren't easy. I've even heard that the host of the One Tail grew up twisted and violent. His own father forced that burden onto him. What kind of parent does that to their own kid? Naruto explained quietly. The two of them sat there in silence, the soft rippling of the lake filling the air, broken only by Fu's quiet sniffles. Naruto rubbed her back gently, a silent reassurance that she wasn't alone. Why don't you tell me about yourself? Then I'll tell you about me, Naruto suggested with a small smile. That's what friends do, right? Her eyes widened. Friends. When she looked up at him, she saw the warmest smile she had ever been given. Shibuki had always looked out for her, almost like an older brother, but this felt different. Her first real friend. She quickly nodded and pressed her head against his chest. Naruto started to move his arms away, but Fu immediately wrapped hers tightly around him. He blinked, a bit surprised, while she turned crimson. See, can we just stay like this? Friends hug too, right? She muttered, burying her face into his chest to hide her flustered expression. Naruto chuckled lightly and hugged her back. Yeah, we can stay like this. From there, the two of them began sharing their lives, both the joys and the hardships. Naruto learned plenty about her. She told him her favorite foods, how she preferred fresh fruit and vegetables over most other meals, though she didn't mind meat occasionally. She admitted she loved swimming, and with a sheepish grin, confessed that she could even fly, thanks to Chomai gifting her wings. Naruto's jaw nearly dropped at that. He couldn't help but feel a stab of jealousy and mentally promised himself to bug Kurama later about whether he had any hidden tricks like that. He also discovered the things she despised. Perfumes, sprays, artificial smells, anything unnatural was intolerable to her. She hated arrogant people and despised ninja who assumed their rank made them better than everyone else. She believed strength wasn't always measured by titles. Naruto thought back to prodigies like Itachi. The boy had advanced through the academy with ease, joined the ANBU at 10, became a captain at 13, and then wiped out his entire clan, sparing only Sasuke. That level of genius was terrifying. But to Naruto, the thought of fighting someone that strong made his blood rush with excitement. The more Fu spoke, the more animated she became, shedding her timidness. Naruto simply smiled, watching her open up, her laughter and genuine joy shining through. A familiar voice broke the moment. So this is where you were, Naruto. Naruto turned, spotting Yugo approaching. Fu peeked over his shoulder, her eyes widening at the sight of the beautiful Kunoichi with long violet hair. Her face heated when she caught Yugo's teasing smile and quickly pulled away from Naruto. Hey Yugo. This is my friend Fu. Naruto grinned, then added playfully, she's my sensei and my mom. Yugo groaned at that. Mom, Fu blurted, shocked, but you don't even look older than 20. Yugo flushed faintly, she was 22 but shook her head. I'm not his mother, think of me more like an older sister. Yugo Yuzuki. Nice to meet you, Yugo, I'm Fu, she said politely. Yugo smiled kindly before her lips curled mischievously. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He knew that look, she was up to something. Impressive, Naruto. First mission outside the village and you've already found yourself another girlfriend. Fu gasped, her cheeks flaring. Girlfriend? He already had one. Her heart sank, even though she had only known him for a short time. She couldn't deny the feelings blooming inside her. I wonder what Anko would think about you cheating on her with a kunoichi from another village, Yugao teased with a smirk. But I can't blame you, she's gorgeous. Fu's face turned crimson, her heart racing with confusion and a faint glimmer of hope. And besides, Yugao tapped her chin thoughtfully. Didn't Anko keep insisting you gather a harem so she could enjoy herself too? Naruto groaned and smacked his forehead while Fu looked utterly stunned. Yugao's grin widened inwardly. The teasing opportunities were endless. Anyway, lover boy, let's get moving. We're leaving tomorrow afternoon and I want to pick up supplies in the morning. Shibuki showed me a good inn. Got it. Naruto nodded, then turned to Fu with a soft smile. Good night, Fu. Still blushing, she nodded back. Naruto began to follow Yugao but felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. He turned to find Fu gripping it tightly, her head bowed. Everything you said, it was true, right? You won't leave me all alone, will you? Her voice trembled, carrying both desperation and fragile hope. Naruto didn't hesitate. He pulled her into another hug. Of course. What kind of friend would I be if I left without saying goodbye? His grin made her heart pound. She nodded quickly, afraid her voice might betray her emotions. See you later, Fu, Naruto said cheerfully before hurrying after Yugao. Fu clutched her chest, her heart racing wildly. She didn't fully understand what this feeling was, but she knew Naruto was the cause. Attraction was one thing, but this was something else. Something she had never felt before. After all, how could someone recognize love when they'd never experienced it? Fu slowly made her way back to the small house she shared with Shibuki near the village wall, unaware that Shibuki himself had been observing from the shadows. You really care for him, don't you, Fu? He murmured quietly once she was gone. I'll find a way to help you. I won't let you lose your first friend. The next day, Naruto and Fu walked together through the village streets. She chattered happily, smiling brighter than she had in years, completely ignoring the villagers' scornful stares. Naruto listened patiently, responding here and there, though his eyes narrowed at the open hostility directed at Fu. The contempt in their eyes disgusted him. Part of him longed to destroy them all for their cruelty, but he held back for her sake. Fu had already told him she didn't want revenge. She would never forgive them, but she also refused to lower herself to their level. Naruto disagreed. He believed weakness had consequences, and those who abused their power deserved to be crushed. Still, he wasn't going to waste his strength on useless civilians. His Saiyan blood craved strong opponents, not meaningless slaughter. And from Black's memories, he knew exactly who he wanted to face one day. So, what's on your mind? Fu asked, noticing his faraway look. He shook his head, grinning faintly. Nothing important, just thinking about someone I can't wait to meet. Fu frowned, assuming he meant his girlfriend, and jealousy bubbled in her chest. My blood practically tingles at the thought of seeing him, Naruto admitted, excitement in his tone, not realizing how his words sounded. Fu's eyes widened in surprise, her heart skipping a beat. W8, is he actually gay? She thought nervously. Did Naruto just mention having a girlfriend as some kind of cover-up? But Naruto's next words eased her worries. I can't wait to fight him, he declared with excitement, and Fu exhaled in relief. She wasn't bothered by the idea of him being into men, but it still hurt a little, thinking she might never have a chance with him herself. He was the most powerful person my teacher ever crossed paths with, Naruto continued, his tone carrying both respect and excitement. A man whose strength was beyond imagination, someone who pushed my sensei harder than anyone else ever did. Fu blinked at him, her curiosity piqued. You're saying you want to fight someone that even your sensei struggled against. She looks strong, but do you really think you could handle someone like that? Naruto noticed the confusion written on her face and explained, Yeah, Yugo is my sensei, but she wasn't the only one who trained me. My other master, he was the strongest man I've ever known. Honestly, the strongest person to ever exist in our world. His eyes hardened as he spoke. To me, he was nothing short of a god. Fu gave him a strange look. For someone to be called a god was an audacious claim. Still, Naruto's honesty and determination made her want to believe him, even if it sounded impossible. You used the past tense, though, she asked cautiously. Did he pass away? Naruto's expression grew somber. She immediately regretted asking. I'm sore. It's all right, Naruto interrupted softly. Yes, he did. He burned out his own energy, pushed himself too far, and in the end his body couldn't handle it. It wasn't entirely a lie. The seal had been steadily draining Black's energy until nothing was left. He was a good man, someone with a dream so wild most wouldn't understand it. Naruto recalled the words Black once shared with him, his vision for the world. The memory still lingered in his heart. What was his dream? Fu asked gently. Peace, Naruto answered simply. It wasn't false, though he deliberately left out the darker part of that vision, the eradication of all mortal life. He doubted Fu would ever look at him the same way if she knew. Peace, Fu echoed quietly. That's not something many genuinely desire. She tilted her head slightly. Do you agree with his ideals? Naruto shook his head. No, her lips curled into a faint frown at his blunt response. He wanted peace through extreme means, Naruto continued. That's not for me. I don't care about reshaping the world into some grand utopia. All I want is a peaceful life with my family. That's enough for me. But his eyes darkened. That doesn't mean I'll sit there and take blows just because I want peace. His mind flickered back to his graduation day, the blood, the pain, and the masked man who destroyed his family's life. The weak are the ones who constantly preach peace, he said firmly. And by weak, I don't only mean physically, but mentally. They hide behind forgiveness, but what if the one you're supposed to forgive murdered your parents out of something petty, revenge, pride, or nothing at all? His hands clenched, his thoughts consumed by the image of the masked man unleashing Kurama. Take Jiraiya of the Sannin, for example, Naruto went on, his tone sharp. His greatest dream is to achieve peace. And what's wrong with that? Fu asked, worried he was spiraling into bitterness. But Naruto remained composed. The problem, Naruto said coldly, is his method. He believes in forgiveness no matter what. What no one outside of a select few knows is that he's been searching for his former teammate, Orochimaru. Fu shivered at the name. Everyone in the shinobi world knew it. Orochimaru, a monster of a man whose countless crimes stained the lands. Kidnappings, experiments, murders, atrocities beyond comprehension. Jiraiya wants to drag him back and make him part of the village again like nothing happened, Naruto spat. But tell me, after everything that snake has done, do you think that's possible? The blood of innocent villagers and shinobi runs through his hands. He's experimented on children, slaughtered people for knowledge, and betrayed his own comrades. Someone like him deserves death at best. Anything else would be mercy. Naruto's voice trembled with quiet rage. The thought of Jiraiya chasing after Orochimaru rather than caring for his godson gnawed at him. Some people aren't worth saving, Fu whispered after a pause. She lowered her gaze. You're right, how could families ever heal if they saw the one who destroyed their lives walking free? It would be unbearable. She then looked back at him. So, what is your dream, Naruto? What do you truly want? Naruto's eyes softened. My dream is simple, to live peacefully with my family, away from distractions and meaningless struggles. But then his Saiyan blood boiled within him, and a grin spread across his face. But I'll never stop craving battle. A life of endless peace would be boring. I want to clash with strong warriors, to test myself against the best, to feel the thrill of combat, he shouted passionately. Fu laughed at his fiery expression, her heart warming at the sight. At least he wasn't aiming to start wars. He just wanted to fight worthy opponents. Naruto coughed awkwardly, embarrassed by how carried away he got. His Uzumaki blood was to blame for how easily his excitement showed. Kurama had told him as much. Their clan's emotions always burned brighter than most. Still, he couldn't deny he respected his parents' sacrifice. Even Black, with all his disdain for mortals, had praised them for their selflessness. Naruto just wished his clan had been a little more grounded. At least he hadn't inherited his mother's verbal tic. Suddenly, Naruto flinched, as if smacked on the back of the head. He turned, finding nothing but empty space. He shook his head. Even in death, mothers were terrifying. Fu, Naruto called softly, drawing her attention. What about you? What's your dream? The question froze her in place. She had never truly thought about it. What did she really want? She couldn't just wish away being a Jinchuriki, it was part of her existence. But what was her heart's desire? She stared at him silently, her chest tightening painfully. Something inside screamed at her to speak, to tell him what she truly felt. And then the vision appeared. She saw couples walking hand in hand, families smiling, children laughing. She yearned for that so badly. To not be seen as a weapon, a demon, a Jinchuriki, but simply as Fu. Then the images shifted. She wasn't watching anymore. She was living them. She saw herself walking hand in hand with Naruto, their children by their side. A girl with green hair and whisker marks. A baby with black hair but her orange eyes. Naruto smiling lovingly at her. Her heart pounded. She understood it now. She knew exactly what she wanted. "My dream," she repeated, her voice trembling. "What I really want is..." Boom. The ground shook violently as a massive explosion erupted, cutting her words short. Both of them spun toward the source, near the giant tree in the heart of the village. Smoke rose, villagers screamed, and panic spread like wildfire. "It's an attack! Missing Nin!" voices cried out. Naruto's eyes hardened. "Sorry, Fu. We'll have to finish this later." She looked disappointed but nodded. "Everyone," Naruto shouted toward the crowd, "get inside your homes and stay hidden. That's the safest place." But the villagers ignored him, running aimlessly in terror. Naruto's fists tightened. This was why he despised dealing with humans. They never listened. He tried Yugao's way of compassion and guidance, but this only proved futile. "Fine. If they died, it would be their own fault." "Let's go, Fu," he muttered. "If they won't listen, we can't waste time." She agreed, and they raced toward the explosion site. They scaled the backside of the massive tree, climbing swiftly to gain a better vantage point. From above, they saw nearly 24 missing nin gathered below. Fu gasped, pointing at one of them. "That's Suyin. He used to be one of our best jonin before he vanished." Everyone thought he was dead, but he turned missing nin. Naruto noticed Suyin clutching a bottle in his hand. "Why the hell is he holding water during a raid? That's just dumb." Fu's face paled. "No, that isn't normal water. That's the hero water." "The what now?" Naruto asked. "The hero water multiplies the drinker's chakra tenfold, making it incredibly powerful," she explained quickly. Naruto's sweat dropped. "That sounds ridiculously broken." "It is, but there's a catch," Fu added. "Every sip shaves years off your life. If your chakra is multiplied by 10, you lose 10 years. Shibuki's father, the previous leader, drank too much of it to save this village. He managed to protect everyone, but it cost him his life. The boost doesn't last long, but the toll is instant." Inside Naruto's mind, a deep voice suddenly rumbled. "Naruto," Kurama spoke. Naruto grit his teeth. "What now, Furball? Do you know it's been 2 days since I last tried to get a word out of you?" "Quiet," Kurama snarled, his tone sharp. "I was recalling something that felt strangely familiar." His eyes narrowed, voice carrying a low rumble. "And it seems I was right. After hearing that little explanation from your girlfriend, this so-called hero water and that tree, they're exactly what I feared." Naruto's brows furrowed, curiosity sparking. "What do you mean?" He shifted his gaze to the tree, sensing the seriousness in Kurama's voice. "Anything that could make the great fox sound uneasy couldn't be good." "You remember the tale I once told you, about the origin of chakra?" Kurama asked. Naruto gave a sharp nod. "Then you must remember the Shinju tree." Recognition lit Naruto's face instantly. "You don't mean—" "I do," Kurama confirmed grimly. "It's likely this tree sprouted from one of the Shinju's branches. Perhaps one Kaguya never managed to absorb. And as for that water, it resembles an incident from centuries ago. There was once a remote village, powerful in battle, yet their people rarely lived beyond 20 years. The truth was eventually uncovered. A branch of the Shinju had grown beneath their settlement, infusing their water supply with chakra. That water granted them immense power, but at the cost of their very life force." Naruto's jaw tightened, displeasure etched on his face. Power that originated from the Ten Tails progenitor was the last thing anyone reckless should wield. Yugao touched down beside him, her presence calm but sharp. She noticed immediately the distant look in Naruto's eyes, the one he always had when communicating with the fox sealed within him. Kurama continued, voice grave but analytical. "This tree isn't as aggressive as the one in that old story. Instead of draining life, it seems to be nourishing the land around it. Perhaps just as we Biju are different from the Ten Tails, this offshoot has developed its own will. Still, the hero water created from it is a danger, no matter its origin." Naruto's lips pressed into a line. "So how do we deal with him if he drinks it? I figure we could handle him one-on-one, but he's not alone. There are at least 20 missing nin here, most of them Jonin level, some Chunin. I saw their profiles in the bingo book. There's no surefire way but to stop him from drinking it altogether," Kurama replied. "If he succeeds, you'll need to fight at full strength. Remember, Suyin was already an A-rank shinobi. With that water empowering him, you and Yugo would stand no chance if you hold back. Naruto gave a slow nod, then a grin tugged at his lips as he recalled Fu's earlier words about the hero water. He glanced at the two kunoichi beside him. "What's with that smile?" Yugo asked warily. "Remember how I told you the history behind Chakra's existence?" Naruto reminded her. She nodded, recalling his explanation to their close group, how Chakra hadn't always been part of humanity, but was forced upon them long ago. "Well," Naruto gestured at the tree, "this is connected. That tree and the water it produces trace back to the Shinju, the origin of Chakra itself. From it came the tailed beasts as well." Shock spread across Yugo's face. Meanwhile, Fu gripped her head tightly, eyes squeezed shut as Chomai's frantic voice screamed within her seal. "What's wrong?" Yugo asked quickly, concern clear. "Chomai's panicking," Fu gasped. "He keeps shouting Shinju. Kaguya, he won't stop." Kurama's voice rumbled in Naruto's head again. "Makes sense. Her seal is intact, unlike yours, which has slowly been loosening. He likely couldn't sense it until now." Naruto stepped toward Fu, gently cupping her face. His other hand rested on her shoulder, grounding her. "Fu, listen to me, you're fine. What Chomai is feeling comes from something ancient, something that once brought devastation. But right now, you need to steady yourself and calm him as well. We'll need both of you focused if we're going to stop these people." Fu's trembling eased. She inhaled deeply, shut her eyes, and after several moments of silence, exhaled with resolve. When her eyes opened, determination blazed within them. "Chomai and I are ready," she declared. Naruto nodded, turning toward Yugo. "So what's the plan, sensei?" Yugo paused in thought, then outlined her strategy. "Naruto, make as many clones as you can. Have them evacuate the prisoners. You and Fu will handle the enemy shinobi. I'll deal with Suyin directly and stop him from drinking the hero water." Her voice hardened. "And once the villagers are safe, Naruto, don't hold back." A twisted grin spread across Naruto's face. This was going to be entertaining. "With Suyin, come out, Shibuki." Suyin's voice echoed like a predator's growl as he loomed over the prisoners. "Quit hiding and face your death like a man." The captives trembled, fear thick in the air. Suyin's eyes fell upon a boy barely 8 years old. With a cruel grin, he yanked the child by his hair, dragging him forward before the others. "Show yourself," Suyin roared. "Or are you such a coward that you'll let this child die in your place?" A kunai pressed dangerously close to the boy's throat, forcing him to stay utterly still. "Your father gave his life for this village," Suyin spat. "And what are you, hiding in the shadows while this boy prays for salvation?" He pulled the weapon back, then gestured threateningly toward the other captives. "Once I finish him, the rest will follow. And after that, your precious village will be nothing but ash." With a snarl, Suyin raised his kunai, aiming for the boy's forehead. Clang! Another kunai struck, knocking his blade away. A second flew past, slicing through the boy's hair, freeing him from Suyin's grip. The child bolted back into the crowd, safe for the moment. "The only coward here is you." Suyin spun, eyes narrowing at the new arrivals. Standing before him were 3 figures. A tall woman with purple hair tied in a ponytail, Waterfall's Jinchuriki, and lastly, blonde hair, blue eyes, a face far too familiar. Suyin's lips curved in mock delight. Well, well, what an honor, the son of the 4th Hokage himself. Naruto and Yugo glared, while Fu gasped in shock. He had never mentioned this to her. "To cross blades with the child of one of the most feared shinobi in history," Suyin sneered, "is a privilege. Though compared to your brother, trained by the Sannin, you're nothing but a disappointment. If I were facing him, I'd be thrilled. But you'll just stain my boots." Fu turned to Naruto, confusion etched across her face. You never told me." "Oh, he wouldn't," Suyin interrupted with venomous glee. "Embarrassing, isn't it? Cast aside by your own godparents, abandoned in that village that despises you, while your brother was molded into perfection. Even the 2 legendary Sannin preferred him over you." Naruto's mind raced. How could Suyin know this much? "How do I know?" Suyin grinned wider. "Your village can't keep its mouth shut. All it took was one undercover spy from Kumo living among them, and suddenly everything spilled out. The will of fire? Nothing but hypocrisy. They whisper about the demon brat without hesitation. None of them realized that this information had been deliberately leaked by certain forces stirring conflict. "Now let's end this charade." Suyin raised the bottle of hero water. But before he could drink, a kunai whizzed by, forcing him to dodge, immediately followed by a katana slash from Yugo. Chaos erupted. The missing nin lunged toward Naruto and Fu, while Yugo and Suyan's clash tore them away from the group. Naruto unleashed 30 clones at once. Half sprinted to free the captives, while the others engaged the enemy shinobi. Fu, Naruto barked. Don't hesitate. If you do, you'll die. These men won't spare you, so don't spare them. Fu nodded, but her eyes widened when a missing nin with a slashed Kumo forehead protector appeared behind Naruto, Tanto raised for the kill. In an instant, Naruto ducked low, chakra swirling violently in his palm. Rasengan! He drove the spiraling sphere straight into the man's gut. There was no outward wound, but blood gushed from the enemy's mouth as he was blasted backward, slamming into a wall before crumpling lifeless to the ground. Don't falter, Naruto roared before hurling himself into another battle. Yugo versus Suyan, you're skilled, Suyan admitted, clashing his water-forged blade against Yugo's katana. She pressed forward relentlessly, her strikes sharp and precise, forcing him on the defensive. Sweat trickled down Suyan's brow. He had trained many shinobi, his chakra control refined to an art, but even so, he was being overpowered by a former ANBU captain, an S-rank kunoichi feared across the nations. He needed distance. He needed the hero water. Spotting an opening when she pulled back slightly, Suyan summoned a wall of water without even forming seals, catching Yugo off guard. It gave him just enough time to leap away, snatching the bottle. It's been an entertaining fight, Suyan said coldly, uncorking the flask. But it ends here, with your death. Suyan lifted the flask of hero water to his lips and gulped it down without hesitation. As soon as he lowered the container, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his body. The energy clung to him like a blazing aura, so fierce that Yugo instinctively tensed. The sheer intensity rivaled the power of a tailed beast's lower forms, and it was the strongest presence she had ever felt from someone who wasn't a Jinchuriki. With Naruto and Fu moments earlier, the two had been steadily mowing down the enemy shinobi. It was going smoothly, though the process dragged because Naruto had to stay wary of the kunoichi, holding the same child hostage from earlier. What now, brats? The woman mocked, pressing a kunai to the boy's throat. You can't move against me without dooming him. You're cornered. Being shinobi is no job for kids like you. Naruto and Fu both sweat-dropped at her arrogance. Weren't you about our age when you became a genin? Fu asked dryly. The woman stiffened. The smirk dropped from her face as her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. That's irrelevant. You still don't have the... Her words died as a hand chopped her neck, dropping her unconscious. Good to see you finally step up, Shibuki, Naruto said with a grin, helping the boy back on his feet before ushering him toward the safety of the village. Shibuki nodded firmly. Yes, I've realized something. As the one entrusted with this village, it's my duty to protect everyone here, no matter the price. He glanced at Fu then, his expression softening. And Fu, you've grown so much since the academy days. You did great. Fu flushed at the unexpected praise. Their moment ended when 10 more rogue shinobi materialized before them. Then they all felt it. The ground seemed to shiver under the pressure coming from Suyan. His chakra roared across the battlefield like a storm. Naruto, I know. Naruto's mental reply was sharp. That chakra, it was heavy, suffocating, just like being near a tailed beast. He turned quickly to Shibuki and Fu. Shibuki, Fu, take care of these guys. Yugo-sensei needs backup. Both nodded, steel in their eyes as Naruto darted off. Shibuki drew his water-cutting sword while Fu spread her insect-like wings, and together they lunged at the enemy. Back with Suyan and Yugo, Suyan flexed his fingers, relishing the immense strength coursing through him. The corners of his mouth twisted into a cruel smile. With this kind of power, I'm untouchable, he boasted, laughter echoing. And you, Yugo, will be the first to fall before it. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned another water-cutting sword, vanishing in a blur. He's so much faster. Yugo's eyes widened as Suyan appeared in front of her. She barely raised her blade in time, but not enough. His slash tore across her from shoulder down her torso. Pain shot through her body and she stumbled back, dropping to one knee. Die! Suyan roared, lunging again. Yugo shut her eyes, bracing for the final strike. Her wound was too severe, she couldn't match his new speed or strength. But the killing blow never came. When she opened her eyes, Naruto was there, standing firmly between her and Suyin, his black Kai blade locking against the enemy's strike. "Why the gloomy look, sensei? Don't tell me this guy's giving you trouble," Naruto teased, his deliberately irritating tone making her twitch in frustration. Suyin's reaction, however, was far from amused. His face twisted in rage. "How? I drank the hero water. I should be invincible," he barked. Naruto smirked coolly, pushing Suyin's blade back with ease. "Honestly, I thought you'd be something terrifying after all that hype. But all I see is a man who just got a bigger chakra pool." He disengaged, letting his Kai blade vanish into thin air. "Go ahead, drink more. If this is the best you can do, I'll die of boredom." Suyin's jaw clenched. How dare a mere genin mock him, the most skilled jonin of the village? With a snarl, he yanked the bottle from his pouch, uncorked it, and guzzled down the last of its contents. The ground shook as another torrent of chakra burst out, ripping up dirt, flattening grass, and sending insects and animals fleeing in terror. "This is true power. Nothing can oppose me," Suyin bellowed. Naruto had to admit, the increase was insane. From low-tailed beast levels, Suyin now radiated mid to upper-tailed beast chakra. But before he could comment, Suyin's fist slammed into his stomach. The breath was knocked out of him as he was launched back, embedding into a tree with brutal force. "Do you see now, boy? You're nothing before me," Suyin snarled, yanking Naruto from the trunk by his hair and slamming a knee into his ribs. Blood sprayed as Naruto was tossed like a rag doll, rolling until he stopped at the lake's edge. Suyin stalked over, eyes filled with malice. He raised his foot high and stomped Naruto's head into the dirt, then did it again and again, laughing darkly. "Hard-headed brat, surprised your skull hasn't caved in yet," he sneered. Kunai and shurikens suddenly rained down, but a shimmering chakra barrier deflected them with ease. Suyin turned, spotting Shibuki and Fu, both breathing heavily but alive. Their clothes were blood-stained, and behind them lay the corpses and unconscious forms of Suyin's followers. "I never expected you two to kill," Suyin taunted. "Shibuki, the cowardly leader who always ran from danger. And Fu, the Jinchuriki who should cherish life after years of persecution." They said nothing, simply glaring, their chests heaving. A new voice cut in. "They've learned the truth. To survive, sometimes you have to kill those who threaten the people you love." It was Yugo, staggering toward them, clutching her wounded torso. Her self-applied bandages were sloppy but held. "You'd risk your lives for this boy." Suyin laughed cruelly, grinding his heel back down on Naruto's skull. "The leaf kunoichi I understand, but you too as well." Seeing their resolve, Suyin snarled. "Fools. That's why it's so easy to exploit people. Take a hostage, and everyone hesitates." With a vicious kick, he sent Naruto's body skidding across the lake's surface until he sank beneath the water. Suyin turned to face the others, smirking. "Now then, if you want to die, come at me." Before they could move, a voice shouted back. "Hey, bastard!" Everyone whipped their heads toward the lake. Naruto was dragging himself up from the water, standing tall upon its surface as though climbing from a cliff. He looked roughed up, clothes torn, a few cuts, a smear of blood at his lip, but otherwise untouched. "Your fight is with me," Naruto declared, wiping his mouth. "I'll give you credit, you made me feel that one, but honestly, that was like being tickled." His dry chuckle made Suyin's blood boil. Enough. He would not be humiliated by a child. Summoning his blade again, Suyin shot forward, aiming to cleave Naruto apart. "Kit." "Yeah, I know," Naruto flexed, and in that instant a colossal wave of power burst from him, blasting Suyin backward across the water. When Suyin looked again, his jaw nearly dropped. Gone was the black-haired boy. Standing in his place was someone transformed, spiky golden hair rising skyward, seafoam green eyes burning with intensity, a golden aura crackling with electricity wrapping his body. The whisker marks on his face had darkened, making his expression even fiercer. Fu gasped. "WH, what happened to Naruto?" Yugao's gaze hardened as she answered. "He's awakened what's called a Super Saiyan. When the Nine Tails was sealed, something else was bound within him. He carries the blood of an ancient warrior race thought to be extinct." Fu and Shibuki could only stare in awe. Suyin scoffed, refusing to believe it. "So what? You dyed your hair and got contacts. It's all a trick. I still have more chakra than you," Naruto smirked. Technically, Suyin wasn't wrong, chakra was one thing, but Kai, that was another story entirely. Naruto smirked coldly, his eyes narrowing. "Why don't you stop talking and see if you can actually touch me?" His tone was darker than before, almost cruel, carrying a venomous edge that hadn't been there moments ago. Enraged, Suyin roared and lunged forward, determined to crush the blonde once and for all. But to Naruto, his movements were almost laughably slow. He'd let Suyin land those earlier hits on purpose, testing the man's capabilities and gauging his strength. It reminded him of two warriors pushing each other to the limit, yet Kurama had always sneered at such behavior, calling it reckless masochism. As Suyin's fist neared his face, Naruto tilted his body slightly and evaded with ease. The Jonin's eyes widened in disbelief. Then his body spasmed as sharp, brutal agony erupted in his stomach. Naruto's fist had buried itself deep into his gut, just as Suyin had done to him earlier. Instead of spitting out saliva, however, Suyin coughed up a thick stream of blood, his body folding in pain. He was about to collapse into the rushing water below, but Naruto seized him by the hair, holding him aloft like a trophy. "Looks like whatever trick you were using is burning out," Naruto muttered, his voice flat but filled with mocking cruelty. Confused, Suyin glanced down at his own trembling hands. Horror gripped him as his skin shriveled, veins popping and wrinkles spreading across his flesh. His vitality was draining away at an alarming rate. "I'll give you credit," Naruto continued casually, his gaze sharp. "That first punch had some bite to it. If you'd managed to stay that strong, maybe I'd have actually had to take this fight seriously. But your borrowed strength is already fading, and now it's not just your power slipping away, it's your very life." The words were truth. Suyin's skin sagged, his hair bleached into stark white, and even his teeth began to loosen and fall from his mouth. Within moments, the once formidable Jonin had withered into a frail old man who looked no younger than 80. "Now, a normal person might spare you," Naruto remarked with a twisted grin that promised anything but mercy. Hope briefly flickered in Suyin's eyes, only to be shattered by the sadistic smile stretching across Naruto's face. "But I'm not what anyone would call normal." Before Suyin could react, Naruto hurled him high into the air. "Ka me!" The weakened man turned his head, his fading eyes widening as he saw Naruto lower into a stance, cupping his hands together. "Ha me!" A strange glow surged between the blonde's palms, pure energy gathering at a frightening pace. Suyin's instincts screamed in terror. It wasn't chakra, yet its destructive potential was undeniable. "Ha!" Naruto thrust his hands forward, releasing a blinding beam of energy that consumed Suyin midair. The sky exploded in a deafening blast, a force unlike anything the villagers of Takagakure had ever witnessed. When the light finally faded, Suyin was gone. Not a trace of him remained. The energy bled away as Naruto's golden aura flickered out. His hair fell back to black, his eyes returned to their usual blue. Calmly, he descended and rejoined Yugo, Shibuki, and Fu. Two pairs of wide eyes stared at him in disbelief. "What?" he asked casually, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The following day, Naruto explained to the others that the abilities he revealed came from his heritage, not chakra. Now, he, Yugo, Shibuki, and Fu stood at the edge of the waterfall village, preparing to part ways. They had remained long enough for Yugo to recover from her wounds. "Thank you truly for protecting us," Shibuki said earnestly as he clasped Yugo's hand. She nodded. "It was our duty. We were here to ensure your safety until we departed, nothing more." Both leaders turned their attention to Naruto and Fu, who lingered nearby. The young Jinchuriki shuffled awkwardly, eyes downcast. "Remember when you asked about my dream for the future?" Fu murmured, her voice barely audible. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sensing something important. "Yeah, you never answered yesterday, so what is it?" Her lips trembled. He leaned closer. "What was that?" Before he could react, Fu suddenly lunged forward, pressing her lips against his in a quick, desperate kiss. Naruto froze, eyes wide, while Yugo and Shibuki stared in stunned silence. After a few stunned seconds, Naruto returned the kiss lightly, but she pulled away almost immediately, her cheeks burning. "My dream is to be with you," she confessed, voice trembling yet firm. "I don't care if you already have someone. I want to share my life with you, to start a family with you. But since you live in another village, I know it's impossible. So, that kiss was my closure. I'm sorry if I crossed a line." Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to fall. Naruto gently lifted her chin, brushing her tears away with his thumb. "Fu, I don't hate you. Honestly, I'm honored. And if things were different, if we weren't tied to separate villages, I'd want to see where this could lead. They locked eyes, the unspoken weight between them hanging thick in the air. Ahem, Shibuki cleared his throat awkwardly. Actually, Fu, I've already made arrangements. If you want, you can go with them to Konoha. Naruto chuckled at her wide-eyed reaction, while Yugao barely restrained her laughter at the Jinchuriki's deep blush. I just thought, Shibuki explained warmly, that you deserved happiness. Naruto clearly brings that out in you. I didn't want you to lose someone who's become your first true friend. Fu steadied herself and turned toward Naruto and Yugao. Would your village even accept me, or would it be just like here? Naruto and Yugao exchanged a look. Hard to predict, Naruto admitted honestly. Most people leave me alone. Some respect me now because of who my parents were, but I don't care for their sudden change of heart. Yugao placed a hand on Fu's shoulder. But he does have friends, and once they know you're with him, they'll care for you too. That's how Konoha works. She leaned in to whisper mischievously, though Anko's going to want to meet you after hearing about that kiss. Fu stiffened, visibly terrified at the thought of meeting Naruto's sadistic girlfriend. Why, you won't tell her, right? Yugao only smirked and walked off, leaving Fu in dread. Whatever you decide, I'll support it, Shibuki said gently, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. You're like a sister to me, and I just want you to be happy. That broke the last of her restraint. Tears of joy filled Fu's eyes as she embraced him tightly. Thank you, but I want to go with them. My heart belongs there. Shibuki nodded with pride. Then follow it. She hurried back to retrieve her belongings, and before long she returned, joining Naruto and Yugao at the village's edge. Shibuki waved them off as they disappeared into the forest. After they'd traveled a fair distance, Naruto suddenly announced, No way we're walking all the way back. Yugao arched an eyebrow. What, you planning to sprout wings? Fu blinked. Wait, can you fly? Naruto grinned but dismissed the question. Not today, something better. Just do what Yugao's doing, hand on my shoulder. Though hesitant, Fu obeyed. And now what? Now, Naruto smirked, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead. You hope your stomach can handle it. Before she could ask what he meant, the world around them vanished in a flash. Hokage's office, Hiruzen Saruto by side, massaging his temples as he sifted through paperwork. The quiet was shattered by a sudden shout. Mission complete, old man! The Hokage nearly fell out of his chair, his pipe clattering to the floor. Yugao smacked Naruto's head immediately. Don't yell at the Hokage and stop calling him that, she scolded. Fine, fine, Naruto grumbled. Anyway, Gramps, we wrapped things up and brought someone new with us, Hiruzen groaned. Another one of Naruto's instant jumps. He turned his gaze to the unfamiliar girl swaying unsteadily on her feet, eyes spinning until Yugao steadied her. So it would seem, Hiruzen muttered, studying her carefully. And who might you be? Though he already knew her identity as Hokage, he was aware of every Jinchuriki. He let her speak for herself. My name is Fu, Lord Hokage. I'm a genin of Takagakure, and like Naruto, I carry a beast within me. The 7. She bowed low, nervous and unsure of her welcome. Hiruzen greeted her with a kind smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, young Fu. Tell me, what made you decide to come to my village? Well, the thing is, Fu stammered, her cheeks burning red as her eyes darted toward Naruto for a brief moment. Hiruzen noticed the faint tremor of Yugao's shoulders as she tried to stifle her laughter, and Naruto rubbing the bridge of his nose as though he already anticipated what was happening. From those hints alone, the Hokage instantly understood the real reason behind Fu's choice. Still, he gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I don't disapprove of your decision, he said kindly, though inwardly his thoughts were less pleasant. That brat, first Anko, then this girl, and on top of that, those cursed documents. Damn him. Turning his attention to Yugao, he asked, Now then, could you give me a complete report of what happened? Yugao stood tall, nodded, and began explaining everything from the very beginning to the conclusion. She even included the moment when Fu kissed Naruto, which caused the green-haired girl to nearly bury her face in her hands from embarrassment. Hiruzen listened closely, nodded in understanding, and offered his thanks. This started as a C-rank assignment but quickly escalated. Considering the number of enemies, their skill levels, and the circumstances, I'd classify this as at least an A rank, possibly even S rank. 20 missing nin, each ranked B class or higher, with several A-class jonin among them. It qualifies as an S rank without question, he concluded. Naruto smirked in satisfaction at the prospect of being compensated, as though he had completed such a mission. Shifting his gaze back to Fu, Hiruzen asked, "Now, about you. You were recognized as a genin in Takagakure, and I could grant you the same rank here. But before I decide, I want to hear your own wishes. What is it that you want?" Fu looked to Naruto and Yugao, who gave her a small nod, silently encouraging her to speak honestly. "I'd like to live as a civilian," Fu admitted, much to Hiruzen's surprise. "I don't want to risk my life in battle every day. Being a Jinchuriki will make things complicated, I know, but I'll train on my own so I won't drag anyone down. I just want a peaceful life, as close to normal as I can get. Fighting and killing shouldn't be my whole existence." Hiruzen paused to think. He could see clearly that her life mirrored Naruto's in many ways. Both had suffered loneliness, both were rejected simply for existing. "Very well, I grant your request. You are relieved of shinobi duties and may live as a civilian," he declared. Fu smiled, almost glowing with relief. "However, you'll still need a place to stay. Do you already know where you'll live?" "She'll stay with us," Naruto answered without hesitation. "Anko and I share a room, so Fu can have the spare bedroom." Hiruzen accepted that arrangement with a nod. "Perfect," Naruto said with enthusiasm. "Come on, Fu, let's get you moved in." He had already begun heading toward the door when Hiruzen's voice called him back. "Not so fast. There's a document here that needs your attention," the old Hawkage said, picking up a paper from his desk. "In fact, it involves all of you, given what's happened recently." That caught everyone's attention. Yugao stepped forward and reached for the paper. Hiruzen handed it to her. As she read through it, her composure shattered. Yugao collapsed onto the floor, laughing uncontrollably. For anyone in the Anbu who had once known her as a calm and disciplined captain, the sight of her rolling on the ground in hysterics would have seemed impossible. "What's so funny?" Naruto snapped, clearly annoyed at his mentor's reaction. "You'll see," Hiruzen explained calmly. "During your father Minato's time, there was tension between the hidden leaf and the hidden stone. Minato and Anoki themselves bore no personal hatred, but the wounds of war had left deep grudges among their people. To end that cycle, they agreed on a pact, something that would unite their villages and ease hostilities." Naruto suddenly felt dread clawing at him. He had seen this sort of setup far too many times in stories. "Minato and the Tsuchikage signed an arranged marriage contract," Hiruzen continued, "binding Minato's firstborn child to the Tsuchikage's eldest grandchild." The words sank in like a boulder dropped in water. Naruto and Fu's jaws nearly hit the floor. "What?" both shouted in unison. Naruto stood later in the Forest of Death, catching his breath as he closed his eyes and focused. He shifted just in time to avoid a blast of energy from behind, then ducked as another shot came from ahead. Two more converged from opposite sides, forcing him to twist his body out of their path. A fist came flying toward his face, which he caught in his palm. A kick shot for his stomach, and he blocked it with his forearm. Releasing the trapped fist, he leapt backward just as another strike shattered the ground where he had stood. The clearing turned into a storm of fists and feet. Naruto countered each attack, landing blows of his own. Each successful strike ended with a poof as a clone vanished. If his eyes had been open, he'd see every clone blazing with golden hair and sharp teal eyes, each of them in Super Saiyan form. The clones regrouped and launched volley after volley of energy blasts. Smoke blanketed the battlefield, but when it cleared, Naruto stood unharmed within a shimmering barrier. The clones charged again, but one after another fell to his counters. Within minutes, 100 were dispelled. Rolling his shoulders, Naruto exhaled and opened his eyes. That was when he felt a familiar weight land on his back. "Enjoying the performance, Anko?" he teased, smirking as she wrapped her arms around his neck and legs around his waist. "I loved it," she purred, kissing his neck. "Watching you like that got me all worked up." Her hand slipped beneath his shirt. "And now I've got an itch I want you to take care of." Naruto turned her around, lifting her so she straddled him. His hands gripped her firmly as he pressed her against a nearby tree. "Then let's head back and I'll give you exactly what you want," he said with a smirk, squeezing her enough to make her moan. "No," Anko breathed heavily. "Right here, right now, I can't wait." Naruto gave in, indulging her wild streak. Though she often portrayed herself as a sadist, he knew the truth, she reveled in being dominated. And while she claimed she'd one day rule his harem, he usually just rolled his eyes at such declarations. As his lips trailed her neck, she gasped. Is this how you'll handle your fiancée, Kuretsuchi? Pin her against a tree during the exams and claim her as yours? Her excitement only seemed to grow as she spoke. Naruto almost groaned. That reminded him of the conversation with Hiruzen not long before. Flashback what? Naruto exploded. Hiruzen, barely holding back laughter, repeated, Your father and the Tsuchikage signed a marriage pact. Why is that so hard to believe? Yugo, meanwhile, was doubled over in hysterics, tears in her eyes from laughing so hard. What do you mean I'm engaged, old man? Naruto barked. Fu's jaw dropped at his audacity. How could he talk to the Hokage like that? This has to be fake, a forgery, Naruto protested, but Hiruzen calmly displayed the contract. Minato's signature was right there. He even held up another old document signed by Minato. The signatures were identical. Naruto sank to his knees in despair. Oh no, Anko is going to kill me when she finds out. Right on cue, the office door slammed open. You came back without seeing your poor, lonely girlfriend first? Naruto's blood ran cold. Anko, he stammered. What are you doing here? She narrowed her eyes at him, instantly sensing he was hiding something. What's going on? She asked. Nothing, Naruto blurted, grabbing her hand in panic. Let's go. But before he could drag her away, Yugo spoke up. We still haven't finished discussing your fiancé. Naruto froze as Anko's grip on his hand tightened dangerously. Fiancé, she said, her gaze shifting around the room until it landed on Fu. Anko, wait, Naruto tried, but Anko was already behind Fu, grabbing her and running her hands along the girl's exposed midriff. You sure pick well, Naru. Exotic skin, slender figure, delicious, she teased as Fu squirmed in embarrassment. Anko, Hiruzen interjected firmly, that girl isn't his fiancée. Anko paused, giving Fu's rear one last squeeze before releasing her. Pity, she said with feigned sadness. We could have had some real fun. You still could, Yugo started, but Naruto lunged at her, wrestling her to the ground to shut her up. Naruto tilde, Anko's voice cut through the chaos, dripping with menace. He froze, recognizing the tone that promised painful punishments later. Defeated, he stood and returned to the center of the room, pinching his nose. So, what were you saying, Yugo? Anko asked sweetly. Yugo dusted herself off. I was saying that she could still be fun for you. After all, the caramel beauty confessed to Naruto and kissed him. Fu turned beet red, backing away nervously as Anko's eyes narrowed like a predator's. And there's more, Hiruzen added, handing Anko the documents. She read them quickly, her face darkening. See, the contract states clearly, Naruto is betrothed to the Tsuchikage's granddaughter, Kuretsuchi. The papers slipped from Anko's trembling hand, the photograph of Kuretsuchi fluttering with them. Naruto's face drained of color as he realized what she had just seen. Fu caught sight of his nervous expression and tilted her head in confusion. Wasn't Anko the one who had insisted Naruto should build a harem? Naruto tilde, Anko sang out sweetly, her tone laced with danger. Why did you think you could keep this from me? Ah, well, you see, I can expel. Naruto didn't get the chance to finish before Anko grabbed him by the collar and hauled him out of the room with surprising strength. He flailed and tried to resist, reaching out desperately. Somebody help me, don't let her drag me off. Fu made a move to pull him back, but Yugo pressed a hand gently on her shoulder to stop her. Isn't she going to hurt him? Fu asked, wide-eyed as Naruto's pleas echoed down the hall. Quite the opposite, Hiruzen interjected calmly. She turned toward him, her curiosity growing as he explained. Just last month, a visiting civilian woman made advances on Naruto and even invited him to her inn for the night. He turned her down. But later, Anko found out. She dragged him home, tied him to her bed, and put his Uzumaki stamina through a rather thorough test. By the next morning, Naruto looked like death walking. Hiruzen's lips curved into a faint smile, almost proud of the boy's blessing. Fu's cheeks burned red despite her attempt to keep a straight face. Yugo, noticing this, only wiggled her eyebrows suggestively, making Fu turn away in embarrassment. This time will be far worse, Yugo whispered knowingly. She just discovered you confessed to Naruto and that he already has a fiancé. He's going to be lucky if he can walk tomorrow. Fu felt torn, part of her pitied Naruto, and part of her couldn't help but envy Anko. When the chaos subsided, Yugo escorted Fu back to her apartment. Anko and Naruto would clearly be preoccupied. Unfortunately for Fu, her apartment was right next door, and Naruto's voice carried through the walls all night. Sleep never came. Forest of Death, Naruto tugged his pants into place, fastening them while Anko slipped her trench coat back on over her skirt. The memory of the previous night still lingered heavily in his mind. He shook his head faintly. Anko had drained every last bit of energy out of him. Even she could barely stand afterward, her legs numb from the ordeal. When she stumbled forward, Naruto instinctively caught her. She flashed him a sheepish grin. "Maybe I asked you to be a little too rough this time, Hesh." Naruto chuckled softly, pressing a kiss to her forehead before crouching and allowing her to climb onto his back. With her arms looped around his neck, he began carrying her toward the forest's edge. "Why are we walking out here?" she murmured against his shoulder. "Because I've been avoiding Jiraiya and Tsunade since our mission in Waterfall," Naruto replied evenly. "They're waiting just outside. Better to face them now than have them show up at our house." Anko gave a small nod, resting her chin on his shoulder as they moved forward. Minutes later, they reached the forest's fence. On the other side, as expected, stood the two legendary Sannin. Naruto leapt over the barrier and landed before them, his expression edged with irritation. "Do you two need something?" he asked flatly. Jiraiya stepped forward first. "Naruto, you need to dissolve your engagement to the Tsuchikige's granddaughter." Naruto raised an eyebrow. That wasn't what he expected. He thought they'd come begging forgiveness, pretending nothing had happened. Tsunade followed up. "Menma should be the one to marry her. With her bloodline and his Jinchuriki status, their children would be incredibly powerful. Combined with Uzumaki longevity, they could quickly rebuild the clan." "Exactly," Jiraiya added. "Menma's the strongest of his generation. He's better suited for her." Naruto let out a sigh. "Finished." Both nodded, and he continued. "All right, then tell me, do either of you even know her name?" "Her name?" Jiraiya blinked, clearly at a loss. Naruto's jaw tightened as he fought the urge to strike him. "The Tsuchikige's granddaughter. Do you know who you're talking about?" Anko slipped her arms around him from behind, trying to calm his growing temper. "Tsunade." Jiraiya looked toward her, but she only shrugged helplessly. "Kuretsuchi," Naruto answered for them, his voice sharp. "Her name is Kuretsuchi. Black hair, pink eyes, lava release bloodline, turned 15 this month. Affinities in earth, fire, and water. Stubborn as her grandfather, strongest kunoichi among the genin in her village. Skilled in taijutsu and kenjutsu. She would have been promoted to chunin already if not for the exams." The Sannin were left speechless at the depth of Naruto's knowledge. "We didn't have the same access to intel as you did," Jiraiya tried to defend weakly. "Then how did you even know about the marriage contract?" Naruto shot back. "You're supposed to be the greatest spy master alive, yet you can't even gather basic information about the Tsuchikige's heir. Instead, you pry into your own village to uncover my marriage." His voice hardened. "Your priorities are pathetic." Still, Jiraiya pressed on. "Menma has to marry her. This alliance could strengthen both villages and produce an heir with the Nine-Tails chakra and a powerful bloodline." Naruto shook his head slowly. "You've felt it, haven't you?" He looked directly at them, then at Anko, who blinked in confusion. "The fox's chakra inside him is fading." Their silence confirmed his words. "He's burning it away every time he uses it," Naruto continued. "His chakra reserves remain, but the beast's power is dwindling. In a few years, it'll be gone forever." The Sannin stiffened under his gaze. Naruto smirked faintly. "You already knew, and you've told no one, not even the Hokage." He moved to pass them, but Jiraiya blocked his path. "You can't spread this," Jiraiya warned. "If news got out, enemies would strike immediately. And you'll give the contract to Menma," Tsunade added firmly. "With children, we might preserve that chakra." Naruto snorted. "The Hokage already knows. And as for Menma, if he can't defeat me in a simple exam without leaning on the fox, what kind of strongest of his generation is he?" Jiraiya scowled. Naruto's smirk widened. "Great job training him, by the way. 2 Sannin at his disposal, and he still lost." Jiraiya bristled. "Are you saying we're weak, that you could beat me?" Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Beat you?" "No," he smiled darkly. "But I could leave you crippled enough to need help just to breathe." Before Jiraiya could reply, Naruto lifted 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished. "What just happened?" Tsunade muttered in shock. "Elsewhere in the forest, hurry it up already. The Chunin exams are in a few days. I don't want to be late." A girl's voice rang impatiently. Is she always like this? Another feminine voice buzzed, irritation clear. Yeah, she's restless, a broad-shouldered boy replied. Takes after the old man following us. They glanced back to see an elderly man with a long nose groaning as he was carried piggyback by a muscular figure. My back. Hey, the old man wheezed. You need to stop overworking yourself, father, the man carrying him muttered. Nonsense. The youth must see strength and discipline from their Tsuchikage. Ah, my back, the elder howled again. More like they'd think this old goat should retire, Kitsuchi grumbled under his breath. What was that? Anoki snapped. Nothing, Kitsuchi replied quickly, then looked toward the younger members of their group. Akatsuchi is right, Suzumabachi. My daughter takes after him, hard-headed and stubborn. Up ahead, Kuretsuchi stopped and turned when her father shouted. Oi, Kuretsuchi. I know you're eager to see your fiancé, but we're still a couple of days away. The exams don't start until October 1st. You'll have time to be with him before then. Her face turned scarlet. It's not like that. Besides, if he's weak, I won't marry him, treaty or not. She snapped before marching forward, cheeks still burning. Fiancé? Suzumabachi asked Akatsuchi, baffled. Yeah, you're new to the team, so you don't know, he explained. The Tsuchikage and Fourth Hokage signed a treaty to end hostilities. To secure it, they arranged a marriage between the Tsuchikage's eldest grandchild and the Hokage's eldest child. If the genders hadn't matched, another method would have been chosen. Suzumabachi blinked in shock. Of all people, she never thought that Tsuchikage, who hated Konoha the most, would agree to bind his family with theirs. I thought you despised Konoha, Lord Tsuchikage? Suzumabachi questioned as she glanced at the elderly man being carried on his son's back. Unoki leaned slightly over Kitsuchi's shoulder, his sharp eyes narrowing. Do I resent them for the countless Iwa shinobi who died at their hands? Of course I do, he admitted bluntly. Suzumabachi opened her mouth to respond, but Unoki raised his hand to stop her. But remember, we also took the lives of many from Konoha. That is the nature of war. Those of us who lived through it, who experienced true loss, understand that better than anyone. The bitterness that lingers mostly comes from those who have never truly seen what war costs. They never lost comrades or family in that way. That's why I sought peace with the Fourth Hokage, so we could end this endless cycle of hatred between our people. Suzumabachi gave a small nod, then shifted her gaze toward Kitsuchi. And what about your daughter? You're fine with her marrying a stranger just for the sake of this agreement, sensei. Kitsuchi's lips curved into a small smile as he followed his daughter's figure with his eyes. It doesn't trouble me, he replied calmly. Kuretsuchi is intelligent and strong-willed. She understands what this treaty represents. But the pact also requires both her and Naruto to consent. If either refuses, then both villages will remain neutral without hostility. Still, the conditions demand that they spend time together, 3 outings at the very least, before deciding to accept or decline. His expression softened with quiet pride. She has her mother's spirit. I trust her judgment, and no matter what decision she makes, I'll stand by it. Suzumabachi looked ahead again, silent, mulling it over. If the Tsuchikage himself could set aside his grudge against Konoha, could she put aside her own distaste for the Aburame clan? That was a question only time would answer. Desert, hey, Baki-sensei, how much longer until we reach Konoha? Kankuro asked, his voice muffled by the hood resembling a cat's ears, his face marked by his usual paint. Baki turned his head toward him. A few more days. From here I can already make out the tree line. We'll arrive by sundown, then we'll set up camp, he explained. Perfect, Temari chimed in with relief. Kankuro smirked and shot her a teasing look. Yeah, wouldn't want to disturb your beauty rest, Temari. She glared, unimpressed. Forgive me for wanting to relax after crossing half the desert, she shot back with irritation. Hopefully the shinobi in Konoha have more manners than you. And if they don't steal my cosmetics, that would be a miracle. Kankuro's face flushed red. That was one time, and only because I was out of face paint. Before Temari could fire back, a cold voice cut through their bickering. Quiet! All 3 immediately stiffened as Gaara passed them with his blank, dangerous expression. They swallowed hard and fell in step behind him. From that moment on, their journey to Konoha remained heavy with silence. A few days later, Naruto strolled through the busy streets of Konoha, with Fu walking beside him. She had only been in the village for about a week, and Naruto had taken it upon himself to show her around. When Anko had breaks from preparing for the upcoming Chunin exams, she occasionally joined them too. This outing, however, doubled as a date, something that made Fu's cheeks burn pink whenever she thought about it. "So, what do you think of the village so far?" Naruto asked casually. "It's beautiful," she admitted, though the glares from some villagers are hard to ignore. She had quickly noticed how people looked not only at Naruto, but at her as well whenever they walked together. Naruto had already explained. Despite people knowing now that he was the son of the fourth Hokage and not truly carrying the Nine-Tails chakra, resentment still lingered. Some villagers tried to be friendly, others simply went with whatever benefited them in the moment. Naruto had long stopped caring about their hypocrisy. To him, they were sheep following the crowd. "Good," Naruto replied with a small grin. "And what about this date? Any complaints?" His eyes glinted mischievously as he caught her sneaking glances at him. Fu turned her face away quickly, her blush deepening. "It's really nice. I'd love to do this more often," she said softly, then added shyly, "if you'd want that too." Naruto didn't answer with words. He simply reached out, took her hand, and intertwined his fingers with hers. She blinked in surprise, then melted into his side, a smile spreading across her face. Their moment of peace lasted until loud shouting reached them from a nearby alley. "Let me go, you jerk. My big brother will crush you when he gets here." Fu groaned. "That voice, Konohamaru." Naruto dragged a hand over his face. "Come on, if that brat gets us into trouble, it'll turn into an international disaster." Together, they followed the commotion and arrived at the scene. There stood Team 7, minus Sasuke, who was awkwardly trying to stay hidden in a tree, as well as the self-proclaimed Konohamaru Corps. Opposite them were 3 sand shinobi. Temari stood with her fan, her sharp eyes watching everything, while Kankuro, with his strange cat-eared hood and face paint, currently had Konohamaru hoisted up by the shirt. The killing intent radiating from Sasuke's tree made it obvious their third sibling was nearby. "I'd suggest you release him," Naruto's calm voice carried across the clearing, drawing every eye. "Naruto," Konohamaru yelled in relief. Kankuro sneered. "And why should I? This brat needs a lesson in manners." "Kankuro, stop. It's not worth it," Temari urged, trying to de-escalate. Before Kankuro could respond, the cold edge of a kunai pressed against his throat. Naruto stood behind him. "This is why," Naruto said evenly. Everyone except Fu froze, shocked at his speed. "And besides, roughing up the Hokage's grandson while standing in Konoha isn't exactly smart." He smirked as Kankuro hastily dropped Konohamaru. Naruto tugged the boy back toward Fu, ignoring the heated glare Menma threw at him, a glare Sasuke mirrored from his perch. Without even looking, Naruto called toward the tree, "You can come down now." "No point in hiding." Sasuke dropped down with a scowl. "How did you know I was up there?" Naruto didn't even spare him a glance. "I wasn't talking to you. I meant the other presence beside you." Gasps slipped from Kankuro and Temari. How could he have noticed? Sand swirled into the clearing, coalescing until a red-haired boy with a twisted grin appeared. "Nice of you to show up, Gaara," Naruto greeted. "You too, Naruto Black Uzumaki," Gaara replied with a crazed edge. "So you've done your research. Then I assume you're here for the exams," Naruto said. Gaara's smile widened disturbingly. "Mother craves your blood." Naruto arched a brow. Shukaku's influence, clearly the result of a poorly constructed seal. He had read enough to know such seals often drove hosts into madness. "Save it for the exams. I'll give you the fight you're looking for, without interruptions," Naruto said dismissively. Gaara's sand wrapped around him, and then he was gone. His siblings released shaky breaths of relief. Naruto fixed Temari and Kankuro with a serious look. "Be actual siblings to him after this. He'll need you." Temari's voice cracked with sadness. "We've tried, but father only sees him as a weapon." Naruto nodded grimly. He knew the truth about the Kazekage, forcing a premature birth just to seal Shukaku inside, condemning Gaara to a childhood of isolation. In many ways, their lives mirrored each other's, except Naruto had found support where Gaara had not. When this exam is over, he's going to break. Be the ones to pick him back up. He'll need someone he can trust. Then Naruto's grin returned. "Besides, the fight I'll give him will open his eyes." Temari smirked faintly, resting a hand on her hip. "Confident, aren't you? Think you can take on my brother?" Naruto's grin widened. "I'm more of a monster than he is." Her lips curved, and she unconsciously licked them. Maybe you'll show me just how monstrous you can be. Team 7 gawked, except Sai, who simply kept his fake smile, oblivious to the meaning. Kankuro nearly lost his composure on the spot, horrified at his sister openly flirting. Maybe another time. I've still got a date to finish, Naruto replied, pulling Fu along. As he passed Sai, he leaned in and whispered, "Tell Danzo if he sends another route after Fu, I'll deal with him myself." "I don't know what you mean," Sai suddenly froze. Naruto's killing intent washed over him like a suffocating wave, and for the very first time since becoming part of Root, Sai felt something he thought he had erased. Fear. A bone-deep fear that his life could end in the most brutal, agonizing way imaginable. The sensation was worse than any punishment he'd endured under Root's training. It made their torture seem like child's play. "I understand, Naruto," Sai managed, his normally steady voice quivering slightly. Naruto gave him no further glance as he walked down the street with Fu, leaving behind a rattled Team 7, their bodies stiff with anger and unease, while the Konohamaru Corps scattered off, up to who knew what mischief. When Naruto looked at Fu, she turned her face sharply away. "Did I do something wrong?" Naruto asked, confused. Fu puffed her cheeks before giving him a sidelong glare. At that moment, Naruto thought she was unbearably cute, though he didn't dare say it aloud with so many people nearby. "You were flirting with that girl, while you're supposed to be on a date with me. I don't know much about how dates are supposed to work, but I'm pretty sure that's not it," Fu huffed. Naruto quickly pulled her into a hug, though she kept her head turned stubbornly, pouting. "Sorry, Fu. It was nothing serious, just some back and forth she started," Naruto explained, trying to ease her frustration. Her gaze softened slightly, but she still looked at him out of the corner of her eye. "Do you think she's pretty?" she asked quietly. "Be honest with me." "Yes," Naruto admitted without hesitation. She was beautiful. He wouldn't lie to her nor to Anko. They had always been honest with him, and he would return the same respect. Her next words carried the faint tremor of insecurity. "You won't leave me, right? You won't abandon me or Anko if someone else more beautiful comes along, will you?" So that's what this was really about. "I'd never leave either of you," Naruto said firmly. "Just because someone looks good doesn't mean they could ever take me away from you too. I swear, as long as I live, I'll never abandon you or Anko." Fu's arms slowly rose to wrap around him, hugging him back at last. "How can I make it up to you for making you feel that way?" Naruto asked softly. She mumbled something. "What was that?" Fu shifted nervously in his embrace before repeating herself more clearly, her face red enough to rival a tomato. "Kiss me. Make it up to me by kissing me." Naruto chuckled warmly. Tilting her chin up, he leaned closer as Fu shut her eyes and tilted her face toward him, her heartbeat hammering wildly. She could feel his breath brushing her lips, and goosebumps ran down her arms. Just as she was about to close the distance, Naruto kissed her nose. Her eyes snapped open in shock, and she sputtered as he laughed. "See ya," he grinned, vanishing with instant transmission before she could yell at him. Arms crossed, she fumed in frustration. "That lit." She froze when a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind. "Just teasing," his voice whispered at her ear. She turned quickly, only for her eyes to widen as Naruto pressed his lips against hers. The surprise lasted only a moment before she melted into the kiss, arms circling his neck, while he held her firmly by the waist. The kiss deepened, leaving them both breathless until they finally pulled apart. "Did that make up for it?" Naruto asked, panting lightly. Fu could only nod, still trying to catch her breath. "So, what do you want to do now?" he asked. Fu rested her head on his chest. "Let's just go home. I want to cuddle." Naruto nodded, touched his fingers to his forehead, and teleported them back. Academy Naruto strolled through the halls of the academy, memories of his days as a so-called student ninja flickering back. He scoffed inwardly. The academy had always been a joke. Passing only required basic skills, skills that clan children mastered long before enrolling. Civilians were the ones who struggled to scrape by if they didn't drop out first. He climbed the stairs toward the second floor, only to pause at the sound of loud voices. The real exam location was supposed to be on the second floor, and here was a group of genin falling for a genjutsu trap. At the top of the stairs, Naruto spotted a boy in a green jumpsuit sprawled on the ground, helped by a girl with twin buns in her hair. Nearby stood a boy with long brown hair and pale, pupil-less eyes. A Hyuga. Naruto immediately recognized them as last year's Team 9, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Neji Hyuga, the famed prodigy. Clearly, they had seen through the illusion and were pretending to be weak to keep others off guard. A good strategy, but one that wouldn't fool serious competitors. Shaking his head, Naruto bypassed them and continued to the third floor. Waiting there, surprisingly, were two familiar figures. "Sensei, Crow, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, blinking in surprise at seeing Yugo and the ANBU operative beside her. "I wanted to see you off before the exams," Yugo said, "and Crow's here to keep an eye out for spies." Her tone wavered under Naruto's look and she sighed. "Fine. I know you can handle yourself, but I still worry, all right?" Naruto smiled and embraced her. She returned it without hesitation. "I know you do, and I'm grateful. My mom would be too. She's probably looking down right now, thankful for everything you've done for me." He smirked, puffing his chest. "Besides, do you really think anyone here stands a chance against me?" Yugo lightly bonked him on the head. "You're impossible." Grinning, Naruto turned his gaze on Crow. That single dark eye of his nagged at him. It felt oddly familiar, uncomfortably so. Then it clicked. "Don't worry about that eye, Crow. I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him." Both Crow and Yugo stiffened at the remark, but before either could question him, Naruto had already stepped into the exam room. With his trademark smirk, Naruto scanned the room. Most faces were from Konoha, with a few new teams from the Sound, and several from the Sand, including Gaara and his siblings. And there, Team Rock from the Stone Village. One girl in particular was glaring daggers at him. Naruto leaned for a better look and immediately recognized her. Kuretsuchi. Her eyes blazed with fury, and she struggled against her teammates holding her back, as though ready to charge him then and there. Naruto smirked knowingly. Whether it was about the marriage contract or some other grudge, she clearly wanted to fight. Before he could dwell on it further, the door slammed open. "You all better give up now. There's no way you can defeat me, Menma Namikaze," shouted the loud blonde. Naruto slipped quietly into a corner to avoid notice. He noticed Sasuke looked a little roughed up, and when he caught Neji smirking at their direction, Naruto guessed Sasuke must have fought either him or Rock Lee earlier. If it had been Neji, Sasuke's chakra would have been blocked, so most likely Lee. Naruto leaned casually against the wall as the rookie teams began talking with Team 7. Sasuke wore his usual arrogance, sigh his fake smile, and Menma was loud enough to wake the dead. Naruto shut his eyes, trying to tune out the noise, until an unfamiliar but oddly smooth voice cut through. "You should quiet down. You don't want to attract the wrong kind of attention." Naruto's eyes opened. A white-haired boy with glasses approached, smiling disarmingly. "And who are you?" Menma asked. "Name's Kabuto Yakushi," the boy replied cheerfully. "I've got info on anyone you want to know about. Every ninja in these exams, even the ones from Sound." He held up a set of cards. Naruto immediately pegged him as suspicious. That smile was more convincing than size, but it was still fake. No one was that friendly in the ninja world. "I want info on Gaara from the Sand, Rock Lee, and Naruto Black," Sasuke demanded. The room went quiet, every genin listening closely. Kabuto sighed dramatically. "Straight to the point, huh? Fine, let's see." He flipped to the first card. Gaara of the Sand, teamed with his siblings, children of the Kazekage. 10 D-rank missions, 22 C-rank, 1 B-rank, 1 A-rank. Never been touched in combat. Also, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Gasps erupted. Those who knew what a Jinchuriki was froze and turned toward the red-haired boy, who only grinned wickedly at Naruto. Naruto ignored the look, focusing instead on Kabuto's intentions. Revealing that here, he's definitely stirring something up. Kabuto moved on. Rock Lee considered his classes dead last. No talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu, but exceptional at taijutsu. Several D and C rank missions completed. Sasuke's fists clenched, humiliated at having lost to someone with only raw physical skill. And finally, Naruto Black Uzumaki. Snickers ran through the room at the name. Naruto ignored them, intent on hearing what Kabuto knew. Kabuto read aloud. Elder twin brother of Menma Namikaze, both children of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki. Abandoned by his godparents, Jiraiya and Tsunade, in favor of Menma. Assigned to a one-man genin squad under his own sensei. Hungry, predatory stares turned toward Naruto. He smirked. Let them look. If any of them tried their luck, they'd learn quickly that he wasn't prey, he was the predator. Allies or not, Anyone who stood in his way during the Chunin exams would be crushed. He's completed more than 100 D-rank missions, along with 10 C-rank, none at B or a level, but there's also an S-rank under his belt. That mission had him taking down more than 20 shinobi, all of them Chunin or stronger. The revelation sent murmurs of disbelief and shock through the gathered crowd. Temari arched a brow and smirked faintly, while Kuretsuchi narrowed her eyes in scrutiny. So, he isn't just talk, at least he can fight, Kuretsuchi thought to herself. And that's not all. He carries one half of the Nine Tails within him, while his brother bears the other half. That makes both of them Jinchuriki. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, the faces in the room paling. If Gaara's presence had already unsettled them, this news multiplied their fear. Naruto quietly closed his eyes, ignoring Kabuto as he walked off after presenting the intel. Naruto knew he'd need to deal with Kabuto eventually. The man knew far too much, and there was something off about him. More importantly, the person feeding Kabuto this information would need to be handled soon. Naruto already had a strong suspicion of who that was. Enough! Everyone calm down! A booming voice cut through the tension. All eyes shifted toward a tall, heavily built man with scars covering his exposed skin. I'm Ibiki Morino, and I'll be overseeing the first stage of the exams, he barked. Line up, grab a number, and take your seat. One by one, the participants followed orders. Naruto ended up with number 9, seated right at the front. He didn't complain, simply slouched into his seat, though he caught Ibiki smirking at him from the front. Naruto smirked back. Thanks to Anko, he'd spent some time around Ibiki at the torture and interrogation division. The man knew Naruto's capabilities and was certain he would make it to the finals. Still, Ibiki wasn't about to let him off easy. Ibiki's grin widened when he noticed a girl in the crowd glaring daggers at Naruto as she took her seat. Beside him, someone tried very hard to get his attention with small noises and exaggerated movements. Naruto turned and grinned when he saw who it was. Hey, Kuro, he greeted warmly, flashing Kuretsuchi a smile. She turned red at the nickname. Don't call me that, idiot. I don't like you, and there's no way I'd ever marry you if you turn out weak. The words slipped before she realized, and her face went pale. The entire room stared at her until she buried her face in her hands. Naruto leaned in close, voice low and teasing. Relax. I'm not weak, so you won't need to worry about that being a reason not to marry me. Her embarrassment evaporated, replaced by fury. She opened her mouth to shout at him again, but Ibiki's sharp command cut her off. Listen up. The first phase is a written exam designed to test your knowledge and judgment under pressure. There are 10 questions in total, 9 now, and the final one will come 2 hours later. Here are the rules. If you're caught cheating, you and your team will be immediately disqualified. No exceptions. Now any questions before we begin? Menma raised his hand. Yes, Ibiki prompted. Why is he, Menma pointed angrily at Naruto, allowed to participate without a team? Isn't that against the rules? Naruto groaned and rolled his eyes, while Ibiki responded. He does have a team, just a 2-man squad consisting of him and his instructor. Besides, there's no requirement that a genin must be part of a 3-person team to take the exams. Entering solo is allowed, though risky. It often makes you an easy target. Many teams here aren't even original squads, some were thrown together just to take part. Isn't that true? Several nods confirmed his words. Good. Any more questions? No. Then begin. Naruto leaned back, utterly relaxed. He already knew there had to be more behind this exam than just solving difficult questions. After all, why design a test where cheating was inevitable? In the academy, cheating had always meant automatic failure, sometimes suspension. Still, to be safe, Naruto drew upon the ability he inherited from Goku, and indirectly, Black. His gaze flicked toward Ibiki, who was smirking at him. Let's see what you do, Naruto, Ibiki thought. These questions are Jonin level. Most genin won't be able to answer them. Let's see how sharp your information gathering really is. To his surprise, Naruto casually flipped his paper upside down and kicked back in his chair, arms behind his head, eyes closed. The room's attention snapped toward him. Done already, Naruto? Ibiki asked with raised eyebrows. Naruto cracked one eye open lazily. Yeah, I know every answer, even the last question. Sitting here feels like a waste of time. Troublesome. Shikamaru's voice drifted from the back before the sound of his head thudding against his desk followed. Ibiki frowned. Oh, and how exactly would you know the answers, including the final one? Naruto just tapped his temple with a smirk. Most of the other genin dismissed him as boasting nonsense and went back to their papers. Ibiki, however, realized the truth. It clicked. The times Anko had dragged Naruto to interrogation. The poker games where Naruto always seemed to know when to fold or call. The boy could read minds. Ibiki slumped at his desk, groaning. Damn it! Naruto chuckled at the man's frustration. Psst! A whisper caught his attention. Kuretsuchi kept her eyes on her paper but peeked at him. You really know the answers? Every single one, he replied calmly. Don't bother writing anything. Trust me. Just wait for the last question and go with your instincts. She blinked at him like he'd gone insane. What? She hissed under her breath. Naruto just leaned back again, ending the conversation. Kuretsuchi bit her lip. Did she trust him? For all her show of disdain, he spoke with such certainty. She glanced back at Akatsuchi and Suzumabachi. As her teammates, they trusted her judgment. After a tense pause, she gave a small nod. They nodded back and followed her lead, flipping their papers and waiting. 2 hours later, Ibiki's voice snapped everyone's focus. Time's up. Pencils down. Now before I reveal the final question, listen carefully. Naruto barely paid attention, lost in thought about the next phase. With Anko as the next proctor, he guessed it would be the Forest of Death. She hadn't told him anything, of course. It would have been unfair. But he couldn't help wondering if that part would be as boring as this one. Several teams left the room, unwilling to risk failure. Naruto smirked at their cowardice. Pathetic. A shinobi's life is all about risk. If you're too scared to gamble, you'll never survive a mission. Finally, Ibiki spoke. Good. Those of you who remained, you all pass. A ripple of shock swept across the room. Naruto glanced around, taking note of who had stayed. The Rookie Nine, the Sand Siblings, Kuretsuchi's team, the Sound Trio, and a few others from Konoha. So that's why you pass, Ibiki explained. Survival, determination, and resolve, that's what counts. Before he could continue, the classroom window shattered. Smoke filled the room as kunai embedded themselves in the walls, unfurling a banner. The beautiful and fierce second proctor, Anko Mitarashi. When the smoke cleared, everyone blinked in confusion, until they followed Ibiki's gaze toward the front row. Anko sat straddling Naruto in his chair, smirking smugly. Kuretsuchi's face erupted in crimson, her mouth opening and closing without words. You were done already, Ibiki, Anko teased. Besides, I haven't had much time with my boyfriend lately, so I'll steal a moment when I can. Kuretsuchi froze, eyes wide. B-boyfriend? Anko raised an eyebrow at her. Recognition flickered. This was Naruto's fiancé. Oh, planning to marry him already? Cute. But let me remind you, I was his first girlfriend. And there's another caramel-skinned beauty, too. Naruto's building quite the harem, for me to manage, of course. If you want a spot, you'll just have to accept that. Gasps echoed around the room. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. Did you seriously have to announce that to a room full of genin? He muttered. Anko only giggled. Oops, did I let that slip? But you'll forgive your gorgeous girlfriend, won't you? She batted her lashes, biting her lip playfully. Ibiki shouted across the room, trying to pull things back under control. Anko, get started with the second exam already. Oh, right. Anko gave a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of her head. Hopping off of Naruto, she landed at the front of the room with a grin. I'm Anko Mitarashi, and I'll be the examiner for the next stage of the Chunin exams. Everyone, report to training ground 44 within half an hour. Fail to show up on time and you're out. If you don't know the way, figure it out by asking someone. With a flourish, she tossed a smoke bomb at her feet. The classroom filled with a thick cloud, and when the haze finally cleared, both she and Naruto were gone. Outside the Forest of Death on one of the tall outposts surrounding the forest, Naruto sat with Anko perched comfortably on his lap. She chewed lazily on a skewer of dango, legs swinging idly as she leaned back against his chest. Only 5 minutes left, Anko murmured, eyeing the gathering of genin already assembled. Roughly half the teams that had passed the written test were here, around 20 groups, which meant a little over 60 competitors. To Naruto, that number still seemed excessive. The couple ignored the glances and whispers from the other genin. Their closeness was obvious, and many found it strange that a proctor and participant sat so intimately together. But to them, it didn't matter. Their relationship began long before Naruto earned his headband. When the last few minutes ticked away, Anko stood, brushing crumbs from her clothes before leaping down. Naruto followed, landing at the back of the crowd. "Congratulations," Anko announced loudly. "If you're standing here, you've made it to the second stage of the exams. Only about half of you survived the first round. The others either got lost or let their pride stop them from asking directions." A few of the nervous Genins sighed in relief. "And now, the real fun begins." She pulled out a stack of papers before signaling Naruto. In a blink, he appeared at her side, took the stack, and started handing them out. "These are waivers," Anko explained while Naruto passed them around. "You'll sign them acknowledging the dangers. Death is always a possibility inside the Forest of Death." As Naruto distributed the last waiver to a kunoichi from the Sound Village, his sharp senses prickled. Her fake smile and purple eyes couldn't hide what he saw within, reptilian, slitted yellow eyes staring back at him. "Appreciate it," she said, her tone far too sweet. Naruto narrowed his gaze, silently acknowledging what she really was. She smirked, both understanding the unspoken exchange. Without another word, Naruto moved to his assigned gate. The buzzer sounded, signaling the start. The massive gates creaked open. Naruto rose into the air, levitating effortlessly. He didn't intend to wander aimlessly through the forest. The tower at the center was the only true goal. Why waste energy? By blocking its entrance, he could take whichever scroll he needed. He already held a heaven scroll. All that remained was to claim an earth scroll. As he soared above the treetops, his sharp eyes caught sight of a team below. One detail stood out, white hair he recognized immediately. His lips curved into a smirk as he descended silently onto a tree branch. It was Kabuto's team. "So, what's Orochimaru planning exactly?" one of Kabuto's teammates foolishly asked aloud. Kabuto turned quickly, about to scold him, but Naruto cut in first. "I knew it. A snake's crawling around in these exams, more than one, it seems." He dropped casually from the branch, landing lightly before the trio. "You wouldn't happen to be carrying an earth scroll, would you?" His smirk carried an edge. The weakest-looking genin stiffened. Kabuto raised his hands slightly. "Naruto, listen. Instead of fighting, why don't we work together? We both know the village treats you like." "Save it, Kabuto," Naruto interrupted coldly. "Revenge doesn't interest me, and I'm not some fool you can manipulate. I fight because I want to, because I enjoy it. Whether I'm with Konoha or against it, I'll still get my battles. But as for your teammates," his finger lifted. In an instant, twin beams of light pierced the air, zipping past Kabuto's head. Two bodies crumpled to the ground, lifeless, neat holes through their foreheads. Kabuto's eyes widened. Before he could react further, Naruto's voice echoed darkly. "You should know better than to take your eyes off an enemy." The world spun. The last thing Kabuto saw was his own feet, as Naruto severed his head. Naruto sealed the head away. The Yamanaka clan could pry into his memories and expose what secrets he carried. He already skimmed enough from Kabuto's mind to confirm one thing: Danzo was entangled in far too many of the village's troubles. Hypocrite, Naruto thought. The old warhawk claimed to act for Konoha's sake, but all he did was drag it down. With a shrug, Naruto rifled through the corpses until his hand closed around what he wanted. Perfect! He held up an earth scroll. Without delay, he rose into the sky once again, streaking directly toward the tower. He just set a new record for clearing the second stage. 7 days later, a week passed, and Naruto strolled lazily into the hall where the preliminary matches would be held, stretching out a yawn. The past 7 days had been uneventful. After sending Kabuto's head to the Hokage and explaining everything he uncovered, Hiruzen rewarded him with S-rank mission pay. When Naruto pressed about Orochimaru, the Hokage assured him not to worry, that they'd deal with it. Still, a few nights later, Naruto and Anko felt Orochimaru's presence when he released a surge of power. Anko had collapsed, clutching her curse mark in agony. Naruto immediately pulled her into his arms, flowing his chakra into her body. His energy, calm and soothing, helped ease her pain. He suspected his Uzumaki heritage made his chakra naturally healing. He swore then and there he'd find a way to rid her of that cursed seal. His thoughts scattered as he entered the large chamber. 5 teams remained. The Sand siblings, Kuretsuchi's squad, Guy's team, and Konoha's rookies. He glanced at the gallery above where the Jonin instructors stood watching. Among them was Yugo. At the center sat Hiruzen, and surprisingly, Onoki of the Stone. Strange, Naruto thought. He expected the Kazekage to be present. Shrugging, he moved into position with the others. A coughing Jonin descended to address them, Hayate, who Naruto knew was romantically involved with Yugo. Between coughs, he explained the preliminaries. Naruto listened only half-heartedly, scanning the teams. The Sand Trio looked almost untouched, clearly in better condition than most. Kuretsuchi's group bore some bruises, but still held themselves well. Konoha's squads, however, looked battered. Team 7 was the worst off. Menma was filthy, hair streaked with mud, while Sai masked his exhaustion better than the rest. At least, Naruto thought, Danzo trained one competent shinobi. Sasuke caught Naruto's gaze next. The Uchiha looked worn, his state no doubt connected to the curse seal etched into his skin. "Please wait with your sensei until your name is called," Hayate rasped, glancing at the screen where names shuffled rapidly. It settled on the first match. Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. The cousins stepped forward as the others moved up to the stands. Naruto leaned against the railing near Yugo. "Glad to see you here, Naruto," she said softly. He smirked. "Told you, didn't I? Nothing to worry about, Mom." Usually, she'd swat him for saying that. Instead, her hand ruffled his hair gently. She said nothing, but the message was clear in her eyes. Naruto's grin faded into something more genuine. She smiled back, and he mouthed a quiet thank you before turning his attention to the arena. Hinata fought bravely against Neji, surprising Naruto with her resolve. Even when her body failed, she refused to yield. But when Neji prepared a final, lethal strike, several Jonin appeared, intercepting the blow. Hinata collapsed and was quickly taken for medical treatment. The following matches blurred past for Naruto. Akatsuchi dispatched Choji in moments, the Akimichi air still too soft for combat. Shikamaru, however, impressed him. Facing Kankuro, he deduced instantly that the Kankuro before him was merely a puppet. Using his shadow possession, he forced the puppet to mimic his movements. Kunai poised at the true Kankuro hidden on its back. Cornered, Kankuro surrendered, giving Shikamaru the win. Sasuke's opponent was Kuretsuchi's other teammate, Suzumabachi. The battle was balanced at first, with her fighting style relying heavily on insects similar to Shino's techniques. However, Sasuke's pride wouldn't allow him to lose, and he unleashed the curse mark despite the warnings he had been given. Naruto immediately recognized the situation, especially since Kakashi had once made it clear what would happen if Sasuke relied on that power. Sasuke eventually knocked Suzumabachi unconscious, and he might have continued his assault while she was down if not for the seal suddenly surging with pain. He cried out, clutching himself, and in a blink Kakashi appeared beside him, whisking Sasuke away to deal with the matter privately. The following match paired Temari against Shino. From the start, it was completely one-sided. Temari's wind release jutsu kept Shino's insects away, preventing them from closing the distance. Realizing there was no way forward, Shino admitted defeat, conceding the match. Naruto frowned at the display. He respected clan techniques, but it irritated him how many competitors seemed to rely solely on them, with little else to back up their skills. Did they have nothing outside of their inherited abilities? Then came Tenten against Ino. To Naruto, it was the most unimpressive fight so far. Tenten continuously threw weapons, while Ino dodged without offering any solid counterattack. Eventually, Tenten closed the gap and completely overwhelmed Ino in hand-to-hand combat, knocking her out with a decisive strike. Naruto's attention shifted when he saw the next match appear on the screen. Gaara vs Sai. "I forfeit," Sai said instantly, still wearing that unsettling smile of his. The entire room fell silent, staring in disbelief, until Hayate cleared his throat. "Well then, moving on," the proctor said as the board shifted again. The next fight, Menma versus Kiba. Naruto leaned forward, mildly intrigued. The fight was fast-paced, with Kiba using his signature Fang over Fang alongside Akamaru to overwhelm Menma. But Naruto's interest grew when Menma countered directly, forming a Rasengan and slamming it head-on into the spinning duo. The collision left both Kiba and Akamaru unconscious, but Menma remained standing, making him the victor by a narrow margin. Naruto glanced around. Only 3 names remained: Rock Lee, Kuretsuchi, and himself. Judging by the expectant look Hiruzen was giving him, there would be 2 matches left. Naruto smirked back at the old Hokage, mouthing a silent challenge. The board confirmed it: Kuretsuchi versus Naruto. Naruto hopped down into the arena, only to find Kuretsuchi already there, almost as if she had teleported. "Finally, now I can see for myself whether you're strong enough to be my husband," she declared, pointing straight at him. Naruto only smirked wider at her words. From the balcony, Hiruzen raised a brow. "So that's the source of her temper," Unoki sighed heavily. "Yes, she's been fixated on testing Naruto's strength to see if he's worthy. Honestly, she's been acting tsundere ever since hearing of the engagement. Her father even told me she talks about Naruto in her sleep." Hiruzen chuckled at the revelation. "Interesting. Though you should know Naruto already has 2 girlfriends." Unoki's jaw practically hit the floor at that, muttering enviously under his breath while Hiruzen simply laughed, calling Naruto lucky. Heiat's voice cut through the chatter. "Begin!" Kuretsuchi lunged instantly, attacking with furious taijutsu strikes. But no matter how fast or precise she was, Naruto slipped past every blow with casual ease. Frustration grew as she realized none of her punches or kicks were landing. She was one of Iwagakure's best in close combat, and yet she couldn't touch him. Switching tactics, she flew through hand signs. Lava style. Scorching stream rock. Massive molten stones erupted and shot toward Naruto, but he dodged them all as if it were nothing. Even as she increased the barrage, he remained untouchable. "Stop running and fight me," she shouted angrily. Naruto glanced toward Hiruzen, who gave him a subtle nod. Naruto answered with one of his own before focusing again. As Kuretsuchi rushed him in close quarters once more, her fist narrowly missed his head, only for her to follow with a sudden upward kick. Anyone else would have been caught off guard. But Naruto's hand snapped out, seizing her ankle mid-strike. Her eyes widened in disbelief at his inhuman reflexes, only for his fist to slam into her stomach. For a moment, time itself seemed to freeze as she registered the cold, unreadable look in his eyes. She wasn't even a challenge to him. Then the world caught up as she was sent flying into the wall, leaving a crater before tumbling to the ground. Kuretsuchi collapsed to her knees, clutching her stomach, gasping desperately for air. The pain was crushing, like being struck by a mountain. She tried to rise, but her body refused. "I yield," she managed to wheeze. "Winner Naruto Black Uzumaki," Heiat declared. Her father, Kitsuchi, leapt down immediately, checking over his daughter. Astonishingly, aside from being unable to move, she bore no injuries. Naruto had struck her with such precision that he incapacitated her without leaving lasting harm. Kitsuchi looked to Naruto, who was watching with genuine concern, and silently offered gratitude before carrying his daughter away. "Now then," Heiat announced, "since we have an uneven number of participants, someone must fight again against Rock Lee." "I'll take it," Naruto volunteered without hesitation. No point in forcing anyone else to reveal techniques they'd rather keep secret. Lee descended enthusiastically, shouting about youth before assuming his stance. "Begin," Heiat ordered. Lee vanished in a burst of speed. Gasps echoed from the crowd. Many genin couldn't even follow his movements. Sasuke, who had just returned with Kakashi, immediately activated his Sharingan to track him, while Guy yelled encouragement from the balcony. Lee struck, but Naruto leaned forward just enough to let the blow pass harmlessly. Lee chained attack after attack, but Naruto dodged every strike with minimal movement. Even when Lee's foot slammed into the floor, shattering the tiles, Naruto remained untouched. "Lee," Guy's voice boomed. "Take off your weights, I permit it, you won't beat him otherwise." Lee nodded, removing the weights from his legs and tossing them aside. The moment they hit, the ground cracked, shocking many spectators. Lee's speed skyrocketed, becoming nearly invisible. Still, Naruto evaded. Lee poured his all into taijutsu, pressing for minutes on end with no success. Finally, Lee backed away, panting. "It seems I must push beyond my limits." He crossed his arms, breathing deeply. "First gate open, second gate open, third gate open, fourth gate open." His aura flared violently, his body glowing as raw energy surged through him. Then he was gone again. This time even Naruto momentarily lost sight of him. Lee slammed into Naruto's back, sending him flying, only to appear in front of him and deliver a crushing gut punch, launching him skyward. Grabbing hold of him midair, Lee spiraled toward the ground, releasing him at the last instant as Naruto smashed into the arena floor, destroying most of it. Sasuke and Menma smirked at the sight of Naruto being tossed around. Lee landed, panting but determined. "You strike hard," Naruto's voice came from within the dust and rubble. He emerged unscathed, brushing dirt from his clothes. His body bore no damage at all. Rolling his shoulders, Naruto eyed Lee calmly. I know you can't sustain that state for long, so I'll end this quickly and show you the true difference between us. Before everyone's eyes, Naruto's hair shifted from black to golden blonde, his once blue eyes glowing with a striking seafoam green. His voice deepened as he spoke again. Since you've gone all out, it's only fair I respond in kind. The tone alone sent shivers through the men and flushed excitement through the women. Kakashi lifted his headband, Sharingan fully revealed. He could see no drastic chakra shift. Naruto's transformation wasn't something his eye could analyze. Doesn't matter if you try to track me, Naruto thought, glancing at both Sasuke and Kakashi. You won't see me move. Ready, Lee? He asked, cocky smirk still plastered on his face. Lee nodded, bracing himself. The next instant, pain exploded through Lee's body as Naruto's fist buried itself in his stomach. Nobody had even seen him move, not even the Sharingan. Naruto withdrew his fist and followed with a spinning kick, launching Lee backward. Before Lee could recover, Naruto was already in front of him again, chaining attacks with terrifying speed, striking him in midair as if teleporting around his opponent. Unoki's eyes widened. Hiruzen is that? You're thinking of his father's technique, Hiruzen answered gravely. But no, this isn't teleportation. What you're witnessing is pure speed. Years of training have made Naruto the fastest in the village. Even I can't follow his movements anymore. Unoki swallowed hard, unease creeping into his features. Let's just hope Kuretsuchi doesn't push that boy's buttons. The last thing we need is a repeat of what his father did to us. Hiruzen only chuckled softly before his gaze returned to the battlefield. At the very peak of Lee's leap, his body suspended in midair with his back facing the ground, Naruto materialized above him in an instant. With brutal precision, Naruto brought his heel down in a crushing axe kick that sent Lee crashing into the arena floor. The resulting impact thundered throughout the structure, cracks spiderwebbing across the walls of the tower inside and out. Naruto landed beside Lee's unmoving body, the fight already decided. He let the golden glow of his Super Saiyan form fade away as he noticed Lee had reverted back to his normal state, unconscious and broken. W winner, Naruto Black Uzumaki, Hayate stammered, still in shock. He had been briefed about Naruto's speed and strength by Yugo, but what he had just witnessed went far beyond what he imagined. Might Guy immediately leapt down to his student's side, quickly checking over Lee's condition. He found severe bruising and clear signs of exhaustion, but no internal damage. Relief washed over him, though the boy would need time in the hospital. Meanwhile, Naruto calmly walked back to the railing where Yugo was waiting for him. That kind of strength. Kuretsuchi's thoughts raced as she stared wide-eyed at Naruto. She had stayed specifically to watch him fight again, only to be left speechless. No, he wasn't even going all out. Temari had similar thoughts, though her sultry smirk and the way she licked her lips revealed an entirely different kind of interest. Anko caught the look and smirked cruelly, amused. Everyone, turn your attention to the board, Hayate's raspy voice called, snapping the audience back to order. The computer will now display the matchups for the finals, scheduled to be held in 1 month. The monitor flickered to life, showing the tournament lineup. Round 1, Gaara vs. Sasuke Uchiha Temari vs. Tenten Menma vs. Neji Shikamaru vs. Akatsuchi. Round 2, Naruto vs. winner of Match 3, winner of Match 2 vs. winner of Match 4, winner of Match 1 vs. Naruto. Final round, 3-way battle. Naruto let out an irritated sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course the old man would fix things, so he ended up fighting twice. He couldn't exactly complain, though. He knew Gaara would defeat Sasuke without question, and he wanted that match. Still, it was annoying. These are the official brackets for the final stage, Hayate continued. You are permitted to train here in Konoha or return to your home village, but you must arrive on the day of the finals, or you will be disqualified. With those words, the participants and spectators began leaving the tower and the forest of death. The next day, what do you mean you're disappearing for a month? Anko shrieked in outrage. Fu, standing beside her, nodded furiously in agreement. Yugo sighed, rubbing her forehead at their antics. Relax, Anko. I'm just going into the forest to train, Naruto explained. I'll be around, just inside the forest. You can still visit whenever you like. He truly couldn't understand why they were making such a scene. But who am I supposed to sleep with at night? Anko snapped back. Naruto's gaze flicked toward Fu, who instantly blushed crimson. Sure, me and Fu could share a bed, but who's going to keep me satisfied when I need a real pounding? Anko, Yugao scolded sharply. Naruto shook his head, half smiling. Don't worry, if you need something I'll be here, no reason to get upset. Fine, Anko huffed, crossing her arms. But you better make it up to us. Fu, still red-faced, quickly nodded in agreement. And don't pull another stunt like our date, Fu added, pointing at him accusingly. You nearly gave me a heart attack that time. Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Right, I'll behave. Turning to Yugao, he gave her a warm hug, which she returned without hesitation. Before he could step away, Anko grabbed him and pulled him into a fiery kiss. He responded naturally, matching her intensity until they finally parted. No sooner had he caught his breath than Fu tugged him down into a kiss of her own. When they broke apart, her face was scarlet, but her voice was steady. I have needs too, Naruto. When this exam is over, I expect you to take care of them. Naruto simply nodded before leaping over the gate into the forest. He turned back once, waving goodbye before disappearing deeper among the trees. A whole month to train, to push his limits, to create new techniques. He couldn't afford to waste a second. 1 month later, the finals, every seat in the massive stadium was filled, the crowd buzzing with excitement. Citizens and shinobi alike had gathered to witness the new generation of warriors prove themselves. The anticipation was even higher this year. This wasn't just any exam. Among the participants were the children of both the 4th Hokage and the Kazekage, as well as the last Uchiha. Not everyone was pleased, however. Some scowled at the presence of the Tsuchikage, though none dared speak openly. Troublesome, those 2 idiots still haven't shown up, Shikamaru muttered, standing with the other finalists on the arena floor. To his right stood Gaara and Temari, and to his left Akatsuchi, Neji, Tenten, and Menma. Shikamaru's eyes drifted to the high platform where the Hokage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage sat together, observing from above. Nearby, the Jonin instructors and other teams were gathered in their reserved section. His attention was briefly stolen by the sound of Kuretsuchi bickering with her father. Stands, after everything he showed in the preliminaries, you're telling me he won't even show up to the finals? Kuretsuchi fumed. Kitsuchi simply sighed at his daughter's temper. He'll be here, Kitsuchi replied calmly. He only needs to arrive before his match begins. That's always been the rule. If anything, the real worry is the Uchiha. He's the first to fight. He inwardly groaned. And I had so much money bet on that brat getting demolished by Gaara. Kuretsuchi folded her arms, annoyed. Still, if Naruto dared to be late and risked disqualification, she swore she would personally make his life hell, as his future wife. The thought made her cheeks flush. Thinking about your husband-to-be, Kuro? Suzumabachi teased with a smirk. Kuretsuchi sputtered, glaring at her teammate, but before she could snap back, loud voices drew her attention. That idiot. If he doesn't show, I'll kill him myself. The purple-haired Kunoichi in the trench coat was none other than Anko. Beside her stood a tan-skinned girl, Fu. Anko, calm down, Fu said, trying to ease her. We visited him while he was training. He promised he wouldn't miss this. He has until the end of the first round. I know, but he cut us off after the 2nd week, Anko pouted. And with those new clothes we gave him, I bet he looks amazing in them. A little drool actually escaped her lips. Fu blushed at the mental image of Naruto's improved physique. They were shaken from their thoughts when the proctor's voice rang out. Arena, welcome, everyone, to the final stage of the Chunin exams, Hate announced. All participants except Gaara and Sasuke Uchiha, please move to the observation booth. The competitors quickly leapt to the box, leaving Gaara standing in the arena. Hate looked around, but Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. He glanced up toward the cage box, awaiting instruction. Cage box, it seems the Uchiha boy thinks himself above the exams, Anoki remarked dryly. Disqualify him, Hiruzen, the Hokage rose to announce, but the Kazekage interrupted. Why not move his fight to the end of the first round? The crowd came to see the Uchiha fight. Disqualifying him immediately will disappoint them. Anoki narrowed his eyes. The Kazekage was known for being ruthless and uncompromising. To suddenly show leniency toward a boy from another village was suspicious. No, Hiruzen stated firmly. Rules are rules. There has never been favoritism, and I will not allow it now. He stood tall, addressing the entire stadium. Sasuke Uchiha has failed to appear for his match. He is hereby disqualified. Gaara advances to the next round. The announcement was met with cheers from the crowd, though a few groans of disappointment could be heard. As the Hokage returned to his seat, Anoki gave a satisfied nod, while the Kazekage appeared visibly tense, his body practically vibrating with suppressed anger. Hiruzen took note. Arena floor by default, Gaara wins the first match, Hate declared, coughing between words. Gaara frowned as he walked to the waiting box. Would Temari and Tenten please come down? Hate called. The two Kunoichi jumped to opposite sides of the arena. Second match, begin! Tenten immediately launched a wave of shuriken, forcing Temari to reach for the massive fan strapped to her back. With a single sweep, Temari knocked them out of the air with ease. You'll have to try harder than that, Temari taunted. Expression neutral, Tenten pulled out even more kunai and shuriken, while Temari partially unfolded her fan to reveal a purple circle painted on it. The barrage rained down again, but Temari's fan sent them scattering harmlessly. It's useless, Temari declared with confidence. Your weapons won't even touch me. She bided her time, waiting patiently for Tenten to exhaust her arsenal before she struck back with overwhelming force. Tenten clenched her teeth and snapped back. I'm a master of weaponry. No way I'm going to lose to someone swinging a giant fan. Temari almost barked out a retort, but she reined herself in. She wanted Tenten to act reckless, not strategic. Her eyes swept over the arena, littered with blades, kunai, and shuriken sticking out of the ground. This girl really knows her weapons, Temari admitted to herself, sweat dropping internally. Something glimmered in her peripheral vision, a sharp glare from the base of a kunai. Her instincts screamed danger, and she leapt to escape. But too late. Thin wire snapped tight around her body, binding her. I figured you had advanced control over wind, Tenten smirked, tightening her grip on the strings. So I prepared for that. Every single kunai I threw had wire attached to it. She lifted her hands to show the wires, connected directly to Temari's restraints. No hard feelings, she added coldly, but you might get a little burned here. A spark ignited from Tenten's fingers, and fire rushed across the wire, racing toward Temari like a living serpent. Temari's eyes widened. The flames were seconds from her skin when she released a powerful burst of wind from her body. The gust severed the heated wires, and the fire hissed out into nothingness. Tenten froze, stunned. That wire was top-grade shinobi steel, virtually unbreakable. You're surprised it snapped so easily. Temari lifted her fan with a cool smirk. I didn't cut the wire itself. I cut it at the spot where your flames had already weakened it. It was brittle there. But it's still the strongest wire available, Tenten barked, frustrated. I told you, Temari answered with pride. I'm the most skilled wind user in Suna. Before Tenten could react, Temari flicked her fan wide open and swung. A gale slammed into Tenten, hurling her backward through the air. In the blink of an eye, Temari appeared behind her and smashed the metal edge of her fan into Tenten's back. Blood spilled from Tenten's lips as her body collapsed across the Sunagakure Kunoichi's weapon. Tenten is no longer able to continue. The winner is Temari of the Sand. The stands erupted with applause at the fierce contest between two capable Kunoichi. Though defeated, Tenten had demonstrated clever traps and foresight. Temari, even when caught, had used her intellect and superior skill to reverse the tide. Temari leapt lightly back toward the contestants' balcony, while medical staff carried Tenten off for treatment. Match 3 is about to begin, Hate declared. Neji Hyuga and Menma Namikaze, please step forward. Finally, Menma shouted arrogantly as he jumped into the arena. Now I'll show everyone why I'm the best here. Neji followed more quietly, his expression hard and unreadable. They faced each other, Neji with cold disdain, Menma with a cocky grin. Begin! Menma dashed forward immediately, throwing himself into taijutsu combat. His fists flew in rapid succession, but Neji parried them all with flawless precision. The Hyuga prodigy's defenses were impenetrable. Menma snarled. No matter how many strikes he attempted, not one landed. Quit hiding and fight me properly, he roared. Neji, though sweating lightly, continued his effortless blocks. That's how you address an enemy. Begging them to stop defending, Neji countered icily. Pathetic. You disgrace the name of Shinobi. You may be the 4th Hokage's son, but you're weak. Unlike him, you let your emotions dictate every move. Menma pulled back with a furious glare, but stopped before he exploded again. Instead, his lips twisted into a mocking grin. "You're one to talk," he said slowly. Neji's eyes narrowed. "You're from the Branch family, aren't you?" The insult struck deep. Neji's calm broke, fists clenching tight. "You'll never rise above your status. No matter what you achieve, you'll always be beneath the main family. A servant, a tool." Menma laughed cruelly. "Why don't you kneel and beg, slave?" Rage consumed Neji. His Byakugan flared, and he lunged at blinding speed. Menma managed to intercept the punch before it shattered his face, but the sheer force sent him sliding back across the ground. "Who's letting anger control them now?" Menma mocked, though his arms stung from the blow. Neji's glare burned hotter. The two clashed again, blows and dodges exchanged in rapid succession. Finally, Neji struck Menma's shoulder, disabling his arm. "You can't use that limb anymore," Neji declared, smirking. "The Hyuga Sea chakra networks. I shut off the Tenketsu in your right arm. And now," he warned, stance widening, "you're within my field of divination. 8 trigrams. 64 palms." His strikes landed in rapid succession: 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64 PALMS. The final strike blasted Menma across the ground. "It's over, Namikaze," Neji said coldly. Menma writhed, body burning with pain. He could barely breathe. But still he roared, "I won't lose to you." Forcing his body up, he staggered to his knees, then stood. Gasps echoed through the stadium. His chakra pathways had been sealed. He shouldn't even be able to move. "You think this is enough to stop me?" Menma's eyes glowed red, pupils narrowing into feral slits. His whisker marks deepened, and crimson chakra erupted around him like a cloak. Cage Box Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. "He's drawing on the Nine Tails." "That's dangerous," Unoki muttered. "If he can't control it, this arena will be destroyed." The Hawkage glanced toward Jirya and Tsunade, but both avoided his eyes. The Kazekage chuckled softly. "Intriguing." Arena Menma vanished in a blur. Neji's eyes widened. Then blood burst from his mouth as he was launched backward, kicked skyward before slamming down. Menma appeared above him, foot ready to crush him. Rotation! A dome of chakra shielded Neji, blasting Menma away. Both landed, breathing hard. "You can't win," Neji insisted. "This is the Hyuga's ultimate defense." Menma snarled and blurred again. Once more, Neji's Byakugan caught him. Rotation! Menma was hurled away. "Give up. It's useless. I'll never lose to a slave," Menma roared. His palm spun as a sphere of chakra formed, except instead of blue, it glowed with a sinister purple tint. "Rasengan!" He lunged as Neji braced. "Rotation!" The techniques collided. For a moment, Neji smirked as his defense held. Then his eyes widened as the Rasengan tore through, Menma's body following. "Take this!" The chakra sphere drilled into Neji's chest, blasting him into the arena wall. His vision faded as Menma collapsed, the cloak dissipating. "Winner, Menma Namikaze!" The crowd erupted in cheers. Menma raised his head proudly, soaking in their praise, before heading back toward the contestants' booth. "The last match of round 1 will now begin," Hayate announced. "Akatsuchi versus Shikamaru." The two descended into the arena. "Akatsuchi!" Kuretsuchi yelled from the stands. "If you lose, I'll make your life miserable." "You already do," Akatsuchi muttered under his breath. "Troublesome," Shikamaru sighed. "I know the feeling. I didn't even want to be here, but my mom forced me. Going through this is less of a headache than arguing with her." Akatsuchi shivered. "Tell me about it." "My teammate's been bossing me around since we were kids. She takes her frustrations out on me nonstop." "I feel your pain," Shikamaru admitted. "I've got a blonde teammate who's been a pain in the neck since childhood." "I heard that," Ino yelled from the stands, ignored completely. The two boys shared a sympathetic nod. "But," Akatsuchi said, shifting to a fighting stance, "I still need to win this exam." Before he could move, his body froze. Confusion flashed across his face. "My bad," Shikamaru said lazily. "But I can't afford to lose here. If I did, my troublesome mother would kill me." He gestured to the shadow connecting them. "While you were venting, you didn't notice. The match had already started. And you walked right into my trap." Shikamaru calmly reached behind him and pulled out a set of shuriken. Akatsuchi instinctively copied his movements, but when he attempted to grab weapons of his own, his hand closed around nothing but empty air. "No offense, but I'd suggest surrendering now," Shikamaru warned in a flat tone. "Otherwise, you might end up looking like a practice dummy." Akatsuchi scanned for any possible escape, some way out of the shadow that bound him, but every option he thought of led to the same conclusion. He was trapped. I surrender, he admitted at last. Shikamaru released his shadow possession technique, and Hayate raised his hand to declare the result. Winner, Shikamaru Nara. The announcement was met with weak applause. The audience was clearly disappointed. They didn't care for tactical battles that ended without spectacle. They wanted dramatic explosions, flashy ninjutsu, and overwhelming force, not a mental contest. Hayate stepped forward again. We now move on to the second bout. Contestants, Menma Namikaze and Naruto Black Uzumaki, report to the arena. At once, whispers broke out across the crowd, followed by mocking laughter when Naruto's chosen name was spoken. Many of the civilians still clung to their old prejudice, sneering at the son of their supposed hero. Naruto's friends in the stands frowned, their expressions darkening. Even after everything, people still ridiculed him. Menma vaulted down to his side of the field, a smirk on his lips. Looks like he's too afraid to show, he jeered. Guess he finally realized he doesn't stand a chance against me. Cage Box the Tsuchikage scoffed, glancing toward the other leaders. Seems Naruto won't be appearing. Looks like he'll share the same fate as the Uchiha boy, disqualification. The Kazekage gave a stiff nod. I agree. We can't afford to display favoritism. Besides, his hands clenched in irritation, I'm already disappointed we didn't get to see Sasuke perform. I'd prefer this wrapped up quickly. The third Hokage exhaled heavily. So be it. He gestured for Hayate to proceed with the call. Arena, since Naruto Uzumaki has failed to appear, Hayate began, but his words were cut off when a violent gale swept across the stadium. Everyone shielded their faces as dust and debris whipped around. The sky darkened in an instant. Clouds gathered, lightning cracked, and the wind roared as a funnel formed directly opposite Menma. Sparks of electricity coiled around it, and within the storm, a pair of glowing crimson eyes stared out, unsettling all who saw them. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the storm vanished, leaving Naruto standing in its place. Gasps spread through the audience. His appearance had changed drastically. Naruto's lips curled into a sharp grin as his gaze locked onto Menma. His outfit was unlike anything they'd seen before. A black gi that left his chest exposed, showing defined muscle, white boots that rose to his shins, and red accessories, a belt around his waist and guards at his wrists. His signature earring gleamed on his left ear. More shocking than his clothing, however, was his hair, bright golden, glowing as if infused with power. Spectator Stan's Enko licked her lips unconsciously. I'm glad I got those clothes made for him, she murmured. Fu, cheeks pink, gave a small nod. Kuretsuchi approached, wiping away a faint trickle of blood from her nose. You had those made? Why? Enko straightened, grinning. He asked me to. Said it matched the style of someone he respects. Respects? Kuretsuchi frowned. That doesn't sound like him. He doesn't seem like the type to admire anyone. Fu cut in. It's not admiration in the usual sense. It's more like he wants to face that person one day at full strength. He lives for battle. Kuretsuchi gave a slow nod. That explanation fit him far better. Still, her eyes stayed fixed on his golden hair. But why did it change? I saw it during the prelims too. Neither Enko nor Fu had an answer. They simply shrugged. Arena, so you finally decided to show up, Menma sneered, glaring at his older brother. Already using that golden-haired form too. What, am I that dangerous that you need full power immediately? Naruto tilted his head, looking genuinely confused. Your hair, Menma snapped. It's the same as when you fought Lee, Naruto chuckled. Oh, that, I'd almost forgotten. I've gotten so used to this form I can maintain it indefinitely now. He shrugged casually. Think of it like the 8 gates. Imagine if Lee could keep the first one open permanently. That claim sent shockwaves through the shinobi in attendance. To maintain such a state without strain or consequence was unthinkable. Naruto's hair shimmered before returning to its usual black, his form settling. Menma scowled. It won't matter what tricks you have. Today, I'll prove I should be the rightful heir. If I win, that title and everything with it becomes mine. His eyes flicked toward Kuretsuchi with a smirk. Naruto's expression darkened. So this is about her? Partly, Menma admitted. I already hold the full power of the Nine Tails, but having her at my side would be a nice bonus. I tried to show her I was the better choice, but she refused. After I beat you, she'll finally see reason. Naruto's fists tightened. You tried to force yourself on her? Menma laughed bitterly. I'm not that foolish. I'd never risk angering the Tsuchikige's granddaughter. I simply tried to convince her she was wasting her time with you. Naruto's glare softened slightly, though the fury was still there. So it's agreed. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Menma nodded, dropping into the toad-style stance he had learned. Naruto shifted smoothly into the familiar stance of the turtle hermit. Begin, Hate shouted, leaping clear. Menma charged immediately, fists and feet flying in rapid succession. Naruto moved fluidly, dodging each strike with ease, letting his brother exhaust himself. Finally, with a single sharp motion, Naruto drove his fist into Menma's gut. Menma crumpled, blood splattering from his mouth as he fell to his knees. Struggling back to his feet, he trembled from the force of the blow. What happened to that big talk? Naruto mocked. Dreaming of being heir, yet one hit leaves you gasping? Pathetic. Menma's rage boiled over. You're the pathetic one. That's why Jiraiya and Tsunade abandoned you. They chose me because I was superior. His whisker marks darkened, teeth lengthening into fangs. I'm the fourth son, the one destined for greatness. A red cloak of chakra erupted around him, two tails lashing out as he dropped to all fours. Naruto smirked faintly. This was what he had been waiting for. That's exactly why you're unworthy, Naruto said coldly. Our parents never cared about being superior. To them, family mattered most. And yet, look what those you call mentors did to you. They poisoned your mind. He cast a venomous glare at Jiraiya and Tsunade in the stands. They turned you into a disgrace. Our parents would be sick if they saw you now. Menma roared and lunged with newfound speed, forcing Naruto to block. The corrosive chakra burned his skin, but he countered the follow-up kick, though it pushed him back across the ground. Finally making me move, Naruto grinned. But still weak, your blows are nothing. Menma's body twisted further as a third tail burst forth. His features grew feral, claws slashing in blinding flurries. Naruto was forced to redirect blow after blow, his grin never faltering as Menma grew increasingly desperate. The crowd watched in stunned silence. For civilians, Menma's cloak was a terrifying reminder of the Night of the Nine Tails attack. For the shinobi, it was a stark reminder of just how dangerous a Jinchuriki could be. What gave Naruto the most satisfaction was catching sight of Jiraiya's and Tsunade's stunned expressions as they watched Menma struggle in his three-tailed form. Their faces confirmed everything Naruto had already suspected. It became clear that Menma had little mastery over the Nine Tails chakra, unable to handle anything beyond the second tail. Naruto shifted his attention fully back to his brother. If this was the limit Menma could reach, then it was time for Naruto to give him a little push. Before Menma could even react, Naruto's fist connected sharply with his jaw, sending his head snapping back. In the same instant, a powerful knee strike slammed into his stomach, knocking the air out of him. Without pausing, Naruto seized Menma by the throat and hurled him into the cluster of trees that bordered the arena. The crash was so violent that the trees splintered and toppled over, burying Menma's body beneath their weight. The audience went utterly still, stunned that Naruto had seemingly subdued a Jinchuriki cloaked in the Nine Tails' power with such ease. But before anyone could process what had just happened, the rubble burst apart in an explosion of splintered wood. Naruto's lips curved into a smirk as Menma emerged, bent forward and glaring straight into his eyes. From the look in those blank, furious eyes, Naruto immediately recognized that his brother had lost control. The Nine Tails chakra had now seized command of Menma's body. His skin began to tear and peel, and the cloak writhed and thickened as another tail sprouted from it. The ANBU stationed around the stadium instantly tensed, preparing to intervene, but a single sharp glare from the Hokage box halted them in place. Cage Box the third Hokage glanced at the leaders sitting beside him. "So this is the state of your Jinchuriki?" the Tsuchikage remarked, his voice sharp. "He's unstable beyond measure. Hasn't he been praised and sheltered his entire life? If he never endured the real burden of a Jinchuriki, why does he harbor such destructive rage?" Hiruzen released a heavy sigh. "It seems all of my pupils have turned into disappointments. They fostered arrogance in Menma, filled him with delusions of superiority. He grew up constantly being told he was the strongest of his generation. Now watching Naruto surpass him has shattered his pride." The Kasuke's eye twitched. He remained silent, though his thoughts burned. That foolish child will ruin everything. If he keeps losing control like this, ANBU will keep their eyes on Gaara even more closely. This boy is going to destroy all of my plans. Arena, what stood before Naruto, no longer resembled his brother. Instead, crouched on all fours was a feral beast, cloaked in red and black chakra, four tails lashing violently behind it. Its eyes and mouth glowed a chilling white. Naruto opened his mouth to make a remark, but Menma's strike cut him off. The blow smashed into his jaw, sending him flying until he slammed into the wall of the arena. Dragging himself out of the crater, Naruto grinned widely. He had underestimated the raw power of the four-tailed cloak, but that only made things more entertaining. Sliding into his taijutsu stance, Naruto waited calmly for Menma to move. In a blur too fast for most spectators to follow, Menma charged. Naruto smirked, and without a word, transformed into his enhanced state, his aura flaring brilliantly as he displayed complete mastery over his ascended form. Menma's claws slashed toward his chest, but Naruto caught his wrist effortlessly, swinging him around and hurling him straight toward the wall. Menma twisted midair, landing on all fours against the stone, and immediately launched himself back at Naruto. This time, the two clashed in a furious exchange of taijutsu. Naruto seized the offensive, his strikes sharp and unrelenting, while Menma failed to land even a single clean hit. Blow after blow hammered into Menma's torso until Naruto finished with a punishing kick that sent him skidding backward. "I thought this would be more of a challenge, my dear brother," Naruto taunted with a mocking grin. "Almost makes me feel guilty using this form against you." His mockery was answered by a roar so loud it shook the very foundations of the village. Then, to Naruto's annoyance, Menma tilted his head skyward. The four tails rose over his open jaws, chakra condensing into the beginnings of a tailed beast bomb. Naruto frowned. "Shame, I was just starting to enjoy this." The ANBU braced to intervene, but Naruto appeared before Menma in an instant, his fist crashing into his brother's jaw with a sickening crack. The audience recoiled at the sound, watching as Menma's cloak shattered, the tailed beast bomb dissolving instantly. His broken body collapsed to the ground. "It's almost unbelievable you're still conscious after that hit," Naruto remarked, standing over him. Menma remained silent, though his shattered jaw left him incapable of responding even if he wanted to. Naruto let his power fade, his hair returning to its natural black. "But, as agreed, what was yours now belongs to me." Naruto pulled an ink pen from his pocket and stripped off his shirt, showing off the well-built muscles of his body. The crowd couldn't help but stare. Anko, Kuretsuchi, Temari, and even Fu flushed red at the sight. Naruto began carefully drawing intricate lines on his right arm, extending across his shoulder, connecting them to the seal etched on his stomach. "This never truly belonged to you." His voice was cold as he pressed his glowing hand against Menma's abdomen. Pain unlike anything he had ever known tore through Menma as the seals on both brothers lit up, shining blindingly across the arena. Realizing what was happening, Jiraiya leapt down from the stands, intent on stopping Naruto. But before he could get far, Yugao and a masked ANBU appeared, blocking his path. "Move aside," Jiraiya barked angrily. Yugao's expression hardened. "Return to your place. You are interfering with the match." He stepped forward, his fury rising. The crow-masked ANBU intervened, his single eye glowing as it twisted into a four-pointed star. Jiraiya froze under the weight of the gaze. "Return to your seat," the ANBU commanded. Jiraiya turned desperately toward the cage box, only to find Hiruzen's furious glare waiting for him. "Are you really going to let him do this?" Jiraiya shouted. "He's stealing the Nine Tails chakra from Menma." The crowd gasped in shock at the revelation. Hiruzen's patience finally broke. He stood, his voice booming across the stadium. "Enough! I have tolerated your disobedience long enough." His words silenced everyone present. "You have proven yourself unfit as a teacher." Under your guidance, Menma became nothing but a reckless, arrogant Jinchuriki. He unleashed four tails of the Nine Tails power from mere taunts and nearly used one of the most destructive techniques in existence. He sat back down, but his voice was still sharp. "You are hereby placed under village arrest. You will not leave Konoha without my explicit approval. Any attempt will be considered treason, and you will be imprisoned. Now leave my sight before you disgrace us further." Juria's mouth opened to argue, but the ANBUs Sharingan bore into him, and he faltered instantly. Yugao took hold of him, and together they vanished with the crow-masked ANBU. The silence was shattered by Menma's screams. Naruto continued drawing out the chakra until the glow finally faded. Menma's body went limp, passing out from the unbearable strain. Naruto clenched his fist, trying to mold chakra, but found his control too unstable with the sudden surge. "Kurama, you there?" he asked silently. No response came. So he wasn't lying. He really will be quiet for a while after reclaiming his chakra. Naruto leapt back to the contestant's box, landing effortlessly. "Took you long enough," Shikamaru said dryly as he approached. "Now I've got a perfect excuse to quit without my mom nagging me." Naruto gave him a smirk but said nothing. "Shikamaru, Nara, and Temari, please come down to the arena floor," Hate's voice announced once the crowd settled. Shikamaru groaned, dragging his feet, while Temari hopped over the railing with ease. When both were in place, Shikamaru muttered, "Just my luck fighting a girl. Troublesome." Temari glared daggers at him. "And what's wrong with that? Think you've already won?" Rubbing his forehead, Shikamaru sighed. "No, it's just that women are terrifyingly strong. As long as you're not one of the girls chasing after Naruto, I'll be fine. Those ones are on another level, and absolutely terrifying." Temari's cheeks flushed at the implication. Noticing her reaction, Shikamaru realized he'd made things worse. He quickly turned to the proctor. "Proctor, he froze mid-sentence. Killing intent washed over him like a wave. Slowly, he looked to the stands and saw his mother's death glare fixed on him. If he backed out now, he knew she'd end his life herself. Turning stiffly back to Hayate, he muttered, "Never mind, let's just start." Hayate couldn't suppress a grin. As always, mothers truly were the scariest force in the world. "Begin!" Temari wasted no time, hurling a volley of shuriken before unleashing a powerful gust from her giant fan. "Give me a break!" Shikamaru groaned as he narrowly dodged. "No chance!" Temari shouted back. "I have someone I want to impress. And since he already has 2 girls and a fiancé, that means I still have a shot. I won't waste it. Besides, I know how clever the Nara clan is. I won't give you a second to think of a strategy." Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. She'd done her homework, which left him at a disadvantage. Lost in thought, he failed to dodge in time. One of her wind blades sliced across his arm, drawing blood. Temari lunged forward, swinging her giant fan with the intention of striking Shikamaru down. What she hadn't expected was for him to recover so quickly and fling a kunai directly between them, an explosive tag attached. Temari instinctively shielded her face with her arms, bracing herself for the blast. But instead of a fiery explosion, the tag burst with blinding light. A flash bomb. Her vision turned completely white, and a piercing ringing filled her ears. When her sight finally began to return, blurry at first, Shikamaru was already standing across from her, smirking confidently. Temari reached down to retrieve her fan, which had slipped from her grasp during her attempt to shield herself. That was when she realized her body wouldn't move. "It's pointless," Shikamaru said calmly. "You're caught in my shadow possession jutsu." He lifted his right arm, and Temari's body copied the motion unwillingly. "I suggest surrendering now." He reached into his pouch with his left hand and drew several shuriken. Temari didn't mirror this, since her pouch was on the opposite side. Temari's eyes narrowed in irritation. Shikamaru sighed heavily. "What a drag." He tossed the shuriken toward her, her body mimicking the throwing motion, only without the weapons. To his shock, every single shuriken veered off course, and suddenly a sharp gust of wind blade shot toward his face. Shikamaru jerked his head aside just in time, narrowly avoiding being sliced. His gaze snapped back to her in disbelief. Temari smirked. "Your technique might control my body, but it doesn't control my chakra. You can force me to move, but you can't dictate how I release my power. As the strongest wind-style user in my village, I don't even need hand signs for certain jutsu." She leaned into her words. "You could hold me here for hours, but I can already feel your chakra straining. You won't last." Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Shikamaru let out a resigned sigh. "Proctor, I give up." The audience erupted in cheers. Though many were disappointed to see a Konoha ninja lose, watching someone overcome the Nara clan's famed shadow technique was incredible. Climbing toward the spectator seats, Shikamaru glanced at his mother. She gave him a proud smile and a nod, making him grin faintly as he returned to sit with his team. Temari rejoined the waiting competitors, her eyes immediately locking onto Naruto. She forced down a blush and curved her lips into a sultry smirk. "Hope you liked my little performance," she purred. Naruto stepped right up to her and gently lifted her chin, startling her. He leaned close and whispered, "I'll give you a performance you'll never forget." Temari froze as he walked away, chuckling at her expression. She quickly turned toward his fiancés and girlfriends in the stands, expecting daggers in their eyes. Instead, she saw Fu smiling warmly, Kuretsuchi smirking knowingly, and Anko flashing a goofy grin with a thumbs up. Relieved, Temari smiled back before refocusing on the arena. Next match, Gaara versus. Hate was cut off as both Gaara and Naruto appeared in the arena, facing one another. Gaara's eyes gleamed with madness. "Mother craves your blood, Black. She whispers for your death, and through you I will prove my existence." Naruto's expression remained calm. "I don't care about proving my existence. I just want to test my strength." Before Gaara could respond, Naruto blitzed forward, attempting a head kick. His strike smashed into a wall of sand, completely blocked. He unleashed a rapid barrage of punches and kicks, but every strike was intercepted by the sand's automatic defense. Jumping back, Naruto analyzed the strange barrier. It reacted too quickly. It had to be Shukaku's doing. Normally, he would have asked Kurama, but ever since reclaiming his chakra from Menma, the fox had fallen asleep to recover. "It's useless," Gaara declared. "You can't touch me." "Now die." With a thrust of his arm, countless sand tendrils erupted from the ground, whipping toward Naruto. Naruto dashed across the arena, narrowly avoiding strike after strike. The sheer volume of sand made it seem like they were battling in the middle of a desert. Gaara laughed darkly, too focused on his kill to realize Naruto's strategy. Only when Naruto suddenly darted right in front of him did Gaara notice. Naruto had been baiting his tendrils to crash toward him. At the last moment, Naruto flipped aside, letting the attack barrel toward Gaara. Gaara was forced to disperse it, the sand scattering into a thick cloud in the air. Naruto vanished into the cloud, powering up. In a burst of speed, he reappeared in front of Gaara before the sand defense could react and smashed his fist into Gaara's face. The impact launched Gaara across the arena. The crowd went silent. Gaara had never been struck before. He slammed onto the ground, and instantly a sand dome enveloped his body. Naruto eyed the dome curiously, tossing a few kunai at it, which bounced harmlessly away. "A perfect defense and offense too," he muttered as spikes shot outward when he approached. "Like an energy barrier made of sand. Maybe I could recreate that someday." He decided not to waste time. Placing 2 fingers on his forehead, he flickered from view. Inside the dome, Gaara struggled to his feet, shocked that he'd been hit. Then Naruto appeared right beside him. "No hard feelings," Naruto said calmly, kunai in hand as he aimed for Gaara's throat. But before the strike landed, Gaara blacked out. From the stands, spectators whispered in confusion, wondering where Naruto had gone. The answer came when the sand dome suddenly burst apart, and a monstrous figure erupted from within. "I'm free," Shukaku roared, towering over the arena. An explosion rocked the cage booth, engulfing it in smoke, and chaos swept through the crowd. The invasion had begun. Shukaku's massive body crushed parts of the stadium, his tail thrashing into the nearby forest. Dark blue markings pulsed across his body like veins. All around, sand and sound shinobi poured into the stadium, clashing with Leaf Ninja. Explosions echoed from the village walls, signaling breaches. Naruto spotted the barrier encasing the cage booth, reeking of vile chakra and serpents. Only one person carried that stench. "Orochimaru," he whispered darkly. "Time to crush you all like insects." "H-A-H-A-H-A," Shukaku bellowed. Naruto tilted his head up at the beast. "Oi, Shukaku, quit screaming. If you want to fight, let's do it outside the village." The tanuki froze, stunned that a mere human dared shout at him. "You dare command me? I am Shukaku, the great sand spirit. I'll tear you apart for—" "You're even worse than Kurama," Naruto interrupted with a sigh. "You tailed beasts never shut up about yourselves." Shukaku's fury spiked. "Arrogant brat, I could obliterate this arena in an instant. What can you possibly do to stop me?" Naruto smirked, energy flaring as he transformed, his aura crackling and hair glowing pale yellow. Shukaku blinked, confused by the sudden change when Naruto vanished. "I'm right here." The beast turned and found Naruto behind him, gripping his massive tail with both hands. "This is how I'll stop you," Naruto roared. His muscles swelled, veins bulging as his power doubled. His aura flickered wildly as he strained, dragging the colossal beast backward. "I won't let you destroy my home," Naruto growled, pulling with everything he had. "Anko will kill me if her tea sets get smashed," Shukaku snarled, fighting against the impossible pull. His massive feet dug into the ground, but still he slid. "Let me go, you wretched brat," Shukaku bellowed, pushing forward again with immense effort. "You can't hold me forever, I'll crush everything." Naruto grimaced as Shukaku's massive claws began to drag him back toward the stadium. "This isn't good. He's way stronger than I thought." Naruto clenched his jaw, planting his feet firmly into the ground in an attempt to resist the pull of the one tail. "I can't let him win, I have to stop him right here. You giant raccoon mutt. Quit struggling and just take the beating you deserve," Naruto bellowed, his energy flaring wildly as his aura turned even more unstable. His muscles twitched violently before expanding further, his frame becoming bulkier than before. "Guess I'll push it to grade 3. Naruto's voice had dropped into a deeper, more guttural tone as he glared at the beast. "Let's see how you like this, sand monster." To the surprise and horror of Shukaku, his immense body was now being dragged across the ground with little effort by the blonde. His eyes widened when Naruto hoisted him into the air and hurled him out of the arena, sending the colossal tanuki crashing into the dense forest nearby. "Damn brat!" The ground quaked violently as Shukaku slammed into the earth with tremendous force. Naruto flexed his arms, the weight of the transformation making him sluggish. "Grade 3's raw strength is incredible, but I feel weighed down." With a controlled breath, he let the transformation ease back down into his normal Super Saiyan state. His eyes locked on the distant forest where the beast had landed. "All right, time to put an end to the One-Tail's rampage." Without wasting time, Naruto shot off into the trees to confront the raging creature. Cage Booth the instant Gaara surrendered control to his tailed beast, the cage booth erupted in smoke as a glowing barrier sealed them inside. "To think fate would allow me to kill my old master, and that stubborn stone relic Unoki in one day." Orochimaru laughed, his golden eyes locked on Hiruzen and Unoki, who stood opposite him with calm defiance. "I've long awaited this moment." "You never change, Orochimaru, always rotten to the core," Hiruzen responded with a smirk that grew wider as his former student's expression soured. "Indeed," Unoki added, his voice laced with sarcasm. "I'm not shocked your ambition led to this, an invasion against the very village that raised you. Pitiful." His chuckle irritated Orochimaru further. "But unfortunately for you, we already knew of this plan. Your secrecy wasn't as flawless as you thought." The serpent's face twisted into a snarl, much to the satisfaction of the two cage. "Thanks to Kabuto's betrayal, we uncovered the details of your operation," Hiruzen revealed. "We even reached out to Suna's elders and exposed your scheme. As we speak, the alliance you believed you had with them has been severed. Their shinobi are cutting down your sound forces even now." Orochimaru's lips pulled back in a grimace. Months of meticulous planning had been undone, his right hand lost, and his supposed ally siding with Konoha. Yet he drew in a breath, forcing composure. "A setback," he hissed, "but even so, I will savor killing you both." With a sharp gesture, he slammed his palm against the tiles, and 3 coffins surged upward from the ground. "Let's see how you relics fare against legends." Before he could finish, all 3 turned at the sudden sight of the massive sand beast being hurled through the air. A golden blur pursued it. "Did Naruto just?" Unoki muttered. "Yes," Hiruzen replied with restrained amusement. "Yes, he did. That damned brat," Orochimaru snapped, fury boiling in his veins. "Once I've dealt with you two, he's next." The coffins burst open, revealing familiar figures stepping out. "Hiruzen, is that you?" "Haha, you little monkey, though you're an old monkey now. And Unoki too, still playing neutral." The first and second Hokage emerged, grinning at their former pupil. From the last coffin stepped another figure. Hiruzen's expression hardened. "The third Raikage, Orochimaru, you've stooped so low as to desecrate even foreign leaders." Stadium stands. "I never imagined that Brat would unleash his beast so freely." Anko hissed, ducking under a strike from a sound shinobi. She countered with 2 swift stabs, one to the knee, one to the throat, dropping the enemy instantly. "How are you holding up, Fu?" The green-haired Jinchuriki was locked in combat with 2 more attackers. She caught one's arm and snapped it with a sharp twist before using her wings to vault upward, dodging the other's blade. She retaliated by driving kunai into both their shoulders, incapacitating them. "It's tough but manageable," Fu answered, then hesitated. "But seriously, did Naruto just throw Shukaku like that?" "That was hot," Anko cut in shamelessly, smirking. "Kid's gotten stronger and his stamina's probably through the roof." She gave a low chuckle. Their light-hearted banter was cut short as 6 shinobi surrounded them, 3 from Sound and 3 from Suna. Fu's eyes widened as she recognized Gaara's siblings and their sensei among them. Anko's voice was venomous. "Traitors, selling out your allies for a snake." She drew kunai in both hands, while Fu spread her wings, preparing to launch. Baki's gaze was regretful. "I apologize for what's happened. I never wanted our alliance broken." "Spare me," Anko spat, her body tense. Baki glanced at Temari and Kankuro. "Do it!" But instead of striking Anko and Fu, 3 bodies hit the ground. The Sound shinobi lay motionless, lifeless. "What?" Fu blinked in disbelief. Baki quickly explained. "The Hokage reached out to our council and exposed Orochimaru's deception. We realized the truth and renounced our part in this invasion. The sand stands with the leaf now." Relief washed over Anko as Fu lowered her guard. "Good," Anko said, grinning. "Then let's tear them apart." "Right," Fu answered, wings flaring. "First, I'm going to help Naruto." Before she could take off, Anko grabbed her shoulder. "Bad idea. That kid trained a whole month for this. Believe me, he can handle himself." "Forest outside Konoha, I can't handle this." Naruto was pinned beneath Shukaku's colossal foot, straining to keep himself from being crushed flat. How had it come to this? Simple. Since absorbing Menma's half of Kurama's chakra, Naruto had lost fine control over his own chakra and couldn't sense energy properly. A sneak attack from a sand pillar had blindsided him, leaving him trapped just as Shukaku stomped down. "Perish, brat, tremble beneath my might." Shukaku pressed harder, eager to grind him into the dirt. "I'm not getting squashed like some insect," Naruto roared, muscles burning with effort. "If I have to use this power, so be it." His aura flared violently, arcs of lightning sparking around him. His hair lengthened slightly, rising even higher, with one sharp bang falling over his face. The ground trembled under his unleashed energy. Shukaku stumbled back in shock, pulling his foot away to steady himself. Naruto floated upward, glaring directly into the beast's massive eyes. His deeper voice carried heavy authority. "This ends now, Shukaku. Surrender control back to Gaara before I put you down myself." "Ha! A silly hairstyle won't save you," Shukaku jeered, though unease crept into his tone. His words were cut short when Naruto appeared in front of him and smashed a punch into his jaw, the impact toppling the titanic creature sideways. The beast snarled, climbing to his feet, but Naruto rose to his eye level, hovering calmly. "Listen, I don't want to hurt you. I know this isn't entirely your fault." A sudden sand column struck him from below, slamming him into the ground. "Damn it, I still can't sense chakra." "Guess this proves my Ki is completely separate," Naruto grunted as he clawed his way free of the sand. "Wind style, air bullet." A massive sphere of compressed air rocketed toward him. Naruto barely had time to react, vanishing with instant transmission as the attack obliterated the ground, leaving behind a crater the size of the stadium itself. If one jutsu can do that, then a tailed beast bomb, the thought chilled him. The sheer destructive potential of these creatures was beyond comprehension. Shukaku's tail lashed out, blindsiding him mid-thought. Naruto was slammed into the earth, dragged across the ground, and hurled through a line of trees. Blood sprayed from his lips as his body crashed into broken logs. "So this is the real power of a Biju." Naruto coughed, struggling to his feet, his gi shredded and body scarred. "Do you understand now, boy? You cannot defeat me," Shukaku boomed triumphantly. Naruto smirked through the blood. "You've got it twisted. You're a natural disaster, sure, but I'm the one who's going to win. And after this, I'll take down that snake Orochimaru too." He vanished and reappeared behind Shukaku, his kick smashing into the beast's head and driving it face first into the dirt. "Kamehameha!" A blinding beam erupted from Naruto's hands, engulfing Shukaku's prone body and grinding him deeper into the ground. But the beast's massive tail tore upward, forcing Naruto to retreat higher into the sky as Shukaku roared and rose once again. "You've really crossed the line now." Shukaku bellowed as he twisted his massive body, his single eye locking onto the distant Hidden Leaf village. "I'll crush everything you care about, brat." The tailed beast withdrew its enormous tail, drawing it back like a spear. He then raised it high above his gaping mouth. Thick waves of chakra swirled together, condensing into a pulsating, dark violet sphere that swelled larger and larger, soon dwarfing even Shukaku's frame. "Damn it!" Naruto's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the target. Shukaku was aiming directly at the village. His suspicion was confirmed when the sphere surged forward, fired like a cannonball toward the unsuspecting people. Without hesitation, Naruto used instant transmission, vanishing and reappearing directly in its path. "This is insane," he muttered under his breath, planting his feet firmly into the ground. Bringing both hands behind him, he began gathering his energy. The air around him crackled violently. "Came!" The massive tailed beast bomb barreled closer, vibrating the air with its sheer force. Naruto's palms blazed with light as his energy output spiked. "HAME!" He grit his teeth, sweat running down his face. There was no one else who could stop this. If that attack hit, the village would be obliterated. Everyone he cared about would die. Fu might withstand it, being a Jinchuriki herself, but the rest wouldn't stand a chance. He had to do this. HAAA! The brilliant beam of Naruto's Kamehameha shot forward, colliding head-on with Shukaku's monstrous sphere. For a moment, the two attacks were locked in place, neither giving an inch. "I won't let you destroy them," Naruto roared, his voice raw with determination. "Not my home." His body trembled as he poured more power into his attack. Inch by inch, the beast bomb began to falter, then slowly reversed course, forced back by the overwhelming force of the Kamehameha. Shukaku's single eye widened in horror as he saw his own destructive jutsu being shoved back at him. By the time he realized what was happening, it was far too late. BOOM. The explosion rocked the battlefield, the shockwave shaking the village itself. Dust and fire consumed Shukaku's form. Inside the village, shinobi and civilians alike froze in terror and awe, feeling the ground quake beneath them. Naruto descended slowly, landing outside the smoking crater that remained. His chest rose and fell rapidly, each breath ragged. He was completely drained from forcing back such a massive attack. "Never doing that again," he panted, hands resting on his knees. As the dust thinned, he focused his gaze on the crater. His muscles tensed, preparing for another battle, until the sight before him eased his stance. Shukaku was gone. Left in the crater was Gaara's unconscious body, lying motionless. Naruto hopped down, landing beside the red-haired boy. He lifted him carefully onto his shoulder, mindful not to worsen his condition. "Guess you finally get some proper rest, huh, Gaara?" Naruto said quietly, almost with sympathy. With that, he vanished once again, using instant transmission to return to the village. "Cage box, damn it!" Jiraiya slammed his fist against the barrier, frustration etched across his face. The wall of wood and leaves obscured everything inside, a result of the first Hokage's power. His sensei and the Tsuchikage were trapped in there with Orochimaru, and he couldn't break through. The barrier created by the sound, 4, was unlike anything he'd seen. Every jutsu, every sealing formula they tried was simply absorbed into it. Even chakra flow disruption seals were rendered useless. Behind Jiraiya, squads of ANBU stood ready, tension thick in the air. Yugo and the ANBU in the crow mask led the group, their weapons drawn, waiting for an opening. Thanks to the Sand's betrayal being exposed, the Leaf gained control more quickly than expected. Casualties on their side were minimal, while the Sound forces were either dead or captured. A sudden ripple in the air made everyone tense, until Naruto materialized before them. The ANBU parted slightly, as one of them stepped forward to take Gaara from Naruto's shoulder. Naruto nodded, handing the boy over before vanishing once more, ensuring Gaara wouldn't wake and risk unleashing Shukaku again. "What's the deal with this barrier? Hasn't it been broken yet?" Naruto asked, his tone edged with impatience. Jiraiya's glare softened only slightly as he answered. "It absorbs chakra. Anything we throw at it, it feeds on." His fists clenched, helpless rage building at being unable to reach Hiruzen. Naruto walked right up to the barrier, lifting his hand. He fired a KI blast, watching as the barrier warped to absorb it, only for the attack to ricochet violently, blasting a section of the stands to rubble. "So the only way to end it is to take out the ones maintaining it, Naruto concluded. Jiraiya's silence and slight nod confirmed it. A smirk tugged at Naruto's lips. Pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, he vanished again. Inside the barrier, all right, time to, Naruto's words caught in his throat as his eyes swept the battlefield. The Tsuchikage sat hunched over, clutching his dangling right arm in pain, clearly broken. Across from him stood I, the third Raikage, revived through Edo Tensei. His eyes glowed with the unnatural light of the technique, his body scarred with lines from the reanimation. The battlefield was a wreck, scattered with uprooted trees and rivers of water. But Hashirama and Tobirama were nowhere in sight. Naruto's gaze fell to the ground and froze. There lay Hiruzen Sarutobi, flat on his back, lips curled into a peaceful smile. "Old man, come on. This isn't funny." Naruto lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his eyes. "The joke's over, get up already." His voice cracked, hot tears dripping onto the earth. Unoki's expression darkened. For someone with such power to cry so openly, it was the grief of a grandson losing family. Kyukuku, Orochimaru emerged from behind a tree, amusement dripping from his words. "Summoning the Shinigami took too much out of the so-called professor, it seems." The snake-like man grinned, his eyes glinting with cruel delight. Naruto didn't even acknowledge him at first, fists clenched so tightly that blood seeped from his palms. "Pathetic," Orochimaru sneered. "For one of the greatest shinobi in history to throw away his life for this rotting village. What a disgrace." "Shut up!" Naruto's roar reverberated like thunder, layered with something darker, something demonic. His aura burst outward, cracking the ground. "You know nothing, you snake. He was my grandfather. He taught me everything that mattered." Sparks of lightning erupted around him as he ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his fury escalating. "I'm so. Naruto's body trembled violently before he screamed. "Ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh." The earth quaked under his rage. Rocks and debris levitated, swirling around him. Unoki and Orochimaru had to anchor themselves with chakra to avoid being blown back. "This brat stronger than I expected," Orochimaru thought grimly, signaling I to strike. The third Raikage appeared in an instant, his hand thrust forward to pierce Naruto's chest, only to stop short. Naruto had caught his wrist effortlessly. Red chakra tendrils flared around the boy before exploding outward, cloaking him completely. His head snapped up, his mismatched eyes, one green, one burning red, locking on Orochimaru. "I'll kill you," Naruto growled, his voice dripping with murderous intent. For the first time, Orochimaru felt genuine fear. Naruto's lips curved into a dark smile as he gripped I tighter. Energy swirled in his free hand, golden Ki merging with blue chakra. In moments, a Rasengan formed with a glowing yellow core. He rammed it straight into I's face. Boom. The detonation ripped through the barrier itself, hurling the sound far away and collapsing the technique. Anbu and Jiraiya surged into the arena immediately. Orochimaru staggered, eyes wide, as he saw Jiraiya sealing what remained of I. The Raikage's body was reduced to fragments. "It's over, Orochimaru," Jiraiya declared. "You can't escape." "Oh, spare me your lectures," Orochimaru began, only to be cut off. "He's mine." Naruto stepped forward, golden hair blazing, orange chakra tails whipping behind him. "Naruto, wait," Jiraiya started, but Naruto was already gone in a blur of speed. Orochimaru didn't react in time. Naruto slammed a Rasengan into his chest, launching him skyward. Appearing above him, Naruto looked down with a cold, merciless gaze. "For what you've done, you don't deserve to suffer. You deserve nothing but annihilation." Ka! Energy surged through his palms. Memories and voices flooded his mind, Hiruzen's laughter, his guidance, his pride in Naruto. "Emi," the images strengthened him, steadying his resolve. "Ha! You are your own person, Naruto. Live as you choose." "Emi," the voices faded, leaving only Hiruzen's proud smile. "Ha!" The colossal Kamehameha engulfed Orochimaru, blasting him straight into the earth. His body disintegrated under the relentless beam, his scream lost in the deafening roar. The attack carved a massive crater, erasing every trace of him. When the light finally dimmed, Naruto descended slowly, his aura flickering. His golden hair gleamed, tails swaying in the still air. From the stands, hundreds of shinobi, leaf and sand alike, watched in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the boy who had single-handedly ended the threat. Naruto extended his senses across the land. He felt every presence within the village and even miles beyond, confirming the retreat of the sound forces. The battle was over. None of the chakra traces matched Orochimaru's. The snake Sannin was finally gone for good. Naruto! The blonde turned his head slowly, his eyes still burning with fury and grief. Behind him stood his two girlfriends, both watching him with sorrow etched into their expressions, as if they could feel the storm raging inside him. Before anyone could speak, a new presence landed silently beside them. Yugo appeared, her arms burdened with the lifeless form of Hiruzen Sarutobi. "I thought you'd want to see him before they take him away," the purple-haired Anbu whispered, gently lowering the fallen Hokage before retreating to give him space. Naruto's knees buckled as he approached, staring at the man who had been more of a grandfather to him than anyone else. "Old man," he murmured brokenly. His mind drifted. An echo of Hiruzen's voice filled the silence. "No matter what the world says, Naruto, I am proud of you. You may resent this village, but you cherish those dear to you, and you'll protect them with everything you have." Naruto's cheeks flushed faintly as he rubbed the back of his head, embarrassed by the imagined praise. "Your parents would be proud too. You've grown into a man worthy of their names." Naruto's eyes widened at that. "I am honored to call you my grandson." The blonde's anguished roar shook the very ground, his chakra exploding outward in a violent surge. The earth trembled, walls cracked, and people across every nation felt the weight of his grief. The cry dragged on for a full minute before his power dissipated, leaving him drained. He collapsed backward, yet he never touched the ground. Both Anko and Fu caught him in their arms, tears streaming down their own cheeks as they clutched him desperately, whispering prayers that he would recover. "Unknown world, him. Such overwhelming energy," a deep male voice echoed. He stood tall, clad in a majestic blue overcoat trimmed with gold. His attire was elaborate, including boots with curling ends, darker blue trousers, and a belt fastened with the letter D in one hand. He carried a staff. "Whoever released that power could be troublesome, unless I can bend them to my will," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. A sly grin spread across his face. "Perhaps it's time I sent my two agents to investigate. They've grown far too comfortable." With that, he turned to summon his loyal underlings. Toa and Myra would soon be on the move. Far away in space, "Whoa, did you feel that?" a lively female voice exclaimed. The speaker was a petite young woman, barely 5 feet tall, with a lean frame and fair skin. Her outfit was daring, a low-cut magenta tube top that revealed her midsection, loose purple harem pants, long wristbands, and sharp-tipped shoes. Her spiky black hair only added to her wild appearance. That surge of energy, it was strong enough to rock the ship itself. Another voice responded, calmer but equally intrigued. This second girl was taller, about half a foot more than her companion. Her skin was darker, her eyes downcast and gray. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail with a white band, a long bang falling over one eye. Her clothing was practical yet bold, a cropped red shirt, a red skirt secured by a brown belt, black shorts beneath, golden boots tipped with red, and matching bracelets and earrings. "Come on, Kale. Let's go check it out," the first girl grinned eagerly. "I want to see just how strong this person really is." All right, Caulifla, I'll go wherever you lead." The two exchanged smiles before steering their course toward the mysterious energy that had drawn their attention, an encounter destined to alter their lives forever. 3 days later, Naruto felt hollow. The world seemed colorless, lifeless, except for the fury that burned in his chest. No, that wasn't true. He felt something, rage, a fire that refused to die. Hiruzen Sarutobi was gone. It had only been a day since the funeral, 3 days since the invasion. Casualties were lower than expected, fewer than 100 thanks to their preparations. But none of that mattered. The price they paid was losing the third Hokage. Even with foreknowledge of Orochimaru's plans, even with careful coordination, they couldn't prevent Hiruzen's sacrifice. The old man had fought valiantly, resisting the might of the first and second Hokage, while Anoki kept Orochimaru at bay. For a time, they had managed to hold their ground, but age is merciless. Their bodies were long past their prime, and against such foes, time eventually claimed them. Naruto let out a long, weary sigh, glancing at Anko and Fu. His girlfriends hadn't left his side since the day he screamed his grief to the skies. They anchored him when he felt close to slipping into madness. Without them, he might have already succumbed to his darker instincts. Losing Hiruzen awoke something primal within him. His Saiyan blood screamed for violence, for destruction. And yet, his human emotions made the grief even sharper, harder to bear. He forced the thoughts away, sliding carefully from the warm hold of his lovers. They instinctively reached for one another in their sleep, their faces soft and peaceful. He kissed their foreheads gently before leaving the bed. Naruto dressed simply, choosing a dark gray shirt with the red Uzumaki crest, loose shinobi-style pants, sandals, and his forehead protector tied loosely around his neck. After running his fingers through his messy hair, he slipped out quietly, letting his girls rest. Within the village hands buried deep in his pockets, Naruto wandered the streets with a scowl. The decision to come here was a mistake. Every stare, every whispered word only fueled his fury. Gone were the glares of hatred he was used to. Now people looked at him with awe, respect, even gratitude. It disgusted him. These same villagers had spat on his existence for years. Now, in the wake of the invasion, they treated him like some savior. He noticed shinobi from Iwa and Suna moving through the village as well, offering him respectful nods. He returned the gesture. They had never been poisoned by prejudice against him. Still, their presence made him wonder. Why linger after such an attack? Perhaps it was to strengthen diplomatic ties. But the stares of his own people pushed him to his breaking point. He leapt to the rooftops, desperate to escape their eyes, only to run into the one person he didn't want to see. "What do you want, Uchiha?" Naruto growled, his irritation flaring. "Chen, I heard you defeated Gaara and even killed Orochimaru," Sasuke replied coolly. "I want to fight you. If Kakashi hadn't delayed me during the exams, and if those sound ninja hadn't interfered, I would have beaten Gaara myself." Naruto raised a brow. So Kakashi's lateness had kept Sasuke occupied, and then the invasion had begun. That explained his absence. "Protocol states every shinobi must secure the village after an attack," Naruto said firmly. "There's no time for pointless challenges. Get back to your patrol, Uchiha. I've been relieved of duty until further notice." Sasuke opened his mouth to argue, but was cut off as 5 ANBU operatives landed between them. Naruto recognized Cat and Crow immediately. The others bore masks shaped like tiger, rabbit, and boar. "Sasuke Uchiha," Rabbit's feminine voice spoke sharply, "you are ordered to the western gate for patrol." Boar stepped forward, placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and with a flash, the three vanished. "Naruto," Cat addressed him directly, "we are to escort you to the Hokage's office." Naruto gave Yugo a brief nod. She stepped close, touched his shoulder, and in an instant they were gone. Hokage Tower Naruto reappeared inside the familiar chamber, the 3 ANBU surrounding him. His eyes scanned the room. To one side of the desk stood Jiraiya and Tsunade, their presences commanding respect. On the other, the village elders, Himura and Koharu, waited with stern expressions. Naruto's gaze shifted to Shikaku Nara, who was leaning casually against the wall with his arms crossed. His head tilted forward, eyes shut, giving the impression of being deep in thought. Or more likely, knowing the Nara, he's just dozing off. Naruto noted when he spotted a thin line of drool at the edge of Shikaku's mouth. Yep, definitely asleep. His eyes swept the room again, taking in the sight of Jiraiya, Tsunade, the 2 elder advisors, and Shikaku, the Jonin commander. The 3 masked Anbu who had escorted him now stood before the Hokage's desk. If all of them are present, Naruto thought carefully, then why am I here? And where's Danzo? Wasn't he one of the village's war commanders? The old man said he was among the elders too. Cat cleared her throat loudly, pulling everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. Shikaku lazily wiped the drool from his face, while Cat began speaking. "This meeting has been called to reveal information Lord Hiruzen left behind for the Anbu. It also concerns the actions of a long-standing traitor within Konoha." She then lifted off her mask, revealing her face. "Given the seriousness of this matter, and since everyone here knows who I am, I'll proceed as Yugo instead of my Anbu code name." "What nonsense is this?" Koharu snapped furiously, Himura nodding along with her outrage. "And why has the Jinchuriki been brought here? Matters of this nature should not involve." Before she could finish, Crow appeared in an instant, pressing a kunai against her throat. "Crow, enough," Yugo ordered firmly. He withdrew and returned to Tiger's side. Yugo continued with an icy tone. "The boy is here for a reason. This information involves Uzushiagakure. Naruto Uzumaki has every right to attend, being of Uzumaki blood, unlike Menma, who remains incapacitated in the hospital. Naruto arched a brow at that. He already knew Menma was recovering after having Kurama's chakra forcibly extracted, an ordeal that left him in a coma. He would eventually recover, albeit with corrosive chakra constantly coursing through him. Still, he'd retain enormous reserves, far beyond what most shinobi could handle. But what stood out was Yugao's reasoning. He was here because of his clan heritage. That could only mean this meeting was tied directly to his bloodline, perhaps even his mother. The door creaked open, pulling Naruto from his thoughts. Danzo entered with 3 masked Anbu trailing close. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sight of the old war hawk. He half expected these shinobi to be root operatives, but his suspicion deepened when one of them placed a sealing tag on the office door. That's a silencing seal, and a locking seal layered on top of it. Naruto considered, his frown tightening. Why would they go so far unless they planned to keep everything inside these walls, no matter what? Danzo's harsh voice broke the silence. What is the meaning of this? Ignoring his tone, Yugao stepped forward, meeting his single visible eye without hesitation. This gathering has been called under Anbu authority, given the current absence of a Hokage, she stated. By law in such times, Anbu are permitted to convene leaders of the village, including the Hokage's advisors. She gestured toward Himura and Koharu. The Jonin commander, Shikaku gave a lazy half-wave, and individuals directly connected to the matter at hand. Her eyes shifted toward Jiraiya, Tsunade, Naruto, and finally Danzo. Danzo scowled, slamming his cane on the floor. Ridiculous! I have no patience for these child's games. Before he could finish, Tiger pressed his hands to the ground, and thick wooden tendrils burst upward, wrapping around Danzo's limbs and immobilizing him. What startled Naruto was how calmly Danzo endured it, not even wincing as the wood clamped down on his bandaged arm. Danzo Shimura, Yugao declared, her voice ringing with authority. You are hereby under arrest for kidnapping, treason, and colluding with foreign powers to destabilize entire nations. The room froze in stunned silence. Breaths grew heavy, heartbeats loud enough to feel. Danzo's fists trembled with restrained fury. And what evidence do you dare present to make such accusations? Yugao didn't answer him directly. She instead walked to the Hokage's desk and unrolled a large scroll, one resembling Tenton storage seals. With a surge of chakra, the scroll burst open, scattering dozens of smaller scrolls across the table. These contain every crime you've committed, Yugao said sharply, staring him down. Lord Hiruzen entrusted me with this mission before the Chunin exams. Whether he survived or not, I was to uncover the truth. Jiraiya and Tsunade both lowered their gazes at the mention of their late teacher. Naruto's fists tightened at his sides, hair shadowing his eyes. Last night, I gathered every Anbu not on patrol and raided your base of operations, Yugao continued coldly. Your root operatives resisted. They were eliminated. The younger recruits, those still salvageable, are in custody under heavy watch. Sai has also been detained. His cursed seal will be addressed once this meeting concludes. Danzo's visible eye burned with rage, but Yugao pressed on. Your records reveal abductions of children from various clans, the Yamanaka, Aburame, Kurama, and others. You also conspired with Orochimaru, supplying him victims for experimentation in exchange for forbidden techniques involving genetic fusion. At Orochimaru's name, jaws clenched across the room. Naruto's fists bled from how tightly he gripped them. You even allowed Root to stand down during the invasion, hoping Konoha would fall into chaos, giving you the chance to seize the Hokage seat. Naruto's chakra leaked out, heavy and suffocating, his killing intent flooding the chamber. And that's not all, Yugao went on. You allied with Hanzo the Salamander, lending Root support to slaughter his own shinobi and ignite civil war in the rain. Your notes state Hanzo is now dead, and you intended to seize control by capturing Kekkei Genkai users for Root. The revelations hit hard. Shikaku looked horrified, realizing the sheer scale of Danzo's crimes. The elders, once loyal to him, sat in stunned silence, his actions beyond even their tolerance. Tsunade glared at him with raw disgust for the lives he had ruined. Jiraiya's anger boiled hotter. Memories of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato weighed heavily on him. Their deaths aligned perfectly with Hanzo's war and Danzo's hand in it. His glare could have killed. Then Yugao delivered the final blow. Your involvement in the Uchiha massacre has also been confirmed. You coerced Itachi Uchiha into exterminating his clan and attempted to steal Shisui Uchiha's life and eyes. Shock swept the room, though the elders' calm faces betrayed their knowledge. Danzo roared in defiance. Lies, you cannot prove any of this. He strained against the wooden bindings, only to find his chakra suppressed by Hashirama's legacy. Crow, Yugo commanded. The Anbu stepped forward. With deliberate movements, he removed his mask. Danzo's eye widened. Impossible, you should be dead. Itachi was supposed to have killed you, gasps echoed. Koharu's voice trembled. Shisui Uchiha? There he stood, one sharing an eye spinning, the other concealed beneath a black bandana. The tale of my death was fabricated by Lord Third, Shisui said evenly. In truth, Danzo ambushed me, stealing my right eye when he learned of its ability. That eye lies beneath his bandages even now. He lifted the bandana, showing the empty socket. I attempted to take my own life by casting myself into the river, hoping my remaining eye would perish with me. But Lord Third intervened, sending Anbu to rescue me. He kept me hidden while Danzo manipulated Itachi into slaughtering the Uchiha. The Sannin and Shikaku glared daggers at Danzo for burdening a child with such atrocities. It all could have been avoided, Shisui added bitterly. But Danzo coveted my eye's power and forced events that ended in massacre. The Uchiha had been contemplating a coup, but instead of resolving it, Danzo pushed Itachi into genocide. A coup? Tsunade asked sharply. The Uchiha were one of our founding clans. Why would they turn against the village? Yugo rested a hand on Shisui's shoulder, guiding him back. She took the floor once more. After the Ninetales attack 13 years ago, while Lord Hiruzen was overwhelmed with rebuilding the village, Danzo systematically isolated the Uchiha. He sowed mistrust, cutting them off from power and pushing them toward rebellion.